Glad to be back. Every day I'm gonna keep coming with these, clips and videos about these Democrats tripping, no policies, just blame Trump for every goddamn thing. That's crazy. You know what should happen is have these people earn our votes like they supposed to. Y'all Democrats want the Republicans to earn the votes. Okay, the same thing. Democrats had the Democrats earn y'all votes. What the heck? Make them earn it. Make them fight for it. And hold them accountable for if they don't. Don't wait till the last minute. Check them before they even get to the primary. Before they even get nowhere, just check them. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. Once again, Reid and Raven. That's the name of the show.
Thank you for joining us. Democrat candidate hoping to be the next governor of California, Katie Porter, has released a new campaign ad. Let's take a look.
I'm Katie Porter, and I'm not like most people who run for governor. I actually get what you're going through. A single mom of 3 kids, I know what it's like to push the shopping cart. My minivan has almost 200,000 miles. I have a grown kid who may soon be living on my couch. To give Californians what they need,
good morning, everybody.
Standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot?
Okay, so it's not only incredibly cringe, but that last line that she's referencing, get out of my shot, it's meant to be a joke about the time she verbally abused a staff member. Look at this.
To air pollution and other problems, and the state could lose. Get out of my.
Charming, isn't she? Katie Porter was among the leading candidates who took to the debate stage yesterday in this debate hosted by CNN, where she was very clear on whether California should give free healthcare to illegals.
Congresswoman Porter, your thoughts on the idea of funding healthcare for undocumented immigrants statewide?
Yes.
Yes,
and that's, by the way, what I think Californians deserve as answers to these questions, Alex.
And for critics who say that.
Then she goes on to say the quiet part out loud, saying that illegals are driving population growth in the state.
It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years.
We're going to unpack this and more with our panel, Josh Hammer and Jeff Truitt, in a moment. I think she's got those crazy eyes. I didn't want to say it, but I think she does. We'll be bringing you some of the key moments from the debate as well, including the tense exchange between Steve Hilton and CNN host Caitlin Collins. Also coming up on the show, we'll cross to the UK to speak with Esther Krakow as Nigel Farage hits back at critics over his controversial policy announcement that you might actually get what you vote for.
Policy is very simple. You vote for a Reform MP, you will not have a detention facility in your constituency. But if you vote Green, or those that support open borders in the world, that's where the detention centres are going to be.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
If you're a regular viewer of Power Hour, you know I cover
like, share, and subscribe.
Theatre and media meltdowns. And what always strikes me is how disconnected the slogans are from real life. While activists shout ideology, ordinary people face rising prices, higher taxes, and governments determined to make everything harder. We're told to trust the experts, trust media narratives, and trust that massive spending and endless debt will make us better off. But history and common sense say otherwise. When leadership is weak and policy is reckless, everyday people pay the price. That's why I believe in owning something real, physical gold and silver from American Hartford Gold. Tangible assets that hold value through inflation and instant Donald Trump. But I'm keen to get your thoughts on this exchange between CNN host Caitlin Collins and Republican candidate Steve Hilton on the issue of deportation.
Mr. Hilton, right now, President Trump is enacting a policy of mass deportation. As you know, roughly half of California farm workers, which are an essential part of this state's economy, are undocumented. As governor, would you push to deport them?
So I'm the only immigrant on stage. I'm a legal immigrant. And Americans support immigration when it is properly controlled. And what we saw under the Biden administration, open borders, undermined everybody's support for immigration. And as governor, I've made it very clear, although it is the federal government's responsibility to determine and implement immigration policy, I think it's important that all the laws are peacefully enforced. And as governor, I would make sure that we work with the federal government to enforce our laws.
I mean,
see, vote for that man right there. He's not blaming nobody. He's going to work with the people, work with the government. He's not blaming nobody for the BS. He want to work. That's what we need, people. Make them earn their stuff.
pretty strong response. Josh, what did you make of that exchange?
Yeah, look, Gabrielle, there's actually an outside chance that in California's overly chaotic and too complicated by half jungle primary, which they're holding in a few years, there's actually a real chance that you get two Republicans on the general election ballot this November. What a coincidence, and frankly, what an amazing event that would be, actually, in bright blue California, if you actually get Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco, who's running also as Republican there. Very good answer from...
If you're a Democrat, it's okay to vote red at least one time in your life. As a Democrat, it's okay to vote red at least one time in your life. Let it be this year. Common sense. Let's get it.
Steve Hilton, unsurprisingly, he is very good on camera. This is a guy who's been on TV once or twice in his lifetime there. And sounding relatively moderate, actually. I'm not calling him a squish or anything, but I'm just saying there that if you're trying to succeed in California, you can't sound like you're running for governor of Oklahoma or Wyoming. It's fundamentally different electorate there. And he comes across there as very measured, talking about complying with federal law, which, by the way, is right there in the U.S. Constitution. It's literally in Article 6. We call it the Supremacy Clause, the notion that the federal laws of the United States, our Constitution, our treaties, our federal statutes, are supreme when there is state law that purports to be contrary to it. We actually
let's get to 2,000 subs today. 2,000 subs. Why not? Let's get it. 2,000 subs.
President was nullify federal law. It did not work out well for the Confederacy there. So Hilton's taking a historically informed, very moderate tone there. And frankly, I wish him nothing but the best when it comes to the jungle primary fields.
Jeff, what did you make of that exchange? And what do you make of Steve Hilton's chances?
I mean, I think he's got an outside chance. I think he's very skilled. He did take a sort of moderate centrist approach there, which is what you obviously need in a very left-wing state. It would be amazing if two Republicans could make the runoff there. There's 7 major candidates. 5 of them are Democrat. Of course, that's why they got rid of Eric Swalwell, because they were worried that 2 Republicans could make the runoff. But Hilton is, on target with the issues. He comes across well. That was the right approach to take to that particular question. I'm just hoping that voters of California will realize that, left-wing policies are not doing their state any favors. They're losing business. They're losing population. They need to follow the example of Florida. I just wrote a column last week praising Ron DeSantis. That's what we need to have as the model for the nation. No personal income taxes, pro-business. People will flood there. And California is doing the exact opposite. They're pushing people away. So I wish the 2 Republican candidates well. I love the miracle chance that maybe the 2 of them will make the runoff. If not, if there's a Democrat and a Republican in the runoff, it'll most probably be the Democrat.
Well, I want to get your thoughts on Democrat Katie Porter. Of course, she made headlines for all the wrong reasons. I believe it was last year, from storming off and refusing to answer questions during a CBS interview.
Subscribe. Good morning.
Bizarre advertising campaign, which we'll get into in a moment. But I want to get your thoughts on how she handled herself, essentially saying the quiet part out loud during the debate.
It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have, are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy.
Right. Once again, it's all about the illegals. They didn't come here the right way. If they came here the right way, no arguments. They came here bogus as hell. And Biden and Harris let it happen.
economy, they pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been
They on welfare. How they paying taxes?
growing in recent years.
One of the only ways that California has been growing in recent years. Jeff, can I get your reaction to that?
I mean, she did spill the beans, didn't she? I mean, that is exactly what's been going on. They've been welcoming people there illegally. They've been pushing out taxpayers and businesses that employ folks. They're doing the exact opposite of what you need to do, and she's championing it. She is a particularly loathsome candidate. She comes across to me as mean-spirited, nasty. I mean, I've seen all the videos of the way she treats her staff, which treats other people. I cannot imagine even liberal California voting for somebody like that. She's just, to me, a repulsive candidate. So she doesn't come across very well in the debates, in my opinion. She's like she's lecturing. She's talking down to people. That's how she comes across to me.
Josh, what do you make of Katie Porter?
Yeah, I mean, Jeff took the words basically out of my mouth. Actually, in fact, the word that I was about to use was reprehensible. But Jeff used repulsive. We basically are on the exact same page here. Gabriella, it was fairly recently that Donald Trump faced his third attempted assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I bring that up because Katie Porter sent out a fundraising email less than 48 hours after that happened. And if memory serves, because I saw a screenshot from a friend who was on this listserv for whatever reason, and the subject line of this email, again, if memory serves, was F Trump, except she actually spelled out the full word. And the whole text of this email was just dripping with, say it with me, F Trump. He's a fascist, is there? And I saw that. It's like, you people have absolutely learned nothing. You know, you took the 24 or 36 hours off after Butler, Pennsylvania, after West Palm Beach, Florida, after my friend Charlie Kirk was tragically assassinated, and then it's back to the same old darn thing. Katie Porter is awful. She is probably, now that Eric Swalwell is out, I mean, talk about a race to the bottom, but now that Eric Swalwell is out, Katie Porter is probably the single most despicable candidate in this particular race there. I don't think she's going to make it to the jungle primary. I would frankly be flabbergasted if so. I'm not going to say that there's a silent majority of Californians, because that would be way too optimistic and bullish, but there is a silent percentage of some undetermined number of Californians who I think have just had enough when it comes to far left government.
Other side, welcome to the chat, other side.
Democrat probably will be
welcome to the chat. Like, share, and subscribe. My name is Deunta.
More moderate figure than Katie freaking Porter.
Let's just take a look at her recent campaign ad.
You say she's the smartest person in the room.
And I'm not like most people who run for governor. I actually get what you're going through. A single mom of 3 kids, I know what it's like to push the shopping cart. My minivan has almost 200,000 miles. I have a grown kid who may soon be living on my
Why are you single? What happened?
couch. To give Californians what they need, it's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot?
The thing is, that last scene, get out of my shot, she's trying to make light of the way that she treated her staff, which was exposed, where she says, get out of my effing shot. But apparently it's very funny. But Josh, you made the point about how she responded after attempts on Donald Trump's life. We've just recently seen another assassination attempt, I think, since we've last spoken just only 2 weeks ago. Finally, MS Now is admitting that there is an alarming pattern of far-left violence, something that we have been discussing and covering for some time now. But let's finally take a look at how MS Now is reporting.
There's some evidence that he attended or was associated with a No Kings protest. So it really fits the pattern of what we've seen with Luigi Mangione, accused of killing the United Healthcare CEO, or Tyler Robinson, accused of killing Charlie Kirk, of this sort of people on the far left fringes who have become radicalized, who are living in a world of unreality, bombarded by conspiracy theories, who decide that they have to take violent action, and it's contributing to a climate of political violence in this country that we have not seen since the 1960s. So more questions will be asked.
I mean, finally, it is refreshing that we get a bit of truth on MS Now. I mean, you look back at some previous comments that have been aired on that platform where some commentators have blamed the right or MAGA for left-wing violence. Jeff, can I get your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, they had to admit it. I mean, it was just overwhelming. I mean, the man left a manifesto where he just laid it all out. I mean, and we saw his donation to Kamala Harris, and he was involved with several left-wing groups. And, you know, this does fit a pattern. I mean, I would say that the ones who tried to kill President Trump were from the left, Ryan Routh and Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Isn't Ellen overseas somewhere? She can run for governor. She don't love America. She left America.
Forget that. That was in 2017. And of course, the great Charlie Kirk. So this has really been going on now for years. And it's really something that has accelerated in the age of Trump. So in the last 11 years of Donald Trump being a presidential candidate and a major figure, the left has just exploded with anger and hatred. And now they're promoting it in their commercials. People elected in Illinois and various blue states are using this kind of language to whip up support. It's despicable. I mean, it should be condemned by a decent political party, but the Democrats aren't. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries was talking about warfare. I mean, this is just something that the leaders of the party push. So, of course, their candidates are going to do it as well. And this is going to seep down to crazy people that are going to take violent action. So it really starts at the top in the Democratic Party, and it needs to be addressed. It's a real problem in our country.
I want to move on to something a bit lighter, but quite funny, actually. Former President Barack Obama says that pressure on him to continue being politically active throughout the Trump administration has created tension in his marriage with Michelle Obama. So he's essentially blaming Donald Trump for the problems he's got with Michelle Obama. Obama told The New Yorker, quote, "She wants to see her husband easing up and spending more time with her, enjoying what remains of our lives, but it does create a genuine tension in our household, and it frustrates her." So, Josh?
Like the title says, Democrat blaming Trump, no policies. Are you serious? Obama is blaming Trump for his marriage? Michelle Ben stopped coming around before Trump. She don't love America either. She blamed everything about races and money, but you got voted in twice. America voted for you guys twice. I don't understand how she keep complaining.
Is this a whole new level of Trump derangement syndrome that it's creating marriage problems for Barack Obama?
Gabrielle, I'm so happy you asked because I actually devoted the first 15 to 20 minutes of my own show to this very topic. I'm probably going to write my syndicated column on this very topic this week as well, actually. And the question that I have is very simple. Why is Barack Obama not going away? Why is he not leaving the American people alone? Barack Obama is the first president since Woodrow Wilson, literally over about roughly a century ago. He's the first president since Woodrow Wilson to not physically depart Washington, D.C. after...
You say leave Obama alone. How are we going to leave him alone? This is what he put out. This is what he's talking about. This is what Michelle's talking about on her podcast, how she hated 10 years of being in the White House. They keep being relevant. Tell them to stay off the TV. Tell them to get rid of their podcast. Don't come in the chat talking crazy like that. Come on, Antonio. Do better than that. Do better, Antonio.
His term is over. To this day, Barack and Michelle own a house in Calorama, which is a very Tony upscale neighborhood in D.C., roughly 1 to 1.5 miles from the White House. Essentially a short walk. And not only has he physically not left the nation's capital, he was, as we saw with some images, he was in and out of the Biden White House there. We can speculate as to what he was doing there, but clearly he was an influential player behind the scenes there when it came to Biden with his declining cognition. And now he's just making the rounds, opining on seemingly every issue under the sun. He had this propaganda video supporting Abigail Spanberger's highly partisan gerrymandering in Virginia.
Antonio, he just said, Obama missed tension in the White House because of Trump. What you not hearing?
With Stephen Colbert talking about how Republicans don't respect the rule of law, they don't respect judicial independence, that this, that there. I mean, we can talk about this on the merits all we want to there. I'll say one example. Obama talking about Republicans and how they allegedly don't respect judicial independence. Gabrielle, I feel like it was just yesterday that in the lead up to the big Obamacare case at the Supreme Court, NFB versus Sebelius back in 2012, Barack Obama gave a truly despicable Rose Garden White House speech saying, "I don't think the justices will ever overturn my law there. They're not going to go down that dark path." And the Wall Street Journal editorial board the next day ran an editorial basically saying Barack Obama versus Marbury versus Madison, maybe the most famous Supreme Court case in the history of the Supreme Court, where they said that the courts actually exist for this reason. They literally review statutes to see whether they comply with the Constitution. So the guy is a glaring hypocrite. He astonishingly lacks self-awareness. But even more basic and rudimentary than that, my question is, why does he feel this insatiable itch to insert himself into the middle of everything?
Right, sit down somewhere, Obama. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Let's get to 2,000 subs today. Why not? Why not? Thank you.
Barack Obama thinks that his you-know-what smells better than everyone else's you-know-what. He thinks that he is smarter and holier than thou than everyone else there, and he's going to rub it in your face until probably the day he dies for it.
Josh, I'm glad I asked you that question as well, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of what you have to say about it. Jeff, look, do you agree? What is it with Barack Obama? Why won't he go away? And why is he blaming Trump for his marriage issues?
Well, if you ever listen to Michelle Obama's podcast, I mean, she hates her husband. I mean, she's constantly denigrating him, making fun of him. There seems to be a lot of trouble in paradise, and I wouldn't blame Donald Trump for that. I mean, that, again, for the left, every problem is Donald Trump. I mean, they just constantly are having Trump derangement syndrome. I agree with Josh about the arrogance of this man. He's just haughty. He just comes across to me in a very uncomfortable way. But among Democrats, I guess they view him as their best spokesman. I mean, look at the last few presidential
because they have no leader.
Joe Biden is mentally incompetent. Kamala Harris is a horrible spokeswoman. And then you've got Hillary Clinton. She won't go away either. So you've got these two people that are still hanging around trying to get in and insert themselves in political discussions. And that shows you the weak bench of the Democrat Party. They don't have a lot of effective people to make the case for their party. I mean, it's really a sad situation if you're a Democrat.
Right. When Biden was doing it, it was all cool. They said it wasn't Biden's fault when it came to gas prices. No, it's not Biden's fault. It's okay. We send that money to Ukraine, and the Ukraine war is hurting us. No, it's not. We good. Now Trump does his part. Oh, we've fallen apart. Where's our democracy? Fuck y'all democracy. That's the problem. Democracy is about control. And it's not about America, putting American first. It's all about control. And Donald Trump came in and disrupted democracy. And I'm so glad he did. Let's continue.
Oh, absolutely. No, you're spot on there.
Like, share, and
I
subscribe.
want to ask you about this. Europe is scrambling to bolster defense capability following the Pentagon's decision to remove 5,000 soldiers from German territory. The US has not specified to NATO which operations will be impacted, and European nations have been, of course, preparing for an eventual change in US forces, but they were not consulted before this announcement. And NATO is reportedly still assessing the broader implications of this decision to cut 5,000 US troops from NATO territory. Josh, can I get your thoughts around this?
Okay, so first of all, Trump announced that he's winding down roughly 5,000 troops from Germany, which is a country where America previously had roughly 37,000 troops. So if I have the numbers right there, it's declined from 37,000 to 32,000, to which the rational, reasonable observer probably says, why do we still have 32,000 troops still in Germany? Not why are we getting rid of 5,000 out of...
And have you not watched what we just showed you? Michelle don't love Obama.
The more important one is, what is NATO in the year 2026? I've actually been asked this question.
Every time Obama has something going on, Michelle don't show up. At least Hillary Clinton shows up.
Question for years, frankly. I genuinely do not know what the answer is. I think I'm a decently smart person. I could actually not tell you why NATO exists in the year 2026. NATO was founded in 1949 to at least control the expansion of the Soviet Union. And
are y'all serious in the chat? Y'all say leave Obama alone. You should have told Obama to sit his ass down when it came to the two ladies that was running against each other. The black and white lady. He chose the white lady, told everybody to vote for her because she was a Democrat, and go against the black lady because she was a Republican. He told everybody to vote for Kamala Harris. Obama been around for a long time now, man. What are you talking about? He making himself be talked about because he won't sit his ass down. And that bogus ass podcast his wife got.
Perhaps even to defeat it. And that's actually exactly what happened. It happened with the fall of the Berlin Wall in the year I was born, 1989, and then 2 years later with the fall of the Soviet Union and the dissolution into the Russian Federation in 1991. So the literal raison d'etre, the reason for NATO existing, was accomplished, which, that deserves a ton of plaudits there. But why fast forward 3.5 decades are they still here? And more relevant to the point, as an American, I ask, what do we get out of it? Clearly not a whole lot. Donald Trump and Marco Rubio are totally
What's up,
correct
Jason?
to ask these questions there. So I would put to NATO the following question. If I were President Trump, if I were Marco Rubio there, I would say to Mark Rutte, the General Secretary, what do we get from this relationship here? Like, how do we benefit? We're providing the overwhelming majority of the money, the resources, the assets, this and that there. Russia is obviously an enemy of the United States. I'm not a Putin fan by any stretch of imagination. He's a very...
All right, fuck Obama. How about that? Subscribe, everybody. Subscribe. 60 people in the chat. Let's get it, baby. 2,000 subs. Why not? We can do it. Name is Deunta. Let's continue.
Very, very bad man. But there's somewhat of a paper
Beautiful
tight.
Bill, good
Russia
morning.
has proven to be deeply ineffective on the battlefield against Ukraine for the past 4+ years now. America's number one threat in this century is China. And frankly, I would like to see somewhat of a shift away from these multinational European, Europe-centric alliance structures and more heavily focus in this century really on our big threat, which is the Chinese Communist Party in the Indo-Pacific.
Well, look, I think you're absolutely right. I think lots of people would agree with you there. Jeff, what do you make of what Josh just had to say?
No, I agree with Josh. I wrote a column recently about the United States getting out of NATO. I mean, I really don't see the purpose of it. I mean, we have been propping up these European countries literally for over a century. And we have been there for them. Were they there for us in this recent a request that we had that they help out with Iran? They were not. So they showed their colors. In fact, the Chancellor of Germany said that Iran humiliated us, which is ridiculous. So what the president did is say, all right, 5,000 of these troops.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
And again, I would extend this to the United Nations. What good is the United Nations? What value have we received from the United Nations? We are the peacemaker of the world. Donald Trump is the peacemaker of the world.
How you doing, Amanda? How you doing?
7 Nobel Peace Prizes for all the peace deals.
To everybody that's new in the chat, everybody is welcome. I'm a Trump supporter, American first person. I'm not here to push nothing on you guys. I'm here to share it. If you're a Democrat, you can be here all you want. You can be independent. You can be all you want. But if you're a bot, no problem. We're here to talk shit, have some fun, agree, disagree, pray for each other, love each other. It's all about common sense. Most of all, love. But let's continue. Like, share, and subscribe. My name is Deunta.
Deals he's made. The UN has done 0. So NATO, we're the biggest
No
contributor.
bots.
We need to get out of that, in my opinion. The UN, we're the biggest contributor. We need to get out of that, in my opinion. We need to stop propping up all of these organizations that really don't deliver at all and focus on the major threats. And of course, China is definitely the biggest threat.
Antonio, I'm 43 years old, man. I've been a Democrat.
And the media always...
I'm 43 years old. I've been a Democrat. I'm off that shit. I'm red pill. I'm not black pill. I'm red pill for life, period. I've been a Democrat. I've been down that path. So I'm not going back.
Talks about, well, how Donald Trump doesn't treat our allies well. They don't treat us well. And this has been going on for literally decades. So I would like to see the president accelerate this and let the Europeans that are rich countries, they can handle more of their defense needs. You know, they have a cradle-to-grave socialist state in many of these countries. They're allowed to do that because we've handled so many of their defense needs. We've been protecting them.
What, Bobby Short? What cop pulled me over and put the knees on my neck and all that? Ain't no police brutality. And that's one thing that's going on. I'm glad that we got body cams. I'm gonna find another video. It's a body cam video. I think it's by Don Bengino, and breaks down how the body cam destroys the Black Lives Matter narrative. Because now the body cam is showing that people lunging at them, people not complying to the officers. You get pulled over, keep your hands on the wheel, and listen and comply. If they bogus, sue the shit out of them. If not, most of all, comply. The body cam showing that people ain't complying. It breaks the whole narrative. Now they want to get rid of body cams. Y'all Democrats are funny, man. I'm gonna pull it up for you guys. Give me a sec. I'm gonna find that video with Don Bengino. That's crazy.
Socialism to their citizens. I'm tired of the American taxpayer providing all of these benefits for these European nations. So I think President Trump is right on target. And I hope he follows through on even more reductions of these troop levels in Europe.
Well, President Trump is not just the peacemaker. He's also a pretty good dancer, always busting out his iconic moves, including teaching students how to do the Trump dance at the White House earlier this week. Josh, it's so great to watch. You know, even the kids getting excited. I can't do it as well as Donald Trump, but you know, it's iconic.
Yeah, it is iconic. I mean, this is one of Donald Trump's greatest political skills is that he is dancing for sure, but he's just a very funny man. I mean, his sense of humor when he speaks, his antics, his body language, his facial expressions, yes, his dancing. He tends to put people in a good mood, unless, of course, you are a deeply neo-puritanical, liberal on MS Now, in which case he's a fascist. But if you're a basic salt of the earth American, as we would say, if you're a basic red blood American here, you see your commander in chief cracking jokes from the White House lectern, from the Oval Office, the Resolute Desk there, doing dance like this there. I mean, this dance has become a universal icon. You literally have NFL players who are getting touchdowns in the NFL and spiking the ball and then doing the Donald Trump dance there. I mean, this has become a cultural symbol. It has transcended politics there. So this is one of Donald Trump's greatest skills, one of the many reasons I think that he will go down. Ultimately, when all is said and done, despite liberals' hysteria and their claims to the contrary, I think that he will actually go down as one of probably, if I had to guess, the 10 most transformative presidents probably of all time when all is said and done.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no one else like him, and it's extraordinary. Think of the pressure he's under with what's happening.
With the young girl, Chai over at Libs at TikTok put out this tweet yesterday. It was about police body cams. Again, going back to the video of the FedEx demon with the young girl. It's police body cams ended the entire BLM grift. This might be the greatest backfire in history. You are damn right. Look at some of the imagery from police body cams. We were told about all these. Everything's racist to them. There's nothing to do with the majority of this crime is perpetrated on minority communities, including the black community. Look at some of the images from police body cams. These are years ago, before police body cam. Greatest backfire in history. And I had said this. If you listen to my show, I've said this over and over. There were some people, a small group of people on the right, body cams are intrusive, they're going to be abused. And I said, the body cam is the greatest invention ever, because I know cops. I've been with the NYPD, the Secret Service, and the FBI. I think I'm the only person ever done those three. I've seen it all. And the cops out there I know are good guys. And when you see those images, put those back up there. You're going to tell me like
Tech
this
support,
was
what
racism? I'm not telling you there's not use of force incidents that shouldn't have happened and we should prosecute those vigorously and harshly. I'm just telling you, forget the stupid race arguments and all this crap. There was a video I saw on X yesterday. I think his name is, forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, Alex Karakatanis. He's talking about this body cam issue. How liberals are now so disturbed that their racist cop narratives are falling apart because people are seeing it. They're seeing it now. They're like, gosh, I would have done the same thing, defended my life. They're seeing what crime looks like. You even have the mayor of Seattle, Katie Wilson, wants to pull down police cameras in the street because she doesn't want you to see what's going on, because she knows you'll never vote for the defund the police Democrats again. Here's this guy, Karakatanis, freaking out about police body cams because they're realizing their entire defund the police grift is going away. Check this out.
In the wake of Michael Brown, we'll market it.
And hey, Antonio, who is George Soros? That's Democrats funding person. George Soros, I'm saying his name right.
To low information people in the public, to well-meaning liberal people, will market it as accountability and transparency. And so they totally shifted, and then they were able to get hundreds of millions of dollars to toward their goal of outfitting every single cop in the United States with a mobile surveillance camera that the police control. They control when it's on, when it's off, what it captures, when something is captured, is released to the public. So if the police capture, let's say, an undocumented immigrant committing some crime, that's out on Fox News and the New York Post within hours. But if they capture the police doing something horrific, the public may never see that video. So body cameras are a mirage. And as I write in the propaganda book, and it's really critical to understand exactly how it happens, not only do they not reduce police violence, but they have been an essential propaganda tool in convincing so many well-meaning people across our society that the authorities care about police violence, that they want accountability, that they're doing something right, and it distracts people from the core, important kinds of changes that we need, which is to reduce the size and power of these bureaucracies.
You believe this bullshit? This guy's not concerned about reducing the size and power of the criminal workforce. He's concerned about reducing the police bureaucracies, a euphemism for defund the police. Why? Why does he hate police body cameras so much? Because the truth has always been the enemy of liberalism and progressivism. Always. Every single thing they tell you is bullshit bumper sticker politics. Defund the police. Tax the rich. Healthcare for all. You're like, well, Dan, those things all sound great if you're a liberal, until you realize defund the police results in people getting killed quickly in the street. Tax the rich and they leave and you have no jobs. Healthcare for all means healthcare for none as they start to ration healthcare. See, we've had to tell people the truth. And the body cam and crime have completely destroyed the left-wing narrative on policing in America. There is no body cam for tax the rich.
In the police, and then he's making time to teach students how to do the Donald Trump dance. Des, what do you make when you see that clip? Do you kind of agree with Josh there that it's probably one of his greatest skills that he can? That he's hilarious.
Of course. I mean, nobody does it like Donald Trump. I mean, he has great charisma. He oozes with personality. He's able to connect with his audience.
Bobby Shorts, hey, get off the phone, man. If you feel that I'm brainwashing or somebody's brainwashing, you brainwashing yourself. Put the phone down, man. It's okay. I'm not here to brainwash nobody. Wow.
Audiences
put the phone
on
down.
So many different levels, and no other president has those kind of skills. And we got to remember, I mean, he came from New York, from the real estate world. He was also a television star. He's a showman. Yeah. He's a best-selling author. I mean, he had The Apprentice. I mean, he had a #1 show. So we can connect with people, and that ability to have fun, that charisma that comes from him is just infectious. So that's why so many people love him. He's got the MAGA world in the palm of his hand. I mean, we do have obviously haters out there, but yeah, this kind of bond that he has with his supporters, I haven't seen since Reagan. And certainly it's very unique among presidents who don't have that kind of connection with the American people. And that's one of the reasons why. He's just a very likable guy who has fun.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we can kind of just see why people absolutely love him. He's so refreshing. It's completely opposite to what we get when we see some Democrat politicians. Before I let you both go, it is time for our media meltdown of the week. Former MSNBC star host, whatever you want to call her, Joy Reid, a long-time TDS sufferer. She's once again had a spectacular meltdown, this time warning how J.D. Vance scares her more than Donald Trump.
This guy scares me more than Trump.
Bobby, how is my job?
Trump
what are you talking about?
A self-absorbed
what job?
goof.
Yeah, a useful idiot, I think.
Idiot whose narcissism and sort of almost self-loathing because he was never a legitimate billionaire. All he wants is to be a king and to be a billionaire. Being president gave him the kingdom and gave him billionaire status off of these Bitcoin schemes. He's living his best life now, and then he wants revenge against everyone who was ever mean to him. He's Charlie from the Star Trek episode. And that's all he is. He's a simple man with not a lot of complex views. Vance has complex views, and they are frightening. And this guy would implement Project 2025 on purpose, not Trump doing it by accident.
Oh no, she's pointing her finger. Josh, you know she's very serious when she's acting like that.
So first of all, I find this Project 2025 thing absolutely perplexing that people still bring this up. To be clear, Project 2025 was the handiwork of the Heritage Foundation, which is like the standard bearer conservative think tank in America for the past half century plus. So I kind of just can't help but laugh to myself whenever I hear Democrats and liberals to this day still say that this plan, which Trump essentially aborted on the campaign trail, he said, oh, they say it's so scary there. And to me, it's kind of just, have you read it? I mean, what are you struggling? But the broader point here about Joy Reid or joyless Joy Reid, as I like to call her. I mean, do you know how crazy, Gabriella, you have to be in order to essentially get fired from MSNBC/MS Now? I mean, do you know how totally delusional? If memory serves, Mehdi Hassan similarly was actually let go by MSNBC. I think actually for being too anti-Semitic, which is just utterly shocking given the baseline here for MSNBC. But none of this is coherent. When she's talking here about taking out retribution, I mean, were you alive, joyless Joy? Were you alive during the Biden administration? Were you alive to see what Merrick Garland and Jack Smith did to Donald Trump, trying to prosecute, put in jail, and bankrupt by any means necessary their political opposition there? I listen to people like Barack Obama. I listen to people like Joy Reid there. And to me, it's almost as if the Biden-Harris years just didn't happen. But guess what? They did happen, which is why Donald Trump won all 7 swing states in 2024.
Absolutely. Jeff, finally, before I let you go, your take on joyless Joy Reid?
You know, she's a has-been. She needs help. I mean, she needs treatment for her TDS, as so many of these liberals do. I mean, it's really sad to see them. I mean, Donald Trump is just something they're obsessed with. I mean, they can't go through any conversation without mentioning Trump and their hatred for Trump. So you see what's going on now. So now they're moving on to 2028. She's picking J.D. Vance to sort of criticize and get all worried about. And this is going to be going on now over the next few years. They're going to be picking out all the Republican candidates and talking about how demonic they are and how crazy they are and how conservative they are and dangerous. And this will be going on as we get ready for the next presidential election. So Joy Reid will be doing it on our podcast, which fortunately not too many people will be seeing. But the good news is not too many people watch MSNBC or MS Now because their ratings are terrible. So I'm glad that people are at least getting wise to how crazy these people are, and they're not tuning in. So that's a good thing.
Right, 81. The whole world, for all the Democrats, was cool with Trump. But soon Trump said he wasn't a Democrat, became Republican. That's when he became racist. So anybody that's conservative or Republican, we now racist all of a sudden. But that's not the case. We just want America to do better and thrive and have America be number one superpower. Why not?
And as Josh says,
we got free speech. Anybody else, no free speech. And then not only that, some of these countries don't even have no electricity or TVs. So, you know, why are they fighting so hard for these other countries? They can't even see what's going on. And that's sad. But other than that, I'm going to continue. Like, share, and subscribe.
Just how crazy you actually have to be to get fired from MSNBC, now MS Now, and you're right. These people are absolutely obsessed with Donald Trump. It's an obsession. They can't talk about anything else without putting it through the lens rather of Donald Trump. It's extraordinary to watch the meltdowns, and there's a lot of them to cover. Senior editor at large at Newsweek, Josh Hammer, and broadcaster and commentator Jeff Cruer. Thank you both so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
Thanks so much.
There's a growing concern for American seniors that isn't getting enough coverage in the media. Several officials have now acknowledged a significant error in government-provided directories, that the information is often inaccurate. People are finding out far too late that their plan doesn't actually cover their preferred.
Policy is very simple. You vote for a Reform MP, you will not have a detention facility in your constituency. But if you vote Green, or those that support open borders in the world, that's where the detention centres are going to be.
You just put others in. Then we had the Obama administration. Wonderful, wonderful person. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? We had the Obama administration, which phased out this wonderful tradition of physical fitness. Thank you, Barack, very much. Great job.
Oh, yeah, here you go. Still trying to stay relevant. They got the Sin Barry out there to save the day. Send Obama out there to save the day for the Democrat Party. You just can't get rid of him. Oh, boy.
The center is nonpartisan, but you yourself are still a member of the Democratic Party. Yeah. There's a debate on what the direction of the Democratic Party should be. It looks like it's going to be a fairly good midterm election for the Democrats. Chance to take the House, if not the Senate. But there's a big debate on what the leadership would be like going forward. Basically, it's liberals versus the left, to be very reductive about it. As my children say to me, Dad, you're a liberal. We're leftists. Because they're like, liberals are people who think things should basically stay the same. You know what I mean? And the next
Come on, chat. What y'all talking about now, chat? Oh, this is Obama. Tells us to get off the TV. Look what he's doing. He's making it be what we talk about. He's doing this. If he's not on TV, we won't talk about him.
Generation really wants things to change. So you have great leaders. You have people like Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill.
Oh, hell.
But then you have further left, like AOC or Zoran Mamdani. What direction do you think would be best for?
That was the fakest crowd button they've hit ever. That didn't even sound real. Look, let's go back and hear that.
AOC or Zoran Mamdani. What direction do you?
That wasn't like. Now we have to edit in a crowd clapping and going and roaring. These people are so fake, man. The fake news media ought to be ashamed of itself.
I think would be best for this party to actually achieve change.
Well, two things I want to say. First, you're right. The presidential center is nonpartisan. And the reason I want to mention that is because I'm worried about the Republican Party, not just the Democratic Party.
Oh, hell.
When I was president, people would ask me, well, what change would you like to see in Washington? I'd say, I'd love a loyal opposition. I'd love a Republican Party that was conservative in some ways.
What? I told y'all, Trump has broke this clown here and just everybody. Trump has broke the world of politics, man. You know, you just can't. Did he really just say that?
Yeah, didn't agree with me on a whole bunch of stuff, but believed in rule of law and judicial independence and empirical evidence and science, and wasn't.
That's not an actual audience clapping. Can they cut out these sound effects? They are using sound effects on these clips.
Constantly tapping into our worst impulses. And there has been a Republican Party like that in the past, and I want to see that return because I think you have to have two healthy parties.
I want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Playing on this mess live. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. Y'all notice how the kids and Pete Hegseth laugh when Trump mentioned Obama in the Oval Office?
Thank you, Barack, very much. Great job.
Thank you, Barack. Thank you, Barack. Thank you, Obama. But now, Barack Hussein Obama is getting ripped for dropping this line with a straight face. The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting whoever the president wants prosecuted.
A couple that I followed even though they weren't law. And I want us, we're going to have to do some work to return to this basic norm, and we probably now have to codify it. The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting whoever the president wants to prosecute.
Right, because technically it's under the executive branch. The norm is that it's independent.
The idea is that,
again, sound effect clip. I mean,
thank you guys. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys. To get to 2,000 subs today.
Stephen Colbert, the CBS, this late night show mess. They're using sound effects. It's not an actual audience clapping.
the Attorney General is the people's lawyer. It's not the president's consigliere.
That's rich enough now to pucker your face. Our current president had plenty of political prosecutions targeting him. You have the Russia probe in 2016,
Yeah,
which
we might have it in
started when
public.
Obama was still in office. Trump was federally charged in the election and document cases, both dismissed. And don't forget the local lawfare, the Manhattan criminal case related to record keeping, and the New York Attorney General suing him over his business practices. But never mind that. Obama says he would love a Republican Party that believes in the rule of law.
I tell you, man, what a disgrace, man. What an absolute disgrace. Talking about I'm worried about the Republican Party. There's a lot of things you should be worried about, Barry, especially the Democrat Party. This clown here.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates
his stepsister.
Yeah, I wear my hat in public, man. I wear my hat in public. Yes, I do. Just at a Rockford parade.
In-law. This is his stepsister-in-law right here. Half a cent, Obama. This is his stepsister right here. Check out Obama's stepsister, y'all.
To the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
To answer your question, chat, whoever answered that, asked why I wear my hat in public. Paul Oaks. Yeah, I wear my hat in public, Paul Oaks. Come on, man.
It's a complete laughing stock down there, man, with these politicians, boy. Especially the Democrat Party. A complete laughing stock.
We're going to have to do some work to return to this basic norm, and we
dependent.
The norm, the idea is that the Attorney General is the people's lawyer. It's not the president's consigliere.
Right, even when it's body cam.
Thank you.
And so
Almost there. We almost there.
Two of the core principles of a democracy. We can survive a lot. Bad policy, funky elections. There's a bunch of stuff that we can overcome. We can't overcome the politicization of the criminal justice system, the awesome power of the state. You can't have a situation in which whoever's in charge of the government starts.
I'm so sick of hearing this this clapping sound effect they didn't put on top of this mess.
Using that to go after their political enemies or reward their friends, right? So another power maybe I'd say would be although this is in the Constitution, it's a little hard to change, but maybe don't pardon people who've given you a bunch of campaign contributions.
It's all good, Bobby Short. It's all right. I'm glad you're in the chat. If you don't subscribe to the channel, it's all good. I'm glad you're here. Ain't no problem. Glad you're in the chat.
Some sense of the Justice Department being
This is the biggest fraud, the biggest hypocrite, man. Obama ought to be ashamed of himself.
Dependent in making judgments about specific cases
no problem.
Prosecutions.
And especially after what the previous administration did, he ought to be ashamed of himself, man.
Yeah, I would consult with Eric Holder, with my
and his administration,
Attorney General, all the time around broad policy issues. But that's different than who do you charge, what case do you bring. Second thing is the military. Don't politicize our military. As president, you are commander-in-chief. You are responsible for directing our military. But there had been a whole series.
Again, they got this fake audience sound effect clapping, and it's just Trump bad, Trump derangement syndrome. When we I'm worried for the Republican Party.
Right now it's 4,000 people watching this, bro. Bobby Short is 4,000 people watching this. So it's all good.
Well, the military, it's just a disgrace.
You don't see what I see.
Of norms that were in place to ensure that you weren't trying to make that military loyal to you as opposed to the Constitution and the people of the United States. We're going to have to find
the Constitution. I mean,
mechanisms to restore that. And then, a good policy that I'd like to see followed is that the President of the United States shouldn't have.
And my channel's not to brainwash nobody. You don't have to be here to watch what I'm sharing. Other than that, it's all good. Everybody's welcome to the chat. But I'm not here to brainwash nobody. Period.
A bunch of side hustles that those companies and foreign entities can invest in.
How much of that is just jealous that you didn't think of selling a sneaker?
A good policy that the president shouldn't have a bunch of side hustles that companies and foreign entities can invest in. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a disgrace. And Obama is telling Americans to stop believing conspiracy theories about secret underground government bunkers allegedly housing alien bodies.
The ring of truth. It was just a guy finally let it out. And then the next day you're like, well, what I meant was, I'm sure that somewhere out there, given the infinite, nature of the universe, no one buys that. Just come clean, man. You don't want to tarnish a reputation for just like frankness and honesty at this point of your career.
Oh, Lord.
Sir, at long last, won't you just...
I thought it was so obvious what I meant.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Oh, it was obvious what you meant. But we all got the message.
Here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
For those of you who still think that, we've got little green men underground somewhere.
Yeah.
One of the things you learn as president is government is terrible at keeping secrets. This idea of conspiracy theories, if there were aliens or alien spaceships or anything under the control of the United States government that we knew about, seen, photographs, what have you, I promise you, some guy guarding the installation would have taken a selfie with one of the aliens and sent it to his girlfriend and present. It would leak.
Or there'd be like hints. There'd be like...
Honestly, hearing Obama talk about aliens, it makes people believe that there is aliens and everybody in the government, everything about our government is fraud and a lie. There got to be aliens somewhere. Just hearing him speak.
Certain hints out there, like...
I'm just saying, y'all.
Like a presidential center would look...
Hussein, let that sink in, have went on and stated that mentioning Donald Trump has caused genuine tension between him and Michelle. I mean, my God. Sir, why on God green earth do you think we care? I'm serious. I don't think none of us care. Matter of fact, why on God green earth do you think that we should believe that shit? Because I'm going to be honest with you, based on body language the last year and a half, 2 years, I'm at a point where I think you two just hate each other. You know what? Now that I think about it, are you saying that another man that you don't speak to on a day-to-day basis is starting conflict between you and your wife? Damn. I didn't know Donald Trump was that powerful. Democrats lie about some of the silliest things and they want us to have sympathy for them. We don't give a damn about you and Michelle. Matter of fact, why are you all even doing interviews and press conferences? What is going on? I thought you all retired. May I be smoking a cigar on Laguna Beach or something? You know what frustrates me about this? It frustrates me that he still, as of today, is trying to convince us that he cares about us. What type of games are you playing, bro? We allowed this to fly 15 years ago. It's not going to fly no more. Stop trying to pretend like you care about us. You may care about the Fruity Pebble community, but you don't care about the average American. You know, people, I come to a conclusion that Democrats is playing with us. And for whatever reason, they love playing with us and our emotions and playing with our intellectual capabilities, all right? They think we a bunch of buffoons. Now, Michelle, for the last 8 months, have been going around in press conference and interviews and doing this whole girl boss situation BS or whatever type of games that she playing on the negative 1% out there that are so
He's the president, Antonio. He got to be on TV. Makes no sense what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, it's very difficult in the White House. America wasn't ready for a black woman and a black man to be in the White House. America voted for you twice. I don't get it. Oh, America's not ready for my style of her. Yeah, because that's what the average American people are concerned with. you wearing some doo-doo braids. Are you kidding me? And yeah, we're still fighting that fight. Michelle, you're not fighting nothing. If you don't go get in your limo with your private security and your butler, who in the world still believe these people? I'm serious, man. Who in the tarnation hell is still believing these people? The fact that they continue put on this face is, honestly, I think is Oscar performance, if you ask me. Because for a bunch of people that know that the average American is not with them, they still constantly put on this face and pretend that American people are with them. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's Oscar performance right there. Now, as you know, Michelle Obama, she has a podcast which, quite frankly, isn't doing good because her views are very, very, very low. That tells you one thing. Liberals and black women are just sick of her shit. You know what I get sick of? This whole race, rage, baiting BS. Like, the ideal is always black, black, black. America isn't ready for black, black, black. Keep in mind, people, Barack Obama is the wealthiest prior president in history. To be quite frank, the mass majority of the country voted for this man. Keep in mind, though, voted for reasons that we all felt like some shit was going to get done because that's what he does. You know, Barack Obama, he's a smooth talker. And unfortunately, most of us were very easily manipulated. You know, I tell people this. I think when Barack Obama came in the picture, I think Democrats, they shift their dynamic of approach. You know what I mean? Like, Barack Obama came in with that smooth talking car salesman pitch, right? Something we never experienced in our life from any president, right? He was all hip with it and, you know, dabbing basketball players and walking with a slang and handsome to the girls. And, you know, something we never witnessed. So he got us real good. But Barack Hussein Obama, stop it. This is 2026. We ain't trying to hear that shit. I don't know who you think you're trying to bamboozle, but it ain't gonna be us. Now, if you don't go take your Mr. Potato ass, leave us alone.
Like a scout ship that's just come down from low orbit and landed in.
I think I would be a good emissary for the plan. You know, I could do a pretty good job. All right,
that's a good pitch.
Yeah.
We will keep that in mind.
What a disgrace and what a big waste of time.
Obama for a walkthrough of the Obama Presidential Center. The Obama Presidential Center houses a museum. Give me a tour. It's an incredible showcase art
in this big old ugly center. I mean, man, what a disgrace and a waste of money.
This will be sort of a hub for a lot of the activities that go on for years to come.
Partisan, but you yourself are still a member of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
There's a debate on what.
I'm worried about the Republican Party, not just the Democratic Party. When I was president, people would ask me, what change would you like to see in Washington? I'll say I love a loyal opposition. I'll love a Republican Party that was conservative in some ways, believed in the rule of law. I tell you, man, it's just Trump derangement syndrome now. Trump has broke this clown and the Democrat Party, man. You know, and they still try to push him out there to keep him relevant every single day. And you're going to see him every single day, especially as we are headed into the midterms. Oh, man. Obama. Y'all weigh in with your thoughts. I love y'all. God bless you all and your family. And I'll catch y'all in the next one. See ya.
Hey, good day, folks, and welcome to another edition of Lumberjack Logic Live. I'm your host, Neil Johnson. Always excited to be with you. And, folks, listen up. The conventional wisdom is dead wrong. It's already writing the obituary for the GOP in the midterms. They're saying Donald Trump has failed, the legacy will collapse, blah, 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 blah. The thread that just dropped on X, I'm going to pull from that. It's a lot of thoughts that I have been having. This guy just nailed it, but Republicans are not losing the House, folks. They are expanding it. I built a brand new map based off the redistricting outcomes. That will prove it to you, okay? We're talking about the Indiana blowout route. That's what we're looking at here, folks. The Supreme Court redistricting battles, especially South Carolina right now. You got to keep up those calls, keep up that pressure, and how the usual midterm headwinds are getting absolutely torched. And folks, I'm going to take you back to a special election that proved everything wrong. And this was, believe it or not, George Bush in 2002. California is turning competitive, folks. I don't know if you've seen the LA mayoral's race or what's going on with the governor's race out there, but it's wild. We've got the Trump-endorsed landslide victories. We got Democrats with zero message. Kamala Harris is supposedly back in it for president. So she'll be leading the charge there. And she will probably be out campaigning for these people in the midterms to give us a reminder of just how bad the Harris and Biden camp was. The map is redrawn. The base is locked in, folks. The silent majority is fired up. So we're going to break it all down. So strap in here. First, I want to talk briefly about midterm history. But before I do, we got a bunch of people jumping on the stream. Do me a favor, smash that like, chat in with where you're from. And folks, I'm going to do something really quick here and just get it out of the way. Give me 30 seconds. I got the greatest comment on my show. Rebecca, if you want to pull that up, this is involving chapter. This is from Kathy Weber. She said, I did it, Neil. I called charter. She means chapter, obviously. They hooked me up with 612660. On party almost always loses seats, making these three instances, along with what happened in 1822 and 1858, rare exceptions. Since World War II, only 1998 and 2002 saw the party in power gain House seats. So in 2002, the biggest outlier was George Bush. And, you know, as much crap as we give George Bush, I want to listen to how big he won. He gained seats in both the House and the Senate. That is only the second time since 1934 that had ever occurred. Bill Clinton actually gained seats in 1998 amid public disapproval of the impeachment proceedings against Clinton. And in 1934, Democrats gained seats in both houses, and that was during the time of the New Deal. So that's how hard this is. But I'm going to bring in a thread now, and I'm going to show you the map that I've created, folks. Bring up the tariff man there, Rebecca. Everyone is wrong about the mid.
Thank you guys for being in chat. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. Thank you. Name is Deunta.
Terms. Republicans aren't losing the House. They are going to expand it. Everyone is acting like this is the usual midterm where a swing is likely. Not this time. This guy actually, do you know who his professor was? I found out. The tariff man's professor was Victor Davis Hanson. So that makes this even more interesting. So let's start by looking at California. A Republican is leading the gubernatorial primary. Right now, Steve Hilton is leading in the primary in a number of polls that have come out recently. A Republican is competitive in the LA mayor's race. He just torched them in the debate last night. 6 months ago, that sentence would have seemed like a punchline. If Republicans are winning in California, folks, what does that say? Okay, the massive wins in Indiana and Ohio by Trump-selected candidates show the voters are happy with President Trump. So this goes back to the whole, there's this rift in MAGA and, Tucker, Candace, Megyn Kelly, whatever. Don't listen to all that crap. These people actually have very small influence. The audience may be large in comparison to other audiences, but it is actually very small in comparison to the total national audience. Okay, they don't have the influence they think they do. And most of us, if you didn't know Nick Fuentes was an op, honestly, I don't know what to say. How many of you in my chat right now, I'm going to watch the comments here, but how many of you realized that the guy who called for people to storm the Capitol on J6 and the liberal crazies of the Biden regime at the time had no interest in was a psyop? How many of you realized that at that time? Because I've never at the time had no interest in was a psyop. How many of you realized that at that time? Because I've never followed this guy at all. I can't even believe he has a following. It absolutely blows my mind that this guy has a following. And I'm looking here. Okay, he's a plant from the get-go. Yup. It's because of John. Okay, we've always known they're psyops. So this is the thing. Yeah, I mean, who would listen to this guy? I mean, he's like, who's that new guy? Rebecca. We always see him arguing with Scott Jennings on CNN for the Democrats. Like, he's a Turk. He's like 20 years old and a complete dork. He can't, like, he argued. I can't believe people give this guy the time of day. Like, I've never even shown a video of his. Something like Mackleburn or Macaroo or, you know, Looney Tunes. That's what he is. Okay? So this is what's going on. All right. This is taking place, and some people fell for it. I still can't believe that.
Subscribe. Let's get to 2,000 subs today. 2,000 subs. 29 people in the chat. That's enough for 2,000 subs. So why not? 2,000 subs.
When he talked about Butler, Pennsylvania, and it was just before the 2020 election. It was beautiful. I don't know what the heck happened to him. Went off the rails. I don't know. But let's go back to wins in Indiana and Ohio. Trump-selected candidates show the voters are very happy with Trump. Nearly every single Trump-endorsed candidate won, and won historically big. You cannot downplay this heading into the midterms. Rebecca, do me a favor. Look up, if you will, what happened. That was what race was that, folks? It was Indiana. Was that 23? We were still waiting for a decision on 3 votes separating them. The votes had not all been counted. So Indiana State Senate District 23. Where is that race at right now, Rebecca? I just thought of that. Okay. The Supreme Court decision, number 4, the Supreme Court decision to eliminate racist maps changes the game decisively in Republicans' favor. Districts with voters held hostage by Democrat machine politics will now have fairer and more equal representation by Republicans. That is an overnight Republican win. The Louisiana versus Calais decision cannot be overstated how big of a decision that was. What do you got, Rebecca?
It still has it as too close to call.
Is it still just 3 votes separating? Have they not counted any votes? What the hell is going on with these vote counts? What does it show? What does it show? Total votes.
Total votes 6,334 for Spencer and 6,331 for Paula.
Still 3 votes. So they have not even counted. So they're saying, you know, over 95% have reported, and they can't count the last few remaining votes in this race? Folks, is there election chicanery going on in Indiana right now to save this one dude's seat so we don't see an 8-for-8 wipeout? What's going on? Who's from Indiana in the chat? What's going on? Help me out. Unbelievable. Wait. By the way, Michelle, Agent Orange, Rainmaker, thanks for modding today. West Texas Intermediate is down, Jerry King says. 337 to 91.71 per barrel. Yeah, they have raised the chances of a peace deal in Iran now to 77% on the betting markets. That coming. Okay. People are saying spinning. I think that's on your end. Everybody else is seeing it fine right now. All right. Let's go on to the next one here, Rebecca. I went past the Supreme Court. Let's go to number 5. The Democrats are still cheating in New England, where 21 congressional seats remain all Democrat, even though there are tens of millions of Republicans across these states. The situation here can only get better, and it likely will. Number 6, the reality is, there he is, Nick Fuentes, that never Trumpers in the donor class thought for years that Tucker and Fuentes were the Trump base. They aren't. Now they are endorsing Democrats. The real base, the silent majority, is locked in and energized. By the way, I got to do a video, Rebecca. We have got to do a video. Hey, we got a super there. What's that? I just saw that come across. Immortal Legend 648. Thank you for that $15 super. I'm going to give that a heart. Vivek is a terrible candidate, and he was forced upon the voters by the state GOP over A.G. Yost. Yost may now be stepping aside for a private sector job, leaving for DeWine to appoint another AG. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, I don't know. I was there. Rebecca, you were with me. We were in New Hampshire the night that Vivek came out with Trump endorsement. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And I'm not prepping Rebecca on this at all. I want Rebecca to give you honest opinion. When you saw Vivek come up to Trump on stage, how was that interaction?
Well, it's been a little while, so I don't
not super fresh on the memory, but I remember it was kind of awkward. I don't know. It was a little awkward.
It was very awkward because Vivek tried to give Trump a hug.
Yeah.
And that did not fly. Donald Trump was very standoffish to Vivek. I do not think that Donald Trump ever truly trusted Vivek. He was basically, he saw Vivek coming out and endorsing him, and there were some people who liked Vivek, so Trump will take any endorsement. Okay? But it wasn't like, wow, you're welcome into the Trump inner circle.
Well, you been there.
That was not what happened there. I was there.
It's
We
a
were
red
what,
wave.
3 rows back at the rally. We were right there. I mean, we were right up front. We had special seating, and we saw it all go down. And Trump was very standoffish to Vivek. So it's a great comment. Thank you, Immortal Legend, for that, because it's a reality. I don't think Vivek. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to see. I would rather Vivek win than some Democrat lackey. But right now, it's not necessarily looking good. And the reason that workers in Ohio are not fired up about Vivek is because Vivek is all for these visas allowing foreign-born workers into the country. That's the reality. They don't trust him as a result of that. Okay? All right. Moving on to the next one. Perhaps most importantly, Democrats are lost. They have no unified message. They don't know whether to embrace wokeism or dial it down. They don't know whether to pursue abundance or pursue growth. And their voters are becoming more socialistic, more third worldist, etc. So I think he means third worldist. But Hassan Piker, in his own words, this is one of these nut job folks who podcast for the lefties. I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter. Therefore, I would vote for Hamas. Folks, listen to this. I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. The Democrat Party is so directionless, so out of touch with average, everyday Americans right now. The only thing they could do is run from their record and run a stealth campaign, not ever fully admitting to what they're actually up to. All right. Let's go on to number 8. The reality is that the Democrat Party has become a purely opposition party. The one amplified policy that has come out of the party during the Trump administration is a data center moratorium. In other words, Dems are anti-Trump, anti-Israel, and anti-tech. Okay, here's what that's doing, folks. That is, we have never, as the Republican Party, excuse me, we have not enjoyed the billions of dollars from the tech industry. We now are, because the people out in Silicon Valley are realizing a couple things. Number one, they're trying to put the millionaire tax on in Florida, the billionaire wealth taxes, just taxing the money these people have made. So they want to leave that state. They're moving to Texas. They're moving to states like that. They are also now endorsing Republicans and giving money to that because Republicans are not anti-data center. And I don't know where you're at with all this, folks, but here's all I'll say. I don't like AI. I have a love-hate relationship with it, okay? Because I want to see people employed. But here's what you need to understand. The people who are losing their jobs right now to AI are liberals. It's liberals who are losing their jobs to AI. Because blue-collar workers dominated by Republicans, by the actual people who built the country, their wages are going up, their jobs are in demand, a reasonably good paying job. And they're going to just continue to give him raises because welding is in demand. Building houses, framers are making big bucks. How many of my audience works in the trades or worked in the trades if you're retired? So just chat in. How many of you worked in the trades are excited about the blue-collar revolution, blue-collar workers actually getting their due, and all these people in the quote-unquote creative class, the white-collar managerial class, the HR class, all being replaced by AI? How many of you are more excited about blue-collar workers getting their due than these people, and then you are worried about people being replaced by AI who actually never cared about you anyways? It's I think there's actually, look at this, fabricating welder.
Subscribe if you haven't. Subscribe.
Look, folks, data centers are coming. Don't think for a second. There is no way on the face of God's green earth that you're going to be able to stop the data center revolution. Ain't going to happen. There's no way that we as a country should. Period. hands down. Let me tell you why. Every other country is going to build AI tech. We cannot fall behind those countries.
Healthcare for undocumented immigrants statewide.
Yes.
There is no California. It is just an extension of Mexico at this point. Hey, are you going to give the illegals Medicare? Yes. All right, then. Thank you.
Yes, and
that's, by the way, what I think Californians deserve as answers to these questions, Alex.
She's right there. Y'all deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. If this is who you're putting up to run for governor, then you absolutely do deserve it. Have at it. Make sure you give all your money. Don't go to the Met Gala next year. Just give your money up to Democrats in California. They will spend it better.
For critics who say that we can't afford it,
my view is that it's a bit rich for Javier to talk about following the law when he is mired personally in a corruption scandal where his former chief of staff, Sean McCluskey, when Javier was appointed by Joe Biden to be health secretary, he wanted his...
Oh, let me just explain. The bald head guy is Steve Hilton. He is probably going to, if not win, be the top Republican. And there's only two Republicans on there. Sheriff Chad Bianco, you'll see, and Steve Hilton. All the rest are scumbag Democrats.
Chief of staff to go with him. The salary wasn't enough. So what did they do? They took money from Javier's campaign account to top up his salary by funneling it to Dana Williamson, Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff, so that it was paid to this guy's wife. All of that is illegal. It is against state law. It's against federal law. My running mate for Attorney General, Michael Gates, has this evening written to Javier Becerra to make it clear.
Subscribe. It's about 20 people in the chat so far. Subscribe. Let's get to 2,000 subs.
He knows he did it. He did the deed. And he's sitting there smiling like it's no big deal because everybody steals in California. And so Steve Hilton is letting them know, if I get elected, we're coming for you. I'm telling you right now, we're going to come for you.
When he is Attorney General, Javier will be investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted for these crimes.
On the question of health care for the undocumented,
I said everybody in California has a...
This is Tom Steyer,
USA, MAGA, baby. Yes, I am MAGA.
And he just said, yeah, everybody in California. So when
like,
you
share,
hear
and
them
subscribe.
say Californians, they make no distinction. If your feet are on the soil in California, you're in California. It doesn't matter who you are. We're going to pay for everything.
Welcome to the chat, Kimberly.
Let's California should fund that. The truth of the matter is, immigrants built this state.
People of California, if you live in California, tell me what the hell these people talking about. Immigrants built this state. I'm pretty sure the gold rush and everything else. Are you going to go all the way back then when people came from England and parts over there and they went towards the west? Go west, my young man. I don't think that's what you're talking about. Immigrants built California. They always forget the word because they don't acknowledge the word.
Make this state run. Legal. The fact of the matter is we had a broken immigration system, and now you want to victimize the people who are working here and making the state run.
Thank you,
As
sir.
Antonio said,
you're going to hear this a few times. They are openly admitting our state is so effed up, we can't even work if we don't have the illegals. They're saying this on national television. Kaylin Collins was one of the moderators, and even she had to look like, am I really hearing this right? Are you people on a national news network saying, we can't do anything without the illegals? We got to have them. We got to go ahead and give them Medicare, and we got to give them free food, and we got to get them free housing because we can't do anything without illegals. And I watched her face. Some of you guys may watch, and she just had this look about her. Are these people really saying this?
Try and get rid of them. You can't do it.
Let's go to. But I'm try and get rid of them. You just can't do it. At that point, they should have said, yeah, you need to get off the stage. You're definitely not qualified. You've already raised the white flag. His actual words. Try to get rid of them. You can't do it. They're like roaches. Once they're here, you can't do anything with them. You try to stomp out one, they breed like... And if it wasn't funny, it's sad because this is a big state. And the candidates are like, we can't do anything about them. You try.
I was just in the fashion district on the side of downtown Los Angeles, where I met with small business owners who have tears in their eyes because they don't have customers anymore. Because Donald Trump's cruel and indiscriminate enforcement based on the color of people's skins, the language they're speaking, it has terrorized the community. It's targeting the Latino community. It is disproportionately impacting our immigrant neighbors.
So let me get this right. Someone decided to open a business, a restaurant. You know, many people have opened businesses. You do your demographics, you do your homework, you do your studies, your traffic impact. And I've never met anybody who opened a business and said, you know what? My entire clientele that I'm going to be counting on to make money in my business in the United States of America, my entire clientele are illegals. That's why I'm opening this business. I know normal people won't come here. I'm only opening my business because I will profit off of these people. Then you don't have a business. You are admitting being complicit in crime. And this guy, the mayor of San Jose, wants you to back off enforcing immigration law because people open restaurants to cater to illegals. I told you I'm watching this stuff going, this can't be right. They can't be saying this. Do they not realize the cameras? Look, turn around. See that thing over there with the red light? It's a camera. It's beaming this out to the entire...
Hey, Matt, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So Kim think, because I'm a MAGA, I hate brown people. I'm a father of 4 boys, so I hate my kids. My wife is black. Are you serious? Because I think differently and vote differently. I hate my people. No, my people need to get off the plantation. Democrat Party is the party of KKK, the party of corruption, the party of legal over us. We was born in America. What is the issue? Do I hate Mexican people? No, I do not hate no Mexican people. Do you hate? Because I don't hate, I love. I'm glad you're in this chat. Like, share, and subscribe, Kimberly. Grace.
Country, and most of the country scratching their heads going, what am I watching?
All right, I guess I'm black, I hate myself. That's crazy. I'm glad you're in the chat, Kimberly. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Everybody is welcome. It's all good.
Congresswoman Porter, what's your view? What's your response?
Donald Trump sucks.
Damn. So what's your policy besides Trump sucks?
She actually said
Trump bad. Okay, Trump bad. What's your policy? Trump should be killed.
That.
Okay, what's your policy?
That's just gold. That's just no policy. Gold right there. Hey, listen, we're talking about illegals not being able to go to restaurants. So what's your opinion?
What's your view? What's your response?
Donald Trump sucks.
Damn.
And I swear I did not clip that. That actually happened. I was sitting here, I'm petting Midas, and Robin's sitting next to me, and I'm drinking something, and I nearly spewed it when she said that. That's a candidate for office in California. Oh, I guess these next couple of minutes, it's comic relief.
What's your answer to that? As Mr. Hilton is saying, it's the decision of the federal government.
It's the job of the governor to protect every single Californian. Period. There are no qualifications on that.
Are you doing that?
There are no qualifications other than that. It is my job as the governor to protect everybody in the state. You mean people who are actually legal? No, all of them.
I've been called a coon. I've been called a nigger, a house nigger, all from black people. All from black people. Not one white person called me anything negative. Only black people. What's wrong with you? Kim, you must be black then. To think that I'm black and I'm racist because I'm MAGA. That's crazy. That's insane. I mean, call all types of names for my people, the blacks. Y'all disrespect me more than anybody on this damn planet. Because I think differently. That's amazing. Like, share, and subscribe.
That's your job, huh? Somebody needs to look at a job description for the governor of California. By the way, as you're watching this, the thing that should be going through your head is, this is it? All the business owners, all the lawyers, everything in California, these are the people you put up to run for governor. There's something wrong.
Are you doing that by having a sanctuary state policy? Absolutely not. And I was on the stage telling everyone what was going to...
Okay. Pay attention to what she says right here.
Would like to get
from sanctuary state,
complete
and it's forcing us to be less safe.
May I give an answer? It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities.
Who told these people this? You know, your job is not to cooperate with the president of the United States and the federal government. You're an island out there. And we're going to use all our resources to make sure Californians, ones who are here and not supposed to be here, are taken care of.
These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of
What
the
up,
only ways that our
DC?
state has been growing in recent years.
I got to play that again. And she said that in public, on television.
Insane.
Oh my gosh. Did you hear this? Let her say it again, because mashed potato lady here just
Answer. It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have, are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years.
It's cut. Secede.
Rowdy, welcome to the chat.
The union. At this point, the only way we've been able to succeed or do anything in California is if we have these people who aren't supposed to be here. There's nothing else we can do. That's it. That's our sole source for growth. Like I told you, I was sitting with Robin and Lily was over here and Midas was sitting on my lap, and I'm like, I'm not hearing this right. Something really wrong when you're telling the world that your state cannot survive without having these people in the country. I know some of you guys are watching this going, Barry, you cut that and clip shit. She actually said that. It's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. And like I told you, Caitlin Collins, it was almost like she was like, please, they're not really saying this stuff out loud, are they? I think they thought they were having a California debate where everyone in California who's watching understands this. Now we know the secret. They don't exist as a state if they don't have illegals. Because it was matter of fact to all of the people on the Democrat candidates. It was like, yeah, that's what we do here. That's how it works. It's the only way it works. Our restaurants can't even open. And people across the country go, what? There's something wrong. You're telling everybody your state is failed. You're telling everybody you cannot perform as a state without having all these people from other countries running around. It's got to be news to many people. Whoever watched it yesterday and they're not from California, you right now, you got to be looking like SV always says, like the RCA dog going, wait a second, Did you really just say that?
Classic Democrats, isn't it, what you're hearing? If it moves, tax it. If it still moves, regulate it. And if it stops moving, I guess they want to subsidize it. Look, the truth is on this, we have to have a bit of humility. This is a very fast-moving technology, and actually even the people involved in it disagree about its exact consequences. Here are two practical things we could and should be doing better today. First of all, the real blue-collar jobs that are coming from the AI revolution, they're not happening in California. They're going to Texas and Arizona, semiconductor manufacturing. We can get that back by removing regulations. And secondly, our school system is not educating our kids to be able to thrive in this world of AI. We need to do better.
They kept trying to shut him up. Yeah, okay, we get it. You want to educate people and have them learn prosperity and be involved in, some prosperous stuff. Yeah. Stop. Okay, we got to move to the next nut.
Talk about the proposed billionaire tax. Just last week, a one-time 5% tax on the assets of billionaires cleared a critical hurdle to make the ballot in November, setting up a clash over what could be the nation's first wealth tax. Congresswoman Porter, Mr. Steyer, as we just referenced, is the only billionaire on the stage.
We ain't gonna fall out about it because I know it's been a few days, but I got the tea for you, so that's why you picked up, and you know it. So let's talk about this White House Correspondent Association dinner. The suspect used stairwells to avoid security with the presidential administration in the ballroom. He was staying on the 10th floor, and they seen him leaving his room with a shotgun, handgun, and some knives in a black bag. I have seen city council members with tighter security than this. Y'all dropped the ball. Maybe he would have been perceived as a threat if he had some Arizona tea and a bag of Skittles.
Trayvon Martin
Anyway,
reference.
let me tell you something, Democratic and liberal leaders, politicians, and entertainers and the like. Taking advantage of your voter base because you know they can't think for themselves and you know they can't read and research and form a critical thought, that is wrong. Every time you look in the mirror, you should be ashamed of yourself, okay? The blood is on your hands because you know damn well these people can't think for themselves and they just gonna do what you tell them to do. That's between you and whatever God y'all pretend to serve. Let's talk about Iran. Now, I got my cigarette. They offered to end their hold on the Strait of Hormuz if we remove the blockade. You know our sentiments on that. Fuck you. Because we've been trying to get along with y'all for so long, and y'all basically act like we was chopped liver. So at this point, we don't give a damn. Fuck you. All right? Now, let me give you the breakdown of how we got here. Number one, we don't want these fuckers to have nuclear capabilities because they always on some bullshit when it comes to the United States. So Donald Junquavius said, I'm not the previous administration. You're not going to get pallets of cash. You're not going to get any uranium. But we going to shut down that base. They said no. So he said, you want to nuck? I can buck. Let me go ahead and take out your nuclear base. Tell you folks to get off the base because I don't want no casualties. I just want to take out the threat. He neutralized the threat. He took it out. So they want to get funny with him. He took out Rock and Roller Ayatollah and his homeboys. Then they replaced Rock and Roller Ayatollah, and we took out the replacement. They replaced that replacement, and we said, look, just because you look like you might talk shit sometime in the future, let's figure out what we're going to do with you. So mysteriously, he lost feeling in his legs, and he shit on himself. And he was like, I'm kind of humble. I don't want no smoke. Then he got some homeboys surrounding him, and they put a battery in his back, and he said, fuck y'all, I'm going to just close down the strait because I'm going to disable y'all. Well, here's the thing. We got our own oil, so we don't need your shit for real. So Donald Junquavius said, I see you, I'm going to raise you. Not only will you block your shit, I'm going to block your shit. So can't nothing get in and out. You can't determine nothing around here. We the big dogs. Now, look at me. I'm the captain. Now, let me tell you the science behind that. We blocked off that crucial shit because everybody needs the Strait of Hormuz, except really us. You know what I mean? So now you can't make no money selling your product. Not only that, you can't move no weight. So now you got to stop production. And when you got to stop production, guess who's starving? Your distro. Your distribution can't make no money because they ain't got no product to move. Donald Junquavius said, my folks can afford to pay 50 cents extra for a little gas for about 2 or 3 weeks. But can your folks afford to starve for a few months? Call me when you're ready to talk about that peace shit that I was talking, homeboy. Checkmate. Now, Link is in the bio. Summertime coming up. This really keep your beverages cold or warm, whichever one you prefer. And, you know, as always, God bless you. God bless America. God bless Donald John Quavius Trump. I'm going to call you back probably tomorrow because there's so much shit that continues to happen. So pick up your phone. I love you, child.
He supports this tax. You do not. Why not?
Because I support good ideas, not things that help me dodge political potholes due to my own background. This billionaire's tax is simply not good tax policy. And anybody.
So why isn't it good tax policy? Why? If they're going to tax billionaires, that's pretty much what Democrats want. So why would you be against taxing billionaires? Interesting.
Who has watched me in Congress take on bank CEOs, take on pharma CEOs, challenge them for the fact that their workers can't make ends meet while they're pocketing $26 million a year, knows that I will speak truth to power. And here is the truth. This tax isn't going to fundamentally change California's economy in the way that young people and the working people of California need. It's a one-time tax, but we don't have one-time revenue needs. It taxes billionaires, as if half billionaires don't have two nickels to rub together and couldn't chip in a little bit more.
Okay, wait a second. So the tax that they're considering is to tax billionaires, but it's a one-time tax. Just go ahead and pay us, all this money. And she's like, no, that ain't enough. Because what about people who have
Thank you. Almost there. 2,000 subs. Almost there. Let's get it.
We need to keep taxing that. We can't do a one-time tax. You're destroying your state.
And 90% of the money is dedicated to only one thing, when we have all kinds of revenue problems coming at us from our own decisions and Donald Trump. So yes,
Trump's not the governor of California. Not really sure. I can tell you where I think your problem is. Hey, giving all the money to the illegals. But yeah, I digress.
Aggressive tax code. Yes, to the wealthy paying more, but this tax is about cheap political points. It is not about really fundamentally changing California's economy for the better. That's going to take real political courage.
Mr. Stiers, it's about cheap political points. Your response?
No. I have said that billionaires like me should pay more taxes and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government the way everything else does. And specifically, it doesn't go to education and teachers and students, which is a critical need in the state of California. The tax I'm proposing to close a corporate real estate tax loophole.
I don't know. I don't live in California, but if I lived in California right about now, I'm like, I got to call the U-Haul. I got to get the hell out of here if the Democrats stay in power. These people have no clue. I mean, absolutely none. Yeah, I'm a billionaire, but I want you to tax me more. And we need to tax other people. And tax them. They're riding a tricycle. They're outside breathing air or something.
Thank you.
More money, and it's spread throughout the
candidates. Balanced budgets. Congressman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot in November, yes or no?
Katie, I just said I will vote for it if it's on the ballot in November. So what I've said.
Did you see her look like? I didn't expect that answer. I didn't hear him say it the first. Will you, yes or no, vote for it?
The one you hear about. Karen Bass, and this is my LA. There are two versions of Los Angeles. The one you hear about, and the one you actually live in. On paper, everything sounds under control. Progress, safety, reform. But step outside, and it tells a different story.
Thanks to our careful management, the numbers are better than ever. We just need a little more to keep the prosperity going.
They say Los Angeles is getting better. More funding, more programs, more progress. But what do you actually see?
Damn!
Because there are still two LAs. the one in press conferences, and the one people live every day. One sounds polished, the other feels different. Walk the streets, ask business owners.
If you drive down Sunset now, everything is for lease. It's fucking nuts.
Ask the people paying the taxes. Does it match the message? Billions get allocated for safety, for housing, for change. But the results? That's where the questions start. Then the fires come. Homes gone overnight. Families left with nothing. Officials say plans were in place.
We are already putting plans in place.
Critics say the response didn't match the moment. Add in controversies, decisions that don't always line up, and trust starts to slip. Meanwhile, regular people step up. Donations, support, even public figures like Spencer Pratt helping wildfire victims directly. So people start wondering, if they can act that fast, why can't the system? Because leadership isn't about what's said. It's about what shows up. So what's real? The version they tell you, or the one you're living in?
Yes.
But you just said it wasn't a good idea.
Go far.
Thank you
enough.
guys.
That,
Thank
in
you.
fact, it is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money throughout the government. Look,
let me weigh in.
We have an education
I'm the only
system
candidate
that acts for money.
We're going to bring Sheriff Bianco in first, and then we'll get to you, Mr. Mayor. Sheriff Bianco.
Thank you. So these Democrat policy.
He's the other Republican. Steve Hilton is one, and Sheriff Bianco is the other.
Of tax everybody to death and make them leave is how we started this program off to begin with. Everyone is leaving California, and it's because of their horrific policies. I agree with Katie that this is a horrific tax bill, but she is wrong on one thing. This is not a billionaire tax bill. You just have to read it and read what it is. I have spent my career suffering the consequences of the
Latino, Mexicano, Chicano, Hispano community. What's up, you freaking hammers? I normally don't do the skin complexion shit, but I got some serious questions. So this goes out to the communities that look just like me. The Latino, Mexicano, Chicano, Hispano community that are still supporting the Democrat Party. Did you forget why Latinas are fucking known for their chancla? Or why it's an honor to have a quinceañera? Or be labeled the hardest working group of people in our country? Because last night I saw Spencer Pratt, the guy who's running to become the mayor of LA, drop the fucking hammer. Dog walk, basura, and that other fucking torta, nitia. As I was listening to the fucking torta speak, the shit they're offering doesn't even represent the fucking Latino or Hispanic, Mexicano, Chicano culture. Because since when in the fuck do we buy syringes for people so they can get high? Releasing chomos back in our fucking community? Squandering your fucking hard-earned fucking money you get taxed out the wazoo for? With zero accountability. Like, what the fuck is wrong with some of you people? You're fucking mentally broken because of one fucking man. It's not even letting you see the wolf in the fucking hen house. Straight up. I'm a proud American who never forgot what my fucking culture stands for. But it sure does seem like a lot of you did.
their decisions and their policy that they love talking about. I am the one that deals with it. And this, the 140,000 people that are paying 50% of the taxes are going to leave. And then the wording of that bill makes the middle class and the lower middle class make up all those taxes.
Listen to these Democrats arguing about whether to go left or even further left, when that's the direction that's got us into this mess.
It's like they ignored that part. Hey, we're really in debt and things are crazy, and let's just go further left. You know, about the train that they spent gazillion on, hasn't even laid any tracks. Well, let's just keep throwing money at it.
The highest cost, the highest taxes in the country. I'm the only person here with actual experience of single-payer healthcare, both as a patient and as a policymaker. As a patient, it nearly killed me. That's another story we don't have time for. As a policymaker, you end up with the worst patient satisfaction, cost that you can't afford, taxes sky high to pay for it. It is a total disaster. And the actual way we deal with healthcare in this state is to at least stop spending $20 billion a year on free healthcare for illegal immigrants who shouldn't even be in the country in the first place. I think the next governor of California will have
face planted before the whole world thinks she's presidential material. Kamala Harris, who wasted $2.5 billion and lost all 7 battleground states, wants to run for president again. Gavin Newsom, who ran California into the ground, wants to run too. AOC, who face planted before the whole world thinks she's presidential material. Pete Buttigieg, who got 0% of the black vote, is also getting ready to run. Democrats are the weakest bench in history. Keep losing, losers. Kamala Harris.
You still have to work with the administration and with the president that the American people elected to get good results for Californians. And by the way, my attitude will be to work with the president regardless of party to get good results for Californians. Now, it so happens that we have a president who has endorsed me for governor, and we've discussed how I can work with his team to lower gas prices in California by opening up energy production, to reduce wildfire risk by proper forest management, to get the fraud and the waste out of our state budget so we can cut taxes. These are all practical ways we can work together to help everyone in California
Secretary Becerra.
That's sacrilege in California. Cut taxes. We can never go backwards. We just have to keep taxes more. And I saw someone in the chat say, how bad is it that the leading candidate at this point, the one Trump has endorsed, ain't from here? Again, that goes back to what I'm saying. A huge state, a monstrous state in our country, and there's nobody there. I guess you can call it Sheriff Bianco. But other than those two guys, that's it. Nobody applied for the job, probably because nobody wants this damn job. Like, this is crazy. I'm about to leave anyway.
So, Caitlin and Alex, it's interesting. We've already seen a couple of things that we'll probably see a lot of in this debate, which is the Democrats who are here who've been responsible for 16 years of one-party rule for everything that we see in California, won't take responsibility, and all they can talk about is Trump. Look, I was asked how I'm preparing for this debate the other day, and my answer was the meetings, the thousands of people that have come to our events the last year in California. I've traveled to every part of the state. I've seen the struggle and the stories. And that is my struggle and my stories. My parents were immigrants. The California dream is my dream. And I want that for every single one of you watching out there.
Mr.
We
Hilton,
can get it back.
You heard Mayor Mahan invoke MAGA values in his answer there. There are more than 2/3 of registered voters in this state who disapprove of President Trump's job performance. Why should voters who are unhappy with the performance of the president vote for the candidate that he's endorsed in this race?
All right, so I don't know where she got those numbers, but she's saying 2/3 of the people in California, 66%, hate MAGA. Well, maybe that's the problem with those people. Maybe those people don't realize that that state is going down the drain. Maybe those people aren't from here. I don't know. I'm just saying, since the state can't survive without illegals, then more than likely, who are you calling? Because it sounds like it's overpopulated with them. Because if you could survive without them, it wouldn't be so lopsided. You would have people opening businesses, doing business, creating an economy that works for people who are supposed to be here. I don't think they understand what they're showing people here. It's like, 66%.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Almost there. Almost at 2,000 subs. Thank you. Thank you.
Vote for the
Almost there.
candidate
2,000
who's got a
subs.
concrete plan to make our state Cal-affordable. $3 gas. Cut your electric bills in half. Your first $100,000 tax-free. A home you can afford to buy. It's common.
Investigating suspected hospice fraud.
197 different hospice and healthcare companies.
That's California lawmaker Ali Macedo investigating suspected hospice fraud in LA.
I did not see a single person coming in or out of the building.
Neither did we in January. Lots of offices, but no people. 3 floors, no employees or patients.
Yet look at the dozens of providers licensed at this one address. 5 years ago, state auditors flagged this location for potential fraud. They say they found non-working phones, locked doors, and stolen Medicare numbers.
In LA County, California, 89 hospice companies are registered to a single address.
Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill say California's weak oversight helped perpetuate fraud, a charge Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom denies.
We've been very aggressive as it relates to going after the fraud and abuse.
He also says hospice fraud involving Medicare falls under federal jurisdiction. That's misleading. State law says California is responsible for licensing, inspecting, and investigating hospice complaints and can deny, suspend,
You need
or
60.
revoke licenses.
This problem is on his hands, and he's refusing to put in rules and regulations.
That lawmakers mandated take effect by January this year, including better background checks, a ban on multiple hospices sharing a single office, more comprehensive on-site inspections, and face-to-face meetings before awarding a license. We asked Newsom why his administration missed the deadline.
We've eliminated over 280 licenses. We've been on this since late 2021.
So what the governor does not say is the sweeping reforms that auditors want have largely not been imposed. And LA County still has 1,500 more hospices, Dana, than New York and Florida combined, including 500 in 3 mile radius. Makes no sense. And they're billing Medicare double the national average. Thank you.
All right. Keep us posted on all of that. Thank you. The building.
Thank you. 20 more subscribers at 2,000 subs. 20 more subscribers. Let's get it. Why not? Name is Deunta.
Common sense, practical things. Most of my career has been in business. I know how to get things done, and we need to change. We need some fresh thinking after 16 years of one-party rule from these Democrats that have given us the highest poverty rate, as you mentioned, the highest unemployment rate, and the highest cost of living in the country.
For decades, the Democrats have been using racial discrimination to draw these crazily drawn lines to try to protect Democrats. And now those crazy jigsaw puzzle lines have been using to protect members of the Democrat caucus in Congress can no longer be used. And here's the practical effect of what's going to happen. Because we are going to eliminate using race to draw these congressional lines. It means that, especially in these southern states, we're going to add maybe a dozen more Republicans to the United States Congress. Texas is going to add 5 Republican seats. Florida's going to add 4 Republican seats. There'll be many more in other southern states. And we will finally make those districts look a whole lot more compact. It's time for the Democrats to stop being such hypocrites and finally have everybody across the country to stop using race as a reason to draw congressional lines.
And that's Texas Governor Greg Abbott with me on Sunday Morning Futures, as the latest Supreme Court ruling sparks new redistricting battles across the country. Arizona's Latino majority, Democrat dominant districts are now being called into question, and that could jumpstart lawsuits against that state. Joining me now is former Arizona Senator and AI Coalition Infrastructure Co-Chair Kyrsten Sinema. Kyrsten, it's great to have you. Welcome back.
Good morning. Great to see you, Maria.
Yeah, and, I want to get your take on this whole districting. I mean, President Trump obviously just had a huge political win in Indiana when most of the GOP lawmakers who defied him on redistricting actually lost to the people that he supported in Indiana. Talk to us about these redistricting plans and these new maps. How do you see it impacting the midterm elections?
Well, I mean, we've seen that there's a big fight between the two parties, each trying to rush to redistrict in states in which they have a majority of the voters in their party. But Maria, my concern is that this reduces competitiveness. And so when California does it, or Texas, or Virginia, or now we see Louisiana, it's really just a race to see which state can get more members of their own party elected from districts that could be fair or could be gerrymandered. The reality is the best districts are districts that are both compact and competitive if they reflect the makeup of their constituents. That's what matters. So to me, and I know this is an unpopular statement, it's less important whether the district is more Republican or more Democrat. What matters is, does the district reflect the constituency that it represents? And do we have competitive districts where individuals actually have a choice between a slightly more liberal or slightly more conservative elected official serving them? Because remember, it's competitive districts that send, frankly, folks like me to the House and the Senate that allow you to make the deals and solve the problems of the biggest challenges we face in the country.
Yeah, and that's why I really wanted to ask you, because you've always been known as a real centrist, Kirsten, and of course you left the Senate after deciding not to run for re-election, after changing parties to become independent, officially independent. Did you do that largely because you were expecting your colleagues, the Democrats, to remove the filibuster?
Well, you'll recall that while I served in the U.S. Senate, the Democrats actually put a vote up on the floor to eliminate the filibuster. And I told my colleagues from the very beginning, for the year and a half in which this was a debate, there is no circumstance under which I will remove the filibuster. It is an important part of our history in our country, and it was put into place by our forefathers specifically to ensure that no one party engaged in short-term control. So it's designed to temper the fever of the majority, to let cooler heads prevail, and to force comity and bipartisanship in the chamber. And Maria, I'll tell you this, it was the most consequential vote I'd ever taken in my life. I don't regret it for one moment. I'm grateful that I protected the filibuster. And I'm really grateful for Senate Republicans who continue to stand strong today and protect the filibuster against pressure from the outside.
Yeah, no, I understand. And by the way, President Trump has repeatedly called for the Senate Republicans to eliminate the filibuster because look at what has occurred. I mean, the point is, and the reason that President Trump keeps pushing for it is because look what just happened. We're in the middle of a war, and your former colleagues on the Democrat side would not even fund the Department of Homeland Security. And so that's really what his push has been. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's bananas. I mean, it really is bananas that we're in the middle of a massive conflict. And there are folks who are so upset with Trump and his administration that they're not interested in even doing the basic functions of governing. And that is just shameful. But Maria, I'm going to tie this back to the issue around, redistricting in the House and the importance of having the filibuster in the Senate. Is the idea was to bring folks to the body, both the House and the Senate, who represent these competitive communities and are interested in finding middle ground solutions. Now, unfortunately, that's kind of out of vogue right now. And that's why you see this lopsided, crazy behavior where people are unwilling to talk to the other party.
It's absolutely insane. But let me ask you this.
Give me a second.
The bottom line is, we know where the Democrats were. They brought a vote to the floor. Do you expect the Democrats to remove the filibuster once they return to power?
Well, look, Maria, one thing we do know is if the Senate Republicans were to have a vote on the filibuster, the Democrats would vote against it now because they're in the minority. And so that's obviously very convenient, but it's not consistent. So, I think it's too early to tell what will happen when the Democrats take power again, because they will.
Somebody said 67. Somebody said 67. We all said I said 60. Somebody else said 60. So it's 60, I believe. What we reading? Let's continue to keep looking. You know what's funny though? I go on this phone. Some of you guys are hypocrites because I'll go on my phone, I'll pull up information. Oh, that's AI bullshit. That's Google. Y'all confuse me sometimes, but I'm gonna keep on pulling up stuff, with no problem. You guys ask, I'm gonna pull it up. It's all good. But it's just funny, when I pull up stuff, y'all say, no, that's AI. Not you, Matt. The other ones. Not you, Matt.
I don't think Democrats are going to win in this election, but one day they'll take power again. And my hope is that by then, cooler heads will have prevailed and more reasonable people will have been elected to recognize that this is a short-term victory that does long-term damage to the Senate and to the country.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna move on to your op-ed, but I want to play a soundbite of President Trump on this issue.
Right. We all know the shutdown for the illegals. The Democrat want the illegals to have their votes and funding for the illegals. Y'all know that. That's why the shutdown. Illegals over us Americans. That's stupid.
Because this is why he wants the Republicans to do it.
Subscribe. Come on, you guys. 19 more people. Why not? 19 more people. To 2,000 subs.
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I like John a lot, but he has a couple of Republicans that are foolish people. A couple of them I like, a couple of them I can't stand, actually, doing the truth. Filibuster, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody.
I mean, that's the other issue, Kirsten. I mean, I don't know why the Democrats refuse to have the Save America Act. Why can't we just have, ID to vote and a proof of citizenship when you go to vote? I don't understand that either.
Well, Maria, in Arizona, we do have that. We have proof of citizenship. You've got to provide it when you vote. And it's worked really effectively for, nearly 2 decades. It's voter approved and protected in Arizona. And it works well. So again, we're at this place where folks are just opposing each other simply because of the partisanship and not because of the issues. That is a sad, sad, sad state of affairs. And voters should be demanding more.
Yeah, that is too bad. Now, Kirsten, you've been working on AI, and President Trump came out with an executive order to ensure that these tech companies who are building out data centers pay for their power that is required as well. You agree. You wrote an entire op-ed on it.
That's right. President Trump's leadership on the AI dominance for America has been tremendous. So we've got 2 issues here. First, we have got to beat China. We do not want Chinese AI controlling the globe. We want American AI to be dominant in our country and around the world. So his leadership there has been tremendous. And second, by saying that we're not going to ask Americans to foot the bill for AI data centers is really, really important. And the good news is that the data shows that energy costs are largely not being affected by data centers. Now, Maria, there are a lot of folks across the country who are confused about data centers and think, I don't really like them. But the reality is that our phones are really the remote controls for data centers. And the average American uses that remote control 100 times a day. So we use data centers, you and me and everyone in your newsroom, all the friends and family we have, we each use those data centers 100 times a day. We need them. But asking them to pay their fair share to cover their own costs for energy makes so much sense. And it's what we're seeing happening across the country right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the reason, the cost is the reason people are saying, not in my backyard. I don't want the data center near me because it's too expensive. So you are working on, arguably one of the most important issues of our time, and that is AI. So we're watching your work closely. Kirsten, thanks very much for being here this morning.
Thanks so much, Maria.
All right, Kirsten Sinema joining us. We'll be right back.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with actress and wellness guru Gwyneth Paltrow. A woman worth around $200 million, a woman who sells candles smelling like her hoo-hoo for $75 a pop. Here she is decrying rich white men.
How do you think we got to this place in culture where sort of nothing matters? And now all that matters is these kind of super rich white dudes who are breaking rules, setting rules, seemingly like not caring so much about the downstream impact on everything, mental health culture.
Time to turn up the crazy and the dementedness. We are bringing you the worst of the worst now. Yes, here is the vile, hate-filled liar, Jennifer Welch.
The biggest thing that got us here is the Republican Party's lies that they love America. When every time in my lifetime, I was born in 1974, every Republican president of my lifetime has wrecked the economy, taken us into war, added to the national deficit, and presided over a recession. every single time.
She really is such an awful, awful human being. Let's not forget last week she was mocking Erica Kirk, dressing like her, and launching into this demented diatribe.
I want to be crazy for America. I want to wake up this morning for her. America's pronouns, she, her. All right, that's all we have. It's an Erica. The person that I'm talking about today, fascist, is you. You are the racist fascist about whom I am talking to. The work that your husband's company and that you are doing to America's youth to make them racist, narrow-minded, hateful, and crazy is an absolute disgrace. And thank you for the outfit, #Inspo.
That woman is in desperate need of a mirror, isn't she? Everything she says there is projection. To California now, and the woman who wants to be the next governor, Democrat Katie Porter, who has put out an ad mocking her viral moment when she yelled at a staff member to get out of her shot. Let's look at the cringe ad and the real incident. I know which one I prefer.
Give Californians what they need. It's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot? And the state could lose. Get out of shot. Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot.
Oh, mine. And next she'll do an ad pouring hot mashed potatoes on the head of a constituent. Wait a minute, she already did that to her ex-husband. Let's hear from a city councilwoman now from Seattle. Isabel Matter describes herself as a queer, neurodivergent, bisexual writer, advocate, and mindfulness meditation teacher. Of course she does. Here is the lefty losing it at a council meeting, and she uses this council meeting to disparage the US flag.
To me, a pride flag is way more relatable than an American flag. I would not raise an American flag at my house because I wouldn't. I wasn't even born here. But I would raise a pride flag. And as
What the
most
hell?
diverse city in all of Snohomish County, I don't think that I'm the only one.
Here is another woman who hates America and probably should live somewhere else, though this one would not be flying the trans flag. Oh no, this is the Council on American Islamic Relations, Zara Billu, telling her followers not to be too vocal about their hatred of Zionists and Jews in public. Don't go putting it on your LinkedIn.
Now imagine your LinkedIn profile says, I hate all Zionists. Replace hate with whatever inappropriate something I can't say here. Not strategic, right? Like not strategic. Now you may say that sitting around Kahwa House on a Friday night, but you're not going to say it on your LinkedIn. And so one, we have to do the basics. We have to remember that Allah protects us. And then strategic versus reckless.
Notice she doesn't tell them not to hate. She doesn't tell them not to be awful bigots. Just hide it from the public so your prospects aren't damaged. Just a reminder, her group was awarded $40 million by Democrat Gavin Newsom. Now to this, and this is brilliant. This is my favourite bits of Lefties Losing It all week. It's a wonderful case of FAFO, F around and find out, with Zoran Memdani, who thought he'd shame Citadel CEO Billionaire Kenneth Griffin.
Today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million.
Yeah, Kenneth Griffin didn't like that too much. He didn't like being doxxed, and this is his response.
How did you feel about the mayor's little video?
It was creepy and weird. Mondami's making it really clear. New York doesn't welcome success.
And Zoran Memdani has cost his city.
No problem, Spider. Voice your opinion, man. No problem at all. As long as ain't no bot, saying the same thing over and over and over and over again, bring something to it. And you have, and I appreciate you. Thank you, Spider. Thank you, everybody.
Hundreds of millions, perhaps billions, due to that video.
That leaves us with the fact that we went to Miami and revised our building plan to make it a bigger office building.
What up, Christopher? What's up? What's up?
You're bailing?
And
Good afternoon.
And now what the mayor of New York has made clear to my partners, and principally my New York partners, is that we need to double down on our bet in Miami, because we want to be in a state that embraces
2 hours and 13 minutes in. Appreciate you guys. Really, really appreciate you guys. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Share and also comment. Thank you guys.
business, that embraces education, that embraces personal freedom and liberty, and that embraces people having
19 more people. Let's get it. 19 more people to 2,000 subs. 19.
Many own goals
You can get it. 19 people. Let's get it.
Doyens from praising him, including Barack Obama.
You look at somebody like Mondani, who I think is an extraordinary talent. He wants people to be able to afford housing in New York. Well, I would assume liberals in New York want the same thing.
Yep, Barack Obama praising a
200% tariffs. Macron is actually looking at some real problems.
This was posted 20 minutes ago. Like, share, and subscribe.
Problems for himself over there in France, because the president is threatening to put a 200% tariff on all that wine and champagne. He really likes drinking it. We just saw him, as I was saying.
He said it's mind blowing because he said it's free. He promised him free everything. Everybody voted for that shit.
I guess French champagne.
That's why the people that's black keep on voting Democrat. They want the government to keep on controlling them. Now they mad at the government because they can't buy sugary drinks and food. Get a job. The government can't tell you what to buy.
Well, if you want to drink French champagne in the US of A, if Macron continues down this path, I suspect.
Thank you guys. All right. 1982.
This is what he just did.
That's the year I was born. Thank you guys. Almost at 2,000 subs. 1982. All right.
Amazing how quickly that works. I think Trump kind of loves it. Anyway, here he is a couple of months ago talking about his board of peace that he wanted Macron to join. And a reporter said, Macron says he's not going to do it. So the president said, oh, yeah? Well, we got something up our sleeve for him now, don't we?
Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the board of peace?
No, did he say that? Well, nobody wants it because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is, if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes.
81, that's what's up, man. I'm 82, that's what's up. November 82 for me.
A little bit differently, but if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
So, like me, so as you know, he's going to be out of office, so therefore he's going to be a little bit less relevant. That's why I think he's kind of striking out.
I'm gonna go back to New York by Mondani BS. I'm gonna go back to that. I'm gonna use Cash Jordan because he lived in New York and he lets you know what's going on in New York with Mondani.
And in a big way, he's trying to go out with a hurrah, like make himself look good in the history books. It's not really happening for you, Emmanuel. You're going down in history, all right, because none of us can forget what we saw on that plane.
Yeah, she slapped the shit out of him.
She showed him. Anyway, he might be subjected to some heavy tariffs because this is, in fact, what Germany saw. Germany is actually singing a new tune today because Germany is getting a little bit nervous about all the tariffs coming its way. 25% on the auto sector alone, which, by the way, I've told you is like 6% of the GDP. And you're seeing a lot of experts coming out now and saying this could actually send Germany into a recession. So you got Fred Merz. For all the I Love Lucy fans out there, this is Friedrich Merz. I can't help but roll the R. I told you that story. I learned how to do it. Any chance I can. I know you probably don't really need to roll it that way. But Fred Merz is in a bit of trouble. So today...
Man, that's cool. Oh, wow. Thank you. We getting there. Almost at 2,000 subs. Almost there. Thank you, guys.
And hosting the Portugal Prime Minister to come out pretty hard and say all these things like, okay, Iran, you have got to come. Okay, that's some language.
Man, when that attack happened, I was in college. I was at Northwestern Business College. and I had went to the cafeteria. Everybody was like fixated at the TV screen. I'm like, man, what's going on? Everybody standing at the TV. Sure enough, 9/11 happened. Yeah, that's sad, man. Very, very sad. Yeah, catching the train was weird. Catching the train downtown, so it was a lot of stop. A lot of stop. It had, a lot of movements had stopped. It was quiet. Standstill. That's the word I'm trying to get. It was at a standstill. Very sad today.
No wonder I forgot it. Anyway, Merz is there in Berlin, and he was speaking, or hosting, I should say, the Prime Minister of Portugal, and he made a bunch of statements in what I'm showing
I was
you
in
right
college.
there, including saying,
Yep.
Iran is going to have to come to the negotiating table and stop playing for time. Wow. Okay. Huh. Then he said they're going to have to end their military nuclear program definitively and forever. Wow. Okay. I'm telling you, it's like they're drinking the MAGA Kool-Aid all of a sudden. I don't know. Or maybe now that they're being told they're going to have to defend themselves on their own 2 feet. Maybe, just maybe, they've got some skin in the game and it's kind of a different thing. They also are saying in Germany, this is Mr. Merz, no more attacks on Israel or regional partners. They're strongly condemning Iranian strikes on the UAE civilian infrastructure. Finally, and Germany says it's ready to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Wow! Amazing. What a difference a day makes, huh? Or a couple of days?
Yeah,
I mean,
damn.
This was the same guy who claimed that the U.S. had just been humiliated. Yeah, this is what he actually said. And of course, right after that, like within 48 hours, the president said, oh yeah? Well, you want to see humiliation? We can really show you humiliation. You're going to get stuck with a 25% auto tariff on all your German automakers. So guys, I hope you bought your Mercedes already because it's going up in price. And then you got this one, the New York Times saying, well, Germany totally miscalculated. Oh, and the FT said the exact same thing. I mean, when you get the FT and the New York Times against you, Fred Merz, I think you got a problem. How Germany's Merz torpedoed his plan to contain Donald Trump. It's because, you see, he went back to his hometown in Sauerland. Fred Merz from Sauerland decided to go home and tell the kids that Tehran was humiliating the US of A. And Trump's response was, oh yeah, we took 5,000 troops, and guess what? We may just take a few more.
Why is the U.S. removing troops from Germany?
We're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Freddie heard him loud and clear.
All right. Let's get it. Almost
This is
there.
what got Freddie in all the trouble in the first place when he decided to go home to Sauerland and say this.
Ich erkenne im Augenblick nicht, welche.
He said, at the moment, I can't tell what strategic exit the Americans are pursuing, especially since the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully. Funny, or perhaps very skillfully refusing to negotiate, he said. And then he dug in further. They're letting the Americans travel to Islamabad only to send them back home empty-handed. An entire nation, Mr. Merz said, is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership. Woo! Especially by these so-called Revolutionary Guards. Well, gee, gosh, wow. Tell us how you really feel. You say we're being humiliated. I don't really think we're being humiliated because did you see the stock market today? All right, this is kind of a rather major arbiter of things, and we got the S&P above 7,300 now. Okay, this is an all-time record. I hate to remind you of this, guys, but we're looking at an all-time record. So I don't think we're actually being humiliated at all, but I will tell you this, and the president said this in a news conference today. He said he had risked the market going down, he thought maybe 25%, but it was a risk he was willing to take. You know why? He was willing to actually do what was right. I mean, you guys aren't willing to take any risk. Freddie Mertz, you think that? You really think that they humiliated us? Well, we're up 1.25% on the Dow today, 1.5% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ up over 2%, and we're moving closer to talk. So sometimes in life, forgive me, that was also supposed to be a reminder for you guys to go check 76 Research. That's my other company. I have the Trish Regan Show and this channel, and I also have my labor of love over there, which are my model portfolios that I work on diligently with my dear friend and colleague, Rob Horton, and they've all done amazingly well. So I want you to be able to partake in that action, 76research.com.
New York's free bus program has big problems.
Yeah, Marissa, for the past few months, we've seen the MTA tackling fare evasion across our subway systems with those new fare evasion gates. And now that same fight is expanding to our city buses.
Oh, yeah?
Bus riders who use their phones, credit cards, or Omni cards to pay the fare are now subject to providing that proof to civilian agents. And with the handheld mobile device, those agents scan for verification. And if you don't, you're issued a summons.
Wow!
Fighting back on fare evasion is hard.
This ain't free?
It's hard work. It requires a cultural shift.
A cultural shift?
People now desire or choose to pay.
They voted for it to be free on select bus service routes.
In the morning, when you have at least about like 8 or 10 MTA enforcers coming onto the buses and actually slowing down the commuters. We are trying to get to work on time.
10 enforcement agents on the bus? That ain't free. That's pay or get punished.
It's just really excessive, and I think it's very abusive, and I think the neighborhoods are very much targeted.
Wow. Oh, targeting neighborhoods? That's not what people voted for.
We're going to make buses faster. Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal.
Okay, but notice how the voters are filling in the blanks. He didn't actually say it, which means this isn't working out, and people are starting to ask questions.
Tomorrow, when are those free buses coming?
When the fare was $2.90, 1 in 5 New Yorkers were being priced out of it.
Okay.
We know that for so many New Yorkers, public transit is increasingly becoming out of reach.
So why
is why at the heart of our campaign was a commitment to make the slowest buses in America fast and to make them free. And that will continue to animate our work. It will continue to be one of the central commitments of our administration. And that is work that we will be doing in tandem.
So the idea of free buses is going to animate our approach to public transportation. That's a big problem. That means this whole thing has failed because instead of actually happening, it's just animating how we do things, which means it's not working out. And you know what else isn't working out? Public safety. Look at this. We got a mob attacking a pro-Palestine mob attacking a house of worship. Look at these guys. Whoa, they got past the gate. Where are they going? Those guys are trapped. Bob Donnie was supposed to make the buses free and unite everybody. This ain't unity. Is anyone getting arrested? Oh, maybe. Look at this. But President Obama said the mayor wants people to be able to afford their apartments. Well, how's that working out?
Mamdani just announced a record $31 million in penalties against the owners of 2 residential buildings in the Bronx.
Penalties?
Tenants at Robert Fulton Terrace and Fordham Towers have been complaining for years now about broken elevators.
Thank you, guys. Almost there. Let's get it. Let's get it.
The mayor says the city will use every tool to get the repairs done for tenants.
Talking about a chief restructuring officer, an immediate hiring of a property manager, the freezing of the landlord's accounts, the money that would have otherwise been taken away from tenants being now reinvested back into tenants' lives.
So we're being told that the people that own this building are so stupid, they're charging rents during a housing crisis, and they're somehow unable to fix anything. In a city where 1-bedrooms cost $5,000 a month. So according to Google, in 2020, the owners of these buildings spiraled into bankruptcy and stopped making their mortgage payments because of unpaid rent. So people were getting free apartments and they didn't pay their rents and the building fell into disrepair, and now the buildings are doomed. They probably don't have the money to pay the fines either.
The one city in America that was the hub for capitalism was New York City until this one guy named Zoran Mamdani became mayor, and people said, nothing's going to change. Everything's going to be fine. This is going to be great. Give the guy a chance. So what if he speaks the communist language and the socialist language? Nothing will change to the greatest city in America.
So what?
Well, last week, he goes out there and makes a video outside of Ken Griffin's house. Ken Griffin bought the most expensive penthouse in America, $250 million.
This is
He has
still
that kind of
causing
money.
massive
He
problems.
in Chicago, Illinois, made his money, and right here, Mamdani made this video to call him out, and Ken Griffin responded to it at an event yesterday. Rob, we don't need to watch the whole thing, but we can watch the first 20 seconds. Go for it.
When I ran for mayor,
can you imagine if somebody, a young 22-year-old citizen journalist, YouTuber, went and made a video saying, that's where you lived, okay? How would you feel? He lives here.
You'd be
this
done.
guy's rich. He lives here. Then imagine if this 22-year-old kid is not a 22-year-old kid, but is a 30-something-year-old mayor of the financial capital of the world, points at the penthouse of a guy that bought a property for $238 million.
Gee, I wonder what could go wrong in New York City if we start pointing out the enemies of the people, so to speak.
Billionaire Ken
Right, yeah, we're doing it already. Taking shots at Trump.
making him the poster boy for his
Subscribe, everybody, if you haven't already. Let's get to 2,000 subs today. Why not? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Name is Deunta. Let's get it.
campaign to tax the rich. Yeah, Griffin's saying that the mayor's rhetoric is putting his life in danger. Political reporter Marsha Kramer joins us now with more on
And
this.
that's not a joke.
Okay, Just. Mayor Mamdani began targeting Ken Griffin during his campaign for mayor. But to Griffin, it apparently became personal when the mayor posted a video that not only attacked him, but included where he lived.
What really upset me about the video was the fact that it put me in harm's way.
Hedge fund billionaire Ken Griffin has made no secret of his
Like, share, and
unhappiness with Mayor
subscribe.
Mamdani and his efforts to make him the poster boy for the need to tax the rich and tax the second homes to people who don't live in the city full time. But now he says the mayor put his life in danger.
He sure
He
did.
seems to have forgotten that the CEO of another American company was just blocks from where I live in New York. And if any citizen
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
for one of our political leaders.
Griffin was referring to the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, which is why he was upset and lashed out at the mayor's video.
like this penthouse.
I don't think that he's lashing out when someone goes and does this and says that, hey, this guy owes the city money. He's got an apartment during a housing crisis that nobody can live in because it's his, and he doesn't even live here. He's not paying his fair share. I mean, look at who's out there on the streets. Tell me that you're not worried about that at some level if you're the enemy of the people that the mob voted for.
To turn me into a political puppet was just in poor taste. Really poor taste. The tax itself is a tax that discriminates against a narrow group of people. It's also disconcerting. You know, our company's thinking about making a $6 billion investment in New York City.
350 Park.
Right? Are they going to now have a special tax rate for those that own office buildings who live out of state?
Probably.
Like, where's this stop in New York?
They should.
The mayor did not address
That would make
concerns
sense,
about
right?
Safety, saying to
Gotta
Press
get them free
Secretary
buses.
Joe Calvello, Mayor Mamdani wants all New Yorkers to succeed. That includes
They're great at issuing statements like this after the bad thing happens. Statements like this do not guide and animate the policies of this administration. They only come out as damage control after something very bad has happened. And as you're about to see, that's exactly what we're witnessing. But just before we continue, quick question. How much control do you have over your money right now? Technology has changed everything, and now it's changing how money works. Crypto started as a niche, but now it's going mainstream. Faster payments, more control, fewer middlemen. This isn't hype, it's where things do this now. Scan the QR code. Now let's get back to the video. Legal disclaimer, Rumble Wallet is a technology provider and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com.
350 Park.
This is the $6 billion development.
That leaves us with the fact that we went to Miami and revised our building plan to make it a bigger office building.
Oh!
You're
So instead of having a bigger office in New York, it looks like they're going to have a bigger office in Miami for some reason. Suddenly, after this guy was attacked.
So what do we do with 350 is still a point of discussion internally.
Yeah.
But what is no longer
Sell
a point of discussion is that Miami is now, when we moved from Chicago, there was a debate between New York and Miami. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice.
On Miami.
I'll leave it at that. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice.
This is not good for somebody like this to say, hey, we had a choice between New York and Miami, and we chose Miami, and we made the right choice, unquestionably. What does that signal to other people that are in his position? Are they now going to look at what's happening to this guy, because all these billionaires know each other? They're going to look at this and say, gee, I can't wait to go to New York and become his neighbor so that the mayor can point his finger at me and say that I'm the problem with the world. Really?
And now what the mayor of New York has made clear to my partners, especially my New York partners, they're all talking, is that we need to double down on our bet in Miami.
How you doing, Sean?
Because we want to be in a state that embraces
Welcome to the chat.
Business, that embraces education, that embraces personal freedom and liberty, and that embraces people having an opportunity to live the American dream.
Communism doesn't embrace any of that stuff at all. And while this is happening, we're supposed to believe that it's perfectly acceptable for the mayor to point out a private individual.
I got a black hat too, American flag 32. I got a black hat
say
too.
that person's a problem while there's mobs everywhere causing problems. Look at this, man.
Right, Milton Ennis don't know what a red hat is. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool though. As soon as you come in the chat, you want to insult. It's cool, American flag 32. Welcome to the chat.
Look at these Antifa mobs. They're everywhere, man. This is not unity. And where's the mayor condemning this? This is happening like every week.
Wait, whoa. A white agenda.
It will not stop.
What white agenda?
This is terrible.
Wow.
And these are the people that the billionaires, the achievers are worried about. How can you think to yourself that with folks like this being allowed to roam the streets at will and suppress the opposition to what the mayor wants to do, that if he points at you, if he points at your business, that these people aren't going to show up? He's got a mob of millions of angry people at his fingertips, and he can send them wherever he wants. All he's got to do is point that person out. This is what the CEO of that company is afraid of. And even though I didn't hear much from him when Mamdani was running for election and said he was going to do all this stuff,
Let's get it.
now it sounds like he understands what could arrive at his doorstep very soon. Why does anyone want to subject themselves to this? This is dangerous. And they're like, why? What are they accomplishing? They're trying to break a police line. Like, what? No respect for the police. Law enforcement's the enemy, too. Don't think that that's not the case here for a second either.
Can you assess how you think things went last night at the Park East Synagogue
Yeah, how did that go?
protest? Do you think the police effectively enforced?
15 more subscribers. Why not? 15 more subscribers. Let's get it. 15 to 2,000 subs. Let's grow together.
A buffer zone, is that what essentially happened? And was the right to protest sufficiently protected in your view? And then I have one more question.
Yes, I think that I've made it clear time and time again that we in this city believe in the sacrosanct nature of the right to protest, and also
Thank you.
are committed to ensuring that any New Yorker can safely enter or exit from a house of worship, and that access never be in question, while we also protect the First Amendment. And I do believe that the police ensured that yesterday.
I noticed yesterday that when you put out a statement about the protest, in advance of the protest, you noted that you agreed with the protesters. You've weighed in on the subject of Israel and a couple of other.
So the mayor supercharged the mobs that we just saw on the screen. He amped them up. He said that he agreed with them, according to this journalist who's asking him to defend the whole thing. So it's not that the mayor is out there being impartial, which is what we would expect of our elected officials. He's picking a side, and then that side is going crazy, and he's able to direct the police to do just enough so that people don't have a recall election.
Do you ever think maybe you should just not weigh in or just not bring it up?
Yeah.
No, I think
Yeah, should you ever not
critique
weigh in?
of the policies of a government are very much separate from bigotry towards the people of a specific religious faith. And there's no tolerance for anti-Semitism. There's no tolerance for hatred of Jewish New Yorkers, which we have seen time and time
Of
again,
course
whether
not.
it be in the graffitiing.
But then why take a side when you know that the people going to the protest may not share the view that he is espousing right here? This is all very bizarre. It looks like we have an army on the streets of this city that is ready to do the mayor's bidding and get rid of all opposition to things that he wants to achieve, which means that the buses will probably be free sooner rather than later. It's just hard to figure out who's still going to be here to pay for them. Let me know what you think about that. See you in the next video.
From immigration enforcement to wildfire recovery to economic pressures, new research from UCLA shows that satisfaction with the quality of life in LA County is at an all-time low.
So, residents in America's largest sanctuary state have a big problem, and they're not happy. But while the insane costs to live in this dystopian nightmare are the primary reason people are leaving the state, a whole host of other issues like home invasions and rampant crime are taking their toll as well. And what are the leaders of California doing about it? Nothing.
Sadly, things are headed in the wrong direction. Reportedly, 52% of residents say their quality of life is low.
That's an absolute shock for this neighborhood, quite frankly. We don't normally have these problems.
It's disturbing. While LAPD says no one was home during the burglary, the department says the thieves did get away with cash and jewelry.
Well, there are two problems here, and they are related. One problem is obviously the homeless problem, and the other problem is the understaffing and under-equipment of our fire department. And in the crucial year before the Palisades fire, Los Angeles spent $900 million roughly on homelessness, while only $800 million thereabouts on the fire department.
The sirens were pretty loud. I heard the helicopter, so I got worried. So my house got broken into not too long ago.
Police say two masked men broke in the house around 8:30, taking jewelry and cash. NBC4 is tracking at least 20 reported break-ins in and around the San Fernando Valley in the past 2 weeks.
So I don't know if you know this, but if you go to the New York Post, look at this. There's a little toggle where you can switch to the California Post and get just the California stories. It's crazy how California is so out of control that the New
Catholic Church was founded in the 10th century. The Ethiopian periphery of the fragments from the periphery of the African spiritual and cultural system became Christianity. And when the Protestant broke away in the 1500s, the Ethiopian church was already 1,000+ years old. Had nothing to do with Protestant Europeanism. When the Catholic Church was founded in the 10th century, the Ethiopian church was already 500 years old. Has nothing to do with that. Though some people try to make it appear that we borrowed it from them and that. Oh no. If you look at how we look at the arrangements and our referencing the divine and our relationship to divinity and the elemental understanding of how to build human character so that it imitates divinity, you get a good sense of what African culture is really about. A lot of us practice the Yoruba culture, some of us the Igbo culture and others, but none of them have any samples think over the other. Each of them are groups of African under certain circumstances at a certain time in history trying to work this thing out. Yoruba have done an extraordinary job. The Igbo did an extraordinary job before they were attacked, defeated by the British. If you look at the Igbo, for instance, who didn't have the kind of the royal kingship that the Yoruba had, the Igbos their power resided in the sacred groves. When the whites figured that out, they just burnt the whole damn forest down in order to destroy the sacred groves of the Igbo people. And so that dismantled and disorganized the people because they had violated this.
The New York Post was forced to expand, and what nobody wants to admit is as long as that is the reality of this state, things here are going to keep trending in the wrong direction, because this is obviously not a magical place that doesn't have a crime and lawlessness problem, which is what California's defenders tell us. And right on schedule, here we are back with another year of rampant home invasions, which is even worse than in times past, revealing that the law-abiding are sitting ducks, whether they're at home, whether they're at work, and the police, if they do catch the bad guys, send them through a revolving door system that just hardens them and equips them for round two. And what's wild is that you've got people living in a place with absolute lawlessness taking over every area of society, and they're complaining about affordability, but they're not making the connection between criminals who steal things that you pay for and the fact that everything you buy now costs more money. You think home insurance is on the way down in a place like this? Absolutely not. And when criminals plunder a local business and half the stuff on the shelf gets stolen, the other half has to cost double or the place goes out of business. This is why costs for many things in California outpace inflation in parts of the country that have jails and jumpsuits, which I guess California hasn't invented yet. But the real reason California's downward spiral is going to continue is because it is part and parcel of the political industrial complex here. And so many people who have a problem with lawlessness have left California that the only individuals left at this point have formed a critical mass who think that law and order is bad news. And when they see criminals...
Christianity was African before it was Europe. Here's the proof they don't teach you. Ethiopia became one of the first Christian nations in the world, officially adopting the religion in the 4th century, long before most of Europe. The kingdom of Aksum even minted coins with Christian symbols, showing how deeply it was ingrained in their society. And here's the twist. Ethiopian Christians claim to guard the Ark of the Covenant to this day, hidden in a church in Aksum. Plus, St. Augustine, one of Christianity's greatest thinkers, was African, born in what is now Algeria. Africa didn't just adopt Christianity, it shaped it. So why isn't this common knowledge? Because history often erases Africa's influence. But the truth is undeniable. Want more truths they don't teach you? Like this video and subscribe for more untold
wildfire recovery to economic pressures. New research from UCLA shows that satisfaction with the quality of life in LA County.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, this lovely lady that you're seeing your screen is Congresswoman Jayapal, and she is in a bit of hot water, y'all. Not the first time, and I suspect it will not be the last time. But what did she do this time? Well, first we need to establish something, y'all. The Trump administration apparently is trying to break Cuba. Cuba has a communistic government that's been in place for better part of 50, 60 years. You know that the United States and Cuba have been adversaries for much of that time. So recently when Trump took power again, he saw an opportunity to starve Cuba of oil. Cuba was getting a lot, if not most, of their oil from Venezuela. And
yeah, my channel is hot, man, when it comes to me live streaming. You guys be coming in with some good topics, heated arguments. I appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, Bobby, I don't know if Bobby's a bot or not, but we'll find out. I'm glad he in the chat. But it's cool.
And when Trump and them went in and took Maduro, they also told Cuba, no more oil for y'all, Cuba. And they told other countries, including Mexico, hey, don't even try to send them oil. Don't try to get them oil in there. It ain't happening, okay? So that's the background. So now here we have Congresswoman Jayapal, who's putting her nose into this.
No problem.
business. She's sticking her nose into it and saying,
But yeah, I'm not selling anything. You guys see my channel is monetized. I don't ask for no super chat. I don't ask for no money at all. I just share videos that I like, and I feel that it's worth watching, and I feel that it's common sense, and why not? And I thank you guys for being in the chat, staying with me. Because I do live stream. I live stream about 3 hours, if not more. And I thank you guys for staying with me. Really appreciate it.
I'm working with people to try to get oil to Cuba. Now, she knows She knows that the stated policy of the United States is that no oil for you to Cuba, or
almost there, you guys. Thank you. Almost there.
within the executive of the federal government, right? Now she's in the congressional side. She doesn't really have.
I'm not gonna play no Roland Martin. I'm not gonna play no Candace Owens, no Alex Jones, no Tucker Carlson, or no Harsh Winds. So other than that, if I'd be being a right-wing propagandist, not really. If I was a right-wing propagandist, I'd be playing Tucker Carlson or some goofy-ass Candace Owens. You don't see that happening. Like, share, and subscribe.
Anything to do with that. So now you're going to hear her saying that she's working on a workaround. She's working on a workaround of the country's stated policy of very limited to no oil for Cuba. And people are saying, yo, isn't this treason? So first, let's hear what she said, and then I'm going to run down some of the possible laws that she may have broken.
This is my channel. It's all me. Check it out. It's free. You can comment, share it. We'll do it all. Live stream, short. It's all there.
Look, I can't tell you what will happen, as I've said many times.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And, of course, it helps most of their oil from Venezuela. And when Trump and them went in and took Maduro, they also told Cuba, no more oil for y'all, Cuba. And they told other countries, including Mexico, hey, don't even try to send them oil. Don't try to get them oil in there. It ain't happening, okay? So that's the background. So now here we have Congresswoman Jayapal, who's putting her nose into this business. She's sticking her nose into it and saying, I'm working with people to try to get oil to Cuba. Now, she knows that the stated policy of the United States is that no oil for you to Cuba, or we'll decide the little bit of oil that you may get within the executive of the federal government, right? Now, she's in the congressional side. She doesn't really have anything to do with that. So now you're going to hear her saying that she's working on a workaround. She's working on a workaround of the country's stated policy of very limited to no oil for Cuba. And people are saying, yo, isn't this treason? So first, let's hear what she said, and then I'm going to run down some of the possible laws that she may have broken, or we're gonna analyze this treason thing, y'all. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country supplying fuel to Cuba. I was in conversations with the ambassadors from Mexico and some other places, and I know
she got a good face for radio. Damn,
trying to
DT.
figure out how to get oil there, but it is a crisis beyond imagination.
And that's Washington Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal facing backlash this morning for those comments, admitting to working with Mexico and other foreign countries to help get oil into Cuba, despite President Trump's blockade on the communist regime. It follows a congressional delegation to Cuba where she discussed the island's worsening fuel shortages and U.S. policy toward the communist government. The Congresswoman responded to the backlash on X, saying this, breaking news, members of Congress meet with ambassadors of other countries every day. That's literally our right and our responsibility. Joining me now is Florida Senator Ashley Moody. Senator, it's good to see you. Thanks very much for being here. And let's get right to this. You were the Attorney General for Florida before going into the Senate. Are these statements a violation of law?
Well, you know, treason is outlined right there in our Constitution. You can't give aid or comfort to enemies. It's also a statute. Now, I don't know that it hasn't been used very often in our nation's history, but and there may be other federal statutes that apply here.
All right, so let's just talk about treason first, y'all. Under the United States Constitution, treason is levying war against the United States. She didn't do that. Or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. So is she trying to aid and comfort to Cuba? Probably, right? But is Cuba an enemy of the United States? Well, that's where the legalese would come in, because we're not at war with Cuba. We're adversaries, but are we actually enemies? It would probably be difficult to say that we're actually enemies in the legal sense. So treason would probably be tough. Another one, Logan Act. Now, the Logan Act generally prohibits unauthorized private citizens from negotiating with foreign governments in disputes with the United States. So I couldn't just go to Iran, just show up and be like, yo, I'm going to help with this peace deal if I'm not authorized, okay? But she's not just a general private citizen. She's a congresswoman, so she's going to have at least some kind of defense in any kind of court case about this. She'd say, yo, I'm a congressperson. I'm not just some private citizen. Of course, Congress people go and they meet with ambassadors, they meet with foreign dignitaries all the time, and we represent the United States. So Logan Act might be tough. Now, another one might be sanctions or embargo violations. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit more tricky and more sticky, right? Because she absolutely did express an intention to help Cuba get around the sanctions or the embargo. Now, is this embargo official as it relates to oil? Are there official sanctions? That would be a question. But probably, if there's something official, she might have some problems with that. Now, is this like something you could go to prison for this, okay? You could absolutely go to prison for this. But would she be brought up on some kind of actual charges about this? I don't think so, like in a criminal sense, y'all. But as you're going to see in this next segment, maybe some House ethics violations, maybe some kind of process within the House of Representatives, that might be possible.
But this is astounding. And by the way, she and Ilhan Omar last year went to Cuba. They just went again. This hasn't been something that members of Congress do repeatedly. This new progressive caucus, which are basically communists, look at what they're espousing around the nation, what they're trying to do by cracking down on businesses, government-run businesses, pushing people out of these areas, making people rely on government. That's communism 101. They're traveling around the world, meeting with cartel members, going to communist nations. It is unbelievable what has become of this Democratic Party. And all of the Democrats that have given these people cover should be ashamed. This ain't your daddy's Democrat Party anymore. This is people who believe in a different form of government. They work against and do not believe in the United States of America. And you have got to have strong senators and House members pushing back on this type of activity. I think ethics complaints will be coming. The fact that she went and met with a communist nation and tried to work against the policy of the United States, at the very least, not to mention an investigation possibly criminally.
And Secretary Rubio talked about the issues in Cuba.
So is her trying to help Cuba skirt United States sanctions or an embargo, is that wrong? I would say plainly it's wrong, right? I mean, you might say, okay, well, under what basis am I judging right and wrong? Because she could easily say, well, starving Cuba is wrong, right? She could easily say Cuba has no oil. People don't have the energy to run their hospitals, to run daily life. So she could easily say that's wrong. And I think we could all agree that that's probably going to hurt the common man. And that definitely sounds like it's wrong too, right? So that's not really a defense for her, because her position, particularly as a member of the government, is not to decide the foreign policy of the United States. It's to not interfere with it, definitely not to personally go out there and try to thwart it. So this is a tough spot, y'all. I definitely could see some kind of House ethics hearings on this, but will anything happen criminally? Probably not. But if it's proven that she were to have actually assisted Cuba in getting oil going around U.S. sanctions, I definitely think something. I think that's probably a crime, right? And
I believe it's the same woman that she wants to give reparations to the illegals. Vote her ass up out of here. Vote her up out of here, man. Reparations to the illegals. They have no right to it. None of that. They got here illegal. They was criminals. I reward a criminal. That's stupid. Vote her out. Like, share, and subscribe.
I don't know. Under the Trump administration, I can certainly see an FBI raid at the very least. So, y'all, this is a tough one. This is a very tough one because she does have a role in the government, right? But she's purposefully, and I would say knowingly, overstepping her bounds and working against the stated objectives of the United States. So, y'all, before we go, I'm going to show you this other little clip of her. You've been seeing this playing in the background. I just find this interesting, y'all. This lady, she's very...
All right. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you.
She's one of the... She almost feels like a teacher. You ever have a teacher like, no, it's not like that. You like, teach. Have you ever been right and your teacher was wrong, but your teacher was so sure that she was right? You like, man, forget it. You're just gonna let her do what she do. Jay Paul gives me that kind of vibe. Y'all check this out.
Let me just, excuse me. Let me just say something here. Let me just say something right here. It is very important that people in Illinois and across the country understand the immigration system is a civil system. Undocumented presence in the United States is not a criminal offense. And so thank you for the clarification on language right here.
So yeah, y'all, drop a comment down below. Try to think about this clearly, people. Try to think, does this sound like treason? Does it sound like a Logan Act violation where private citizens should not be involving themselves in disputes between the United States and other countries, meaning talking to their governments on behalf of the United States? Does it sound like sanctions or embargo violations where she's trying to help Cuba get around sanctions or embargoes from the United States? Or does it sound like, nah, it's just a congressperson doing her job, y'all? Let me know what you think. Drop a comment down below. But before you do, please stop, hit the share button.
Yeah, guys. Once again, I was a Democrat. This is me in Chicago. That's Danny Davis. I should do security there. Once again, I was security in Chicago. This is me. Yeah, I was a Democrat. But it's cool. Red pill, baby. Yeah.
Share this video out over email, text message, WhatsApp.
That's how I used to work in Chicago. I was a security officer. Conceal and carry. Yep.
Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, all your favorite social mediums. And of course, if you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. Thank y'all for watching. Love y'all, and we'll see you back in the next one. You know that we are a paralegal school. If you've been watching our program now, you know that we've been around for 23 years. You know
hours away if Iran did. Republicans simply never saw coming. And I don't mean the tweets. I don't mean the True Social broadsides. I mean something structural, something that may have permanently altered the political power of this papacy before it even got started. Because here's the question nobody in the legacy media is asking. How does the first American Pope in 2,000 years of church history, a man who came out of the gate with the full backing of the globalist left, with breathless media coverage, how does that man end up in a position where he has to publicly walk back his own words? Something happened. And when you see exactly what Trump did and why it worked, you're going to understand not just this conflict, but the entire civilizational battle that's building underneath it. Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your patron professor, here to help you make sense of the madness with breaking news and analysis you're not going to get anywhere else. So you know what to do. Make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. I'm sure you all know that Pope Leo, the first American Pope from Chicago, as it turns out, he has a history of pushing politically leftist talking points. He's good buds with Obama's right-hand man, David Axelrod. I'm sure you all know that he and President Trump, let's just say, don't see eye to eye on things. And we found that out, ironically, on Easter Sunday when President Trump chose that moment to post a social media threat to Iran that was really graphic. It was really scorched earth. It even
I've been in New York too as well.
The president promised the end of an entire civilization in Iran is just hours away if Iran did not comply with the military deadline of 8 p.m. that evening. Now, ironically, again, the threat worked. Iran capitulated. They blinked. And a ceasefire was agreed to that's held up ever since for nearly a month. But Pope Leo saw things very differently. He decided, for whatever reason, that it would be a good idea to insert himself into this geopolitical conflict. He called Trump's threat to destroy the regime, he said entire civilization, as truly unacceptable. Those are the words he used. He said attacks on civilian infrastructure were, quote, violations of international law and represented the hatred, division, and destruction that humanity is capable.
So I've been in New York as well, you guys. I've been overseas, been all over the place. This me in New York. I was kind of chunky back then. I'm glad I lost weight. I think I like 240. Now I'm back to 190. Thank you, Jesus. But yeah, 2016. Wow. Wow, that's a long time ago.
Pull up. Now, despite the fact that the international law he appealed to has gone the way of the dodo bird.
Subscribe. Let's get to 2,000 subs.
Forms of law and international protocol and precedent. It didn't matter. The liberal globalist media absolutely lost their minds with joy over this. CNN, Al Jazeera, Rolling Stone, USA Today, they ran breathless pieces.
Right. They keep on saying the party switch. It still makes no fucking sense. It doesn't matter. It's like Jordan putting on some LeBron James shoes or LeBron putting on Jordan shoes. The skill in the game, you know what I'm saying, hasn't switched. It's just the shoes, but the game is whatever it is. But back to this whole thing. Democratic Party name is a party of KKK and corruption. How you guys keep on voting for that? Stand with that. And y'all know it, but you still keep voting for it. Get off the plantation. It's okay.
About how this first American Pope was going to be the moral hammer that finally brought down Donald J. Trump. Al Jazeera ran an op-ed titled, "The Pope has shown the world how to stand up to Trump." USA Today warned that Trump's feud with Leo was dividing Catholics. And now the globalists had found their new champion, and they were giddy. They were so excited. Even Bill Maher was somewhat taken aback when these liberal globalist outlets that normally are very critical of the papacy suddenly see the Pope as their new champion. But then Trump did what he always does. He didn't flinch. He didn't apologize. He went on Truth Social and he unloaded. He called Leo weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He said, "I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon." He said, "I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do." And then Trump dropped what may be the most audacious line any sitting American president has ever directed at a sitting pope. He wrote that he wasn't on any list to be on pope. He's talking about Robert Prevost.
Funded neo-Nazis. The charity that supposedly fought the Klan funded the Klan. The charity that supposedly fought neo-Nazis funded neo-Nazis. The Southern Poverty Law Center ran a methodical, calculated scheme to defraud their donor base of $3 million and lied to them and used an illicit banking structure system to create shell companies to hide their money and who it was being sent to, specifically for the reason to sow discord and hate into our society. This is the ultimate definition of hypocrisy. And if you look at the indictment produced by the Department of Justice and the FBI, you will see that these banking institutions tied directly the funding mechanisms in which the Southern Poverty Law Center used to fund at least 8 hate groups they supposedly wanted to take out, but they were paying the very villains of our society they supposedly wanted to protect us from. That's
boom.
To the right
boom, 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 boom,
before
boom.
becoming pope. He wasn't on any list to be pope. He was only there because he was an American. And they thought that he would be the best one to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, this is Trump. He said, if I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Gang, you have to let that sink in for a moment. The President of the United States just publicly stated on the global stage that the Pope of Rome owes him his job. If Trump weren't in office, Leo wouldn't be anywhere near the papacy today. And if you thought the escalation stopped there, well, let's just say it didn't. I'm hiccuping over that. Here's what President Trump had to say just the other day.
Well, I can tell you this, that as far as the Pope is concerned, it's very simple. Whether I make him happy or I don't make him happy, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he seemed to be saying that they can. And I say they cannot. Because if that happened, the entire world would be hostage, and we're not going to let that happen. That's my only message.
And Catholics largely agree with the president over the Pope. A poll released in the midst of the height of their conflict found that Trump actually gained support among Catholics. He gained support. This Pope, when all is said and done, is not particularly that popular among more conservative Catholic laity. Trump himself exposed then Robert Prevost's own X account when he was cardinal, and he showed, and by the way, it was subsequently deleted after he was chosen to be Pope, but it didn't matter. We found out that it was filled with far-left retweets and political approvals that the church clearly did not want the world to see. But Trump reposted them before they were completely scrubbed. And what they revealed was a pope with a distinctly partisan left-wing political lean, one that the media was perfectly happy to weaponize against the elected president of the United States. But I think the key reason why Trump got the upper hand on Pope Leo is he exposed his radical and frankly embarrassing hypocrisy, his utterly selective moral outrage. Trump pointed out that when Iran executed tens of thousands of its own people, innocent people in the streets just weeks ago, Leo was crickets. He said nothing. The Catholic Church, the Vatican was silent. Not one word. A staggering silence given Leo's injecting of himself into the conflict without applying his moral standard consistently. You know, Trump bad, but mullahs, and as such, Leo is walking in the footsteps of his predecessor, Francis, who consistently defended third worlders around the globe, all the while excoriating the supposed crimes and ills of the very Western civilization that gave him the cathedrals he sits in. Bottom line, one leader is willing to defend Western civilization while the other consistently looks the other way and whose defense of the third world literally knows no bounds. So what's really going on here between Trump and the Pope? That is what we're about to find out. But first, let me ask you a serious question. If you could earn consistent double-digit returns guaranteed by law, would you still risk your money in volatile markets? Because most investments today come with a catch. I recently came across a method that worked with the president is the latest and most dramatic battle in a much larger civilizational war over who speaks authoritatively for the Christian West. The progressive wing of the Catholic Church, which has dominated the Vatican bureaucracy since the Second Vatican Council in the 1960s, understands something with perfect clarity. It understands that if Catholic voters in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin stay with Trump and Vance through 2028, the liberal project in America is finished. Nearly 60% of Catholics voted for Trump in 2024. So the Vatican deployed the one political asset in their theopolitical arsenal that they had left, the moral authority of the papacy itself. They elected an American pope, a Chicagoan no less, precisely because they believe he would be the most effective instrument for peeling Catholic conservatives away from the Trump coalition. And I think Trump was right. It does appear to have been a deliberate strategy. And by all appearances, it has failed. And it failed because of the massive rift, the chasm that's opened up between the political orientation of the Vatican, which we might describe as the Davos Vatican, given their alliance with the World Economic Forum and Leo's ridiculous blessing of a block of ice at a climate summit. There's this massive chasm between the Davos Vatican and the values, interests, and concerns of the vast majority of American Catholics that want nothing to do with Davos Vatican values. That Vatican tries to present itself as politically neutral when in reality, it's long been recognized that it's been systematically co-opted by international left-wing ideology, open borders, global governance, radical climate alarmism, and it consistently deploys that ideology against nationalist, populist, and sovereignty-based political movements that rank and file Catholics overwhelmingly support. So
Thank you guys. Thank you. We growing. Oh, man.
It's setting itself up against
12 more subscribers. Let's get it. 12 more subscribers to 2,000. Let's get it. Let's grow together. Let's see history right here.
But at a larger scale, I think what we're watching here is the emergence of what scholars call theopolitics as the defining battleground of 21st century global politics. The reemergence of religion, not as a soft cultural backdrop, but as a central driver.
Right, I'm an American, not African. Right, I'm an American, not African. You're right, Mr. Good Citizen. You're right on that. Definitely American, not African.
Electoral coalitions and civilizational identity is the biggest political story that the legacy media has no framework whatsoever to understand or explain. So on one side, you got what I call Davos Vatican, the progressive wing of a global institution that speaks the language of human dignity and the gospel while aligning itself with open borders, supernatural.
Oh man, we doing it, you guys. Let's get it. We're almost there. 2,000 subs.
On the other, you got
right here
Trump
to watch it together. Let's get it.
And the world they represent, a civilizational nationalism that fuses Christian heritage, national sovereignty, and a willingness to use military and economic power in unapologetic defense of Western interests. And the American Catholic laity, from Tom Homan, our border czar, to the millions of faithful.
Yes. We doing it, you guys. We doing it. Appreciate you guys.
They chose
it
in 1990. They chose it again in 2020, and they chose it yet again in 2024. And as a result, Leo,
just an American baby.
Blink more than once. He walked back his original tyrant's comment. He said he's not a politician, that he has no interest in getting involved in American politics or starting a war with Donald Trump. He's right now, as we speak, meeting with Marco Rubio today to obviously smooth out things between Washington and the Vatican. But I would argue in many ways it's too late. Trump has effectively exposed.
Man, 10 more, you guys. Amazing. Man,
Trump
you guys are blessing.
The Vatican to come to him diplomatically, publicly, unmistakably. He's demonstrated to 60+% of American Catholics that their spiritual leader was being used as a political instrument by the same globalist left that lost them in 2024. And he's made it impossible for Pope Leo to function as the progressive movement's champion without paying a massive credibility cost.
Okay, MAGA's trash. That's all you got to say about MAGA?
John Paul II changed the world by wielding the moral authority of the papacy with the grain, along the grain of Western civilization, in alliance with Reagan and Thatcher against Soviet communism. Pope Leo is trying to wield that same moral authority, but against the grain, against the elected president of the United States, against the democratic will of the Catholic majority in America, in alignment instead with Axelrod and Davos and the legacy media. And Donald Trump hit back hard, repeatedly, publicly. The era of top-down progressive papal politics aimed at American conservatives is over. The message has been sent, and Leo knows it. And if he doesn't, President Trump will be all too willing and able to remind him.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're going to head out to Tennessee, where congressional or state Republicans in the legislature there are poised to essentially pass a new congressional map after that Supreme Court decision related to Louisiana is going to allow a number of states, particularly in the South, to redistrict. And it looks like that Republicans in the state of Tennessee are redrawing their map, which would essentially make the one blue seat that they have a lot more vulnerable to be flipped. So we've gotten some images out here that looks like absolute chaos right now. The feed is kind of been going in and out. It's been a little choppy here and there, but this here, we'll pull up this tweet here from Fox 9 or Fox 9. Yeah, that's right. Saying Tennessee Republicans are advancing a plan to redraw the state's congressional map, including splitting its only majority black district that is currently held by Steve Cohen, who represents the Memphis area. He is the only Democrat currently in the House of Representatives representing the state of Tennessee. He's considered to be a pretty progressive lawmaker, and his district has for a long time been very safe as well. So we're taking a live look here. We'll see if we can listen in to see if we can hear anything of relevance, but let's just go ahead. We'll listen in, and if we have to pull out, we will. Yeah, it looks like that audio is not very good as of right now, but we have this in from Asher Reid. He's a television reporter down there or the Fox MMR program, I should say. So he says this: I spoke with Tennessee Republican State Senator John Stevens before he walked to the state capitol building for a third day of the GOP redistricting effort. He is sponsoring the redistricting bill. Stevens thinks Tennessee could have a new map by the end of the day, all caps there. The new map would cut through Memphis, diluting the Democratic city into 3 Republican districts. And you can see the map a little bit there on your screen. Might be hard to see for some of you, but there are kind of 3 seats right there. And Memphis is kind of the lower portion southwest in the state, kind of borders along with Mississippi. So you have a pretty red-ish northern Mississippi area that doesn't get included in the congressional map, but then you cut right into Memphis, and that's a pretty blue bastion for at least a couple of miles until you get outside the city limit. Then it gets into more red districts there. But for a long time, that has been one of the few, if not the only, congressional districts that has been represented by a Democrat.
I grew up in the Deep South. Days of KKK, Jim Crow segregation. It was the greatest environment for a young man to grow up in. We, as Black Americans, even though segregated, were the same way as other Americans across our country. It was the Jewish communities, it was the Polish communities, the German communities, it was all together. They understood one thing about our country. What a great place to be. We're all proud to be American. We understood the only way that you can actually get respect is not through demanding, but commanding. And how do you command respect? The old American way? You work hard, you run hard, you study hard, and you gain people's respect. That was my community, by the way. A little history that you don't know about, because left has done a really good job of hiding this process. You see, it was the 30s, the 40s, 50s, and 60s. There was a Black community, my community, that led our country and the growth of the middle class. Men matriculated from college. Men committed to marriage, over 70% in the percentage of entrepreneurs. And that entrepreneur base of 40% in our community led to 50 to 60% of Black Americans in the 1960s being part of the middle class. So don't believe the leftists about how oppressed we've been. We were kicking butt, period. I lived it. I grew up in the Deep South.
I've been some more swingy districts, some bluer districts in Tennessee before, but then when you had the census and the redistricting in 2020, that led to Tennessee.
This was a time of unearth this surprising fact. In the 1960s, nearly 80% of Black American families were 2-parent households. This was a time of unity, strength, and resilience within the Black community. But as the years passed, this solid family structure started to crumble due to several factors. Today, we dive into the complex blend of societal elements that influence this shift. First, let's examine the role of drugs. The 1980s marked the beginning of the war on drugs, a policy that disproportionately affected Black communities. An influx of drugs created a vicious cycle of addiction, imprisonment, and broken families. Fathers and mothers were removed from homes, leaving children to fend for themselves. The impact was devastating, and the ripple effects are still felt today. Then there were the gangs. With absent parental figures, many young Black Americans sought solace and belonging in gangs. This resulted in an increase in violence, crime, and...
Subscribe, everybody. Subscribe if you haven't. 10 more subscribers to 2,000. To 2,000. 20. I'm getting tongue-tied, so excited.
This was a time of unity.
10 more subscribers to 2,000. 10 more. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Becoming redder than it already was. So essentially Memphis and Steve Cohen's seat has been the only seat that has been a Democrat stronghold in the state of Tennessee for some time. We have this from Fox Nashville saying, breaking update, the Tennessee House has voted to redraw Shelby County, home to Memphis, into 3 Republican-controlled congressional districts. Moments after the vote, protesters erupted in outrage inside the chamber. And then that's where you see some of the video that you're seeing right now. See if you can pull it up here and see kind of what we're noticing. It's kind of a mess. They're in the press area right now, kind of going off and trying to get a good situation. It looks like we're going to have a hard time seeing anything right now, so we'll go off of that. This from Karen Aguilar. This is what has happened so far on the 3rd day of the special session to turn the state's only blue district, the 9th district of Memphis, red. Bills to push redrawing Tennessee congressional map forward are being heard by the House and Senate floor today at Fox Nashville. So what we're likely seeing now and how this is probably going to work, they've passed this out of the House. It likely will then head to the state Senate. And I don't really know what the makeup of the Tennessee state Senate legislature is. I can tell you that in a lot of these states, when they try to do this redistricting effort, whether it's a red state or a blue seat, normally the Senate has been the biggest challenge for whatever party is trying to pass a new map. You saw it in Maryland, where the Senate leader there was kind of a thorn in Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland's side, when it came to drawing a new map, even though both are Democrats. You've seen that in Indiana, where there were a number of state senators who stood kind of in the way of President Trump and Governor Mike Braun when it came to getting more Republican districts and redrawing the state map in Indiana. Those senators who opposed President Trump's effort got primaried and lost. A lot of them lost their election this week. So there's going to be a very different state legislature in the state of Indiana because of this pushback from within the Republican Party when it came to redistricting. We also have this. This is a tweet we already just read. So again, the new map in Tennessee has been passed out of the House. It is likely to go to the Senate today, and then it will be signed by Governor Bill Lee. And Marsha Blackburn, the senator from Tennessee, who's been one of the more leading voices to get Tennessee to redraw the map. She's running for governor. She's the front runner to be the next governor of Tennessee. She's been pushing it. So here we go. Breaking from Fox Nashville. Tennessee House voted in favor of redistricting Memphis after a heated debate. And now we've got some heated protests going on where, based off what our reporters down...
There's a reason Democrats seem more nervous about voting maps and voter ID than they do about inflation, crime, or whether people can afford groceries anymore.
10 more subscribers. Let's get it. Why not? 10 more subscribers to 2,000. 2,000 subscribers. Yeah, for Juneteenth, yeah.
Looking at this energy here carefully now. The protest, the chants, the signs, the language, everything immediately escalates to Jim Crow. Everything immediately escalates to racism.
Right, it's crazy.
The moral emergency. For a long time.
Okay. Let's get it. 9 more, everybody. 9 more. Why not? 9 more. Let's get it.
Than they used to be. And that's what things are starting to change, because once voters start separating actual racism from political branding tactics, the conversation changes completely. And a lot of Americans, including minorities, have started asking a question. Democrats obviously hate hearing, it's their literal kryptonite. If these districts were designed around race in the first place, why is changing them suddenly unacceptable? That question alone really changes the whole tone of the debate, especially when criticism starts coming from Black conservatives instead of Republicans, Democrats can easily dismiss. So let's go ahead and roll the clip.
The way that y'all are acting about the passing of this Voters' Rights Act is the main reason why it needs to happen. And it thoroughly proves my point that everything is racial. All y'all care about is race. Because it was unconstitutional to begin with. Because why are y'all making congressional maps based off of race? Oh, I'll tell you why. It was because the Democrats needed a mapped out consensus of their plantations and the Negroes who inhabited them. Which is why I'm so happy about what's about to go down here in the great state of Tennessee, especially Memphis. See, what you have to realize is Memphis, Tennessee is the largest Black Democratic city within the state. And out of the state of Tennessee, Memphis is the most problematic. And when you think about Democratic cities, and it's just not Memphis, it's practically anywhere in the United States. And see, when it comes down to these Democratic cities, the mission is chaos. And Memphis is nothing but chaos. See, the Democratic plan is nothing but to seek, kill, and destroy. And see, when it comes down to Black communities, it's their job, it's the Democrats' job to keep Black people uneducated and misinformed. Because see, out of the whole state of Tennessee, Memphis is number 1 in crime. And also in Memphis, our children, most of them can't even read past 3rd grade level. It's just so sad that when issues like these arise, that you see an influx of such misinformed and uneducated Black folks. The Supreme Court did not suppress.
The whole world was doing slavery, not just America. So what's going on with this slavery stuff? Slavery right now going on in Africa and in Europe. And in Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the Black vote. It's just making it fair. They're just not going to be drawing maps based off the color of someone's skin. The Democrats are actually going to have to work for our vote. The Democrats had a control on the Black vote. They knew that in Shelby County, when it came down to the Democrats, they would win. They know that if they redraw these maps, that it's a pretty good chance that they just may lose. They're afraid that that Democratic leash is about to come off. So they're doing all they can to fearmonger Memphians by throwing in that dash of racism and telling you that you are being oppressed yet again. And to make matters worse, to add on to the racism fact, why are they putting race with parties? So only Blacks are Democrats? I definitely know some white liberals. I definitely know some white Democrats. I definitely know some Black Republicans because, hey, I won. But why are Democrats making this out to be strictly about Black people and their vote? That's because they know that we as Black people are afraid of change. We see that our Republican constituents is kicking ass and taking name. And they're really creating change. We see that their plan is working. Democrats thrive off crime.
Yep.
And our
Crime and
Republican
chaos.
Party is trying to clean up the crime. They have been against the Memphis Safe Task Force ever since President Trump announced
9 more subscribers. Let's get it. 9 more to 2,000.
when I said that I saw a difference in my neighborhood. It was just so unbelievable that their plan actually worked. No one No Democrat from Memphis, Tennessee has came to my neighborhood.
Why? It was black people that had white slaves as well.
Did my Republican constituents feel a great change on the horizon for Shelby County? Thanks to Senator Marsha Blackburn and Governor Bill Lee, there is a special session starting tomorrow about redrawing these congressional maps. And with the full support of our awesome President Donald J. Trump, there's a possibility that we can see Memphis go red. So it's time for a change. And I'm here for it. And before I go, one more thing. The possibility of the Democratic seat really not meaning it.
So you saying to tell me that black people didn't have no white slaves? No, you you not educated. And I'm finna prove it.
You think hopefully? Is it worth the two people that's running? I mean, you have Steve Cohen and then you have Justin Pearson. It's like asking,
the black people
do you want gonorrhea or do you want syphilis? Memphis.
See, this right here is what creates panic inside modern Democrat politics. Not just conservative voters, independent black voters. You know, because the Democratic Party got very comfortable assuming, you know, black voting blocks would stay politically loyal no matter what. Now that assumption is obviously fickle. That's why these reactions feel so emotional, because if black people begin prioritizing results of a political tradition, entire campaign strategy stop working just like that. I'm over here snapping them out. We'll make a little song. And whether people agree with, how you say her name, Alicia, believe it or not, he's touching the nerve Democrats have struggled with for years. Why does every conversation involving minority communities immediately become centered about race before results? That's the real question. Especially in cities that have been controlled by the same leadership for decades, while schools decline, crime rises, businesses leave, and residents keep getting told. So
yeah, white people were slaves.
Everybody else.
Do y'all research, man. It's not that hard to just get your phone out.
Okay, would actually improve. And social media made this harder for Democrats, you know, to manage. People compare policies now and revisit old clips now and fact check narratives in real time now. So the whole system of media narratives lasted for months. That's gone. Which is why, you know, Wesley Hunt's clip matters so much. What we're finna get into, because he's speaking calmly, but what he's saying politically is rather explosive.
They just call you racist, and that game's over now.
Newsflash, it is not 1964 anymore in America. And while the left doesn't want to admit that people like me exist, that people like John James exist, people like Byron Burgess Owens, who is a United States congressman in Utah, and last I checked, I don't think there's very many of us represent.
Come on, Tech. I'm bringing it for you. I'm bringing it to you, man. Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Subscribe. Yeah. There you go, Tech. There you go.
That white majority districts means that we are, as I always say, being judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. And then what these liberals are trying to do is to keep minority groups and keep black and brown people on the Democrat plantation by saying that the only way you can have anything in this country is if we give it to you. If we draw you a district with all minorities in it, that will ensure that you have a minority in that seat. How about this? I got an idea for you. Be a good candidate. Work hard.
Yes, it does, Tech. It says it. Yes. Records indicate that some free black people in America's South owned slaves, including some individual of white or mixed race and heritage.
But at least put your name on a ballot and then let the people choose between who they want to see to be their leader in those congressional districts.
Come on, Paul. Stop picking apart what's going on, man.
People could really care less.
Stop picking it apart. Like, share, and subscribe. Come on, you guys. 9 more subscribers to 2,000 subs. 9 more. 9 more. 57 people in the chat. Let's get it. 9 more.
Well, especially on the Democrat side, that are simply there because they're...
I'm not asking for no money. I'm asking for the subs. No super chats. I'm just asking for subs. Why not? Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. I don't ask for no super chat. I come on live, share information with you guys. I got my own channel. appreciate you guys. I got other videos you guys to check out. Let's continue.
Entire districts are minorities, and they're proud of that. And see, what I want to talk about is the progress that we have made from 1964 to 2026.
Now, Wesley Hunt just explained something Democrats still haven't fully processed yet. You know, the race card doesn't end conversations the way that it used to. It just don't. That doesn't mean racism doesn't exist. That's not what we're saying. It means voters are becoming more skeptical of how often the accusations gets weaponized politically. And Hunt's existence complicates the entire narrative. You know, the whole narrative structure Democrats prefer. A black Republican winning in a white majority district. That forces people to confront something uncomfortable. Maybe voters are becoming more politically independent than activists actually expected. And honestly, some Democrats still talk about minority voters in a way that feels strangely outdated. You know, the message sometimes sound like empowerment.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
It was less like empowerment, if you ask me.
Thank you. Oh, wow. 6 more to go. 6 more to go. Thank you, guys. Almost at 2,000.
Especially younger
30 people in the chat. Let's get
tired
it.
of every issue being filtered entirely through race first, country second. And once that mindset starts changing, you know, conversations about voting laws start sounding different. Which brings us to voter ID. Roll it.
We should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat. Yeah.
Well. You like dogs. How does a dog cheat? Anywho, this is what Democrats run into a messaging problem with normal everyday Americans, because most people hear proof of citizenship and voter ID and think, man, that sounds pretty reasonable. That's why the left really struggle with this issue politically. Not because activists online, you know, oppose it. It's because average people don't understand why securing elections is controversial in the first place. And every time Democrats react to voter ID laws like democracy itself is collapsing, they accidentally push moderates further away. Because, you know, regular Americans already use identification for almost everything important in life. Driving, banking, travel, medicine, employment. So when voting becomes the one area where asking for identification is treated like oppression, more people naturally start questioning the logic. And the more aggressively Democrats attack these conversations, the more suspicious, we're going to become. That's the irony. But this last clip explains why emotions around Trump and politics feel so intense right now. You know, because for many Americans, this stopped being about one politician a long time ago.
Here's why Donald Trump is causing so much chaos. America has always been a dragon with multiple heads. China, Canada, Russia, Ukraine, Africa, Europe, the Vatican, the Church, Islam, all of these places and more has always worked together against the people. It doesn't matter whether it was Bill Clinton.
Wow, 5 more to go, you guys. 5 more to go. Thank you, guys.
Always worked together.
You guys are blessing, man. You guys are growing with me. We're growing together. Thank you. 5 more to go.
And a system that worked
5 more to 2,000 subs.
Control the people. Sure, that control may look different in China versus America, in Iran versus America, in Canada versus America. These pieces of control may look different. However, it was still orchestrated by the same people. America knows very well what's going on in Iran, and they want to keep it that way.
Since the 80s, Trump been talking about Iran not having too much power, no power at all. Since the 80s. This ain't nothing new with Trump. He been campaigning about it.
America knows very well what's going on in China, and they want to keep it that way.
All right, everybody. We saying it together. We growing together, everybody. Look at this. We growing together. 4 more. Wow. What a journey.
Knowing of the truth, then they can keep control.
What a journey.
As long as they stay on top, that's all that matters. Why did it change once Donald Trump got in charge? Because Donald Trump went against the status quo. And like every Democrat politician has been telling you ever since he got in office, Donald Trump is destroying their version of democracy. Everything that they've built.
Once again, it's their democratic democracy, not we the people constitutional democracy. It's a big difference, man. Get off that plantation. Like, share, and subscribe.
Against you for decades upon decades. Everything that they've used to keep you under their thumb, Donald Trump is destroying. He's coming in with a big hammer and he's crushing it all.
He's crushing it.
And because we're so used to being under their slavery tactics,
Almost there. 4 more subscribers to 2,000. Let's get it.
horrible. It feels like he's hurting us. It feels like he's attacking people for no reason. It feels like he's just hating on people and he's being racist and he's being evil. But what he's truly doing is he's destroying the foundation in which these elite politicians have kept you enslaved physically, mentally, emotionally, financially. In order to build something up greater, you have to tear down the false structures. And every time Donald Trump takes a piece of power from them, yes, it's going to hurt you a bit. You're going to feel it at the gas pumps. You're going to feel it when you see it on TV. You're going to feel it when you see people crying and complaining that things aren't getting better. Things are not changing. Donald Trump is not living up to what he said he was going to do. Do not believe the hype. Do not believe the media that's been lying to you all these decades. Do not believe the politicians that's been lying to you all of these decades. They didn't count on Donald Trump waking up and going against them, just like they didn't count on the people being wise enough and courageous enough to stand with them, even though they're receiving persecution from everybody around them. They did not count on MAGA. They did not count on God. But here we are. Wake up. The reason why there's so much chaos is because God is here now. He's causing the chaos. He's breaking.
All right. 3 more. Wow, you guys are blessing. Look at it. Look at us grow.
When Moses came to free people from Egypt, Pharaoh made it harder for them. And they turned against Moses. We would have been better off, Moses, if you did not come back to help us. Now Pharaoh is punishing us more. But God always had a response. And at the end of it, God pulled them away from slavery. You gotta be able to roll with the punches, and you gotta be able to have faith in God, because He is 100% freeing you from the slavery of the beast system that has kept you under their thumb for decades upon decades. Wake up. God bless.
Now, obviously, that clip is spiritual and heartfelt, but underneath all of it is a feeling millions of Americans relate to, right? They believe powerful institutions stopped respecting ordinary people a long time ago. Government, media, universities, corporate press, political elites. And whether, someone agrees with every word in that clip or not, ignoring why this message resonates would be a mistake. People are exhausted, man. Exhausted of being talked down to, exhausted of being labeled immoral for disagreeing politically, exhausted of hearing that everything is historic while everything's stable. Democrats still haven't figured out that fear-based messaging is completely losing its effect.
Right.
Calling people racist, calling them people
3 more to go, you guys. Lost one. It's all good. Now it's 4 more to go. 4 more to go. Thank you.
Their strategy worked better when Americans trusted institutions more than they do now, but trust collapsed. And once trust collapses, people stop automatically believing political narrative just because a famous person or media outlet repeated them confidently.
History of politics. Pile of smoldering trash, and the rats are fighting over the refuse. It is disgusting and indefensible what has been done to the City of Angels, gone straight to hell. And somebody who remembers how great the city actually could be, Spencer Pratt, a reality television star from the early aughts, what does that remind you of? Who just wants to make LA great again, is delivering banger after banger and winning hearts and minds of Angelinos with ads like this one. Many people calling this one of the best 30-second ads in the history of politics.
This is where Mayor Vass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nikki
Four more. We had one, we lost one. It's all good.
Where you live.
4 more subscribers. Let's get it.
This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor. For my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back. This is where Mayor
every single hero and villain needs an origin story. This is the hero origin story right here. This shot right here is a money shot. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, the money is on Spencer Pratt. Now, Spencer Pratt killed it in last night's LA mayoral debate. 80% of the debate watchers say Spencer Pratt won.
How you doing, Gilbert? Welcome to the chat, Gilbert.
This is a wake-up call for all of LA. Let's explain why. In fact, 88% say Spencer Pratt.
4 more. Why not? 4 more. 48 people in the chat.
Nikki Raman,
4 more subscribers to 2,000.
or whatever the hell that she is. She's like some type of like DEI communist. And Karen Bass, who's also, let me check here. Let's just go back to my notes. Oh yeah, DEI communist. LA, a once great city, of course, has been collapsing in real time before our very eyes.
Yeah, gerrymandering, I'm saying, has been done by both parties, but the Democrat gerrymandering is based on race. That's not cool.
It's been happening certainly over the last couple of decades, but it's accelerated, and now it's time for a change. Spencer Pratt is blowing him out with this polling win. Spencer Pratt's reaction to, here's Nikki Raman attacking him, is hilarious. We need more of it. This is Trump, by the way. This is LA Trump. Watch this.
His idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not this. I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republicans' idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is real.
Yeah, I heard about that last night. That some people they got mad that they want to take the dead people off the ballot, and the Democrats voted against that. That's crazy.
Really not. This.
Can you see the reality TV star shining through? Spencer Pratt going banger after banger against Nikki Raman, and it was a total bloodbath. Everybody posting this GIF. This is exactly what Trump used to do. And it's very interesting. You got these Nikki Ramans who weren't born in LA. They're not from LA. They're not from America. They're not here as a part of this experience that people have had in LA, living there in the golden era of LA, what many would argue would be sort of like the early 2000s, late
Almost
90s,
there.
sort of the LA noir period. Nikki Raman didn't remember that. She's only remembered hellscape LA. She's only ever remembered communist burning, trash bin, race riots, race wars, homeless encampments on the street, total collapse LA. That's all Nikki Raman knows. So to have somebody like Spencer Pratt, who many are saying gives 2016 Trump energy vibes, type of energy that upsets elections and leaves slimy politicians sputtering and confused because they know they're going to get blown out of the water and they don't know how to respond to it. you have somebody in here that's like just kind of scorching and a tribute to a different LA, an LA that was a much better LA. They kind of know the game now, tried to cut away as quickly as possible, knowing what this would become, but he snuck it in. Spencer Pratt dares Nikki Raman to go offer beds to the homeless, saying she'd be stabbed in the neck.
Below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her. Treatment first. I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or supermed. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say, 3,000 people for $400 million? This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team. Treatment first.
It is the Trump vibes, man. Well said. The obvious solution to homelessness is to criminalize it, lock up every homeless person in prison or a mental institution. Problem solved. It's literally that simple. Spencer Pratt just said way too many politicians are scared to admit they don't want a bed, they just want fentanyl.
Housing thing. She had to say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First up, inside safe. I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on supermed. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first. I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck.
Ooh, baby. By the way, this is just going nuclear. Hundreds of thousands of views. I mean, when was the last time an LA mayoral race got millions and millions of views across social media? Simple question: should non-citizens be allowed to vote? Get a load of this.
Well, first of all, when you say
non-citizens, should they be allowed to vote in local elections? Is this a yes or no, Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes.
Oh, wow. It's a fucking no. It depends.
So what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal. It doesn't mean they're undocumented. They can have green cards. They can be here perfectly legal. And there's a lot of states and cities that do that on very, very local elections. We have to see.
Very, very local.
Councilmember Bremen.
Yeah, I would say, again, it does depend. In other places, school boards have
yes
non-citizens.
Non-citizens.
They can't even answer. If only Americans and Los Angeles residents should be allowed to vote. Total fraud. Pass the test tonight. This is local LA commentariat saying Spencer Pratt is it. Effectively channeled the anger of a lot of Angelinos in the state and the city. Again, he's just a throwback to what LA used to be. Watch Spencer Pratt immediately after the debate.
I mean, I would have liked 3 more hours. We got a lot of failures to talk about that these people out. So we should run it back. Part 2. Appreciate it. Don't forget to vote. Send your ballots in right now. Spencer Pratt. Just quick.
We should run it back. Spencer Pratt reveals how Hollywood producers are now forced to hire gang members for security due to Councilwoman Raman's dirty race communism.
Well, Raman will tell you, my husband's a producer, blah, blah, blah. The reality is she's been in power for 5 years. Now, all of a sudden, she has these tweets and these posts. She's doing Substacks. Both of these people have been the reason why there's no more Hollywood. Not to mention, even if they do, these things, we're still going to have drug addicts all over the street because they're treatment first, open beds, not mandatory treatment. Do you know, I talked to producers, they have to pay gang members right now to keep the streets safe.
Torching it. Spencer Pratt is our guy, especially after last night's debate, seeing his social media and politics. Spencer Pratt really seemed like a conservative, better than Mandami communication skills. I hope he wins in Los Angeles. And it's incredible to see a guy get a spotlight because local LA politics is the most insane, bizarre shit show. You get desensitized to it, but this actually did happen. She walked out of the hearing when people were pleading with police to save the abused dogs. Not holding any punches, he called out Nikki Raman for walking out of a public hearing. She doesn't care about safety. She doesn't care about anything. At least Mayor Bass pretends to care. Nervous laughter.
food. All the employees have to eat inside. They can't risk going out. That's why all these beautiful restaurants are closing, because it's so unsafe. So before we require city workers to go back into any buildings, we need to enforce the laws on the street. Councilwoman Rahman is talking about safety, yet when animal rescue activist Rebecca Corey came in and said the dogs are being tortured and abused on the streets of Deunta, she walked out of the hearing. She doesn't care about safety. She doesn't care about anything she's talking about. At least Mayor Bass pretends to care.
Damn.
They don't know what to do.
Don't know.
They don't know what to do.
Don't know.
An ideologue, he's just using common sense to oppose politicians that burn his home down. Policies that Bass and Rahman both support. I don't know if he has a real shot, but LA voters would be crazy not to take a chance on him. What do you have to lose, President Trump said, right, famously, in 2016. What do you have to lose?
Four more subscribers to get to 2,000.
Generation talent.
4 more subscribers.
LA death bench is really that shallow. Spencer Pratt is surprisingly effective, direct, polite, prepared for tonight's debate. The other two have a history as their enemy because everything they've done has been a catastrophe, and he can totally win this thing. Let's go ahead and look. Polls say. Polls now have Spencer Pratt. Polls now have Spencer Pratt up, skyrocketing actually up to 21%. Karen Bass at 41. She's collapsing. Rahman also sort of like spiraling at 31%. So there are some major splits in the betting markets. And there's no split when it comes to the internet. Ain't nobody saying Karen Bass would be good or Nikki Rahman would be good. Ads like these going viral. Let them eat cake. Absolute total state of the Democrat collapse in California, and Spencer Pratt called on in order to fix it. Wild. And Joe Rogan as Commissioner Gordon. I'll take it. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? It's a wild time out there. You're going to see a Spencer Pratt mayor of Los Angeles. That would be incredible. And we're here for it. Hit your boy Benny, like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
The New York exodus is turning into a stampede. Private equity giant Apollo Global Management, headquartered in Manhattan, has decided to open a second headquarters either in, you guessed it, Florida or Texas. Sound familiar? Well, it should, because this comes right after Citadel's Ken Griffin blasted Mayor Mamdani over his push for a new luxury property tax in New York City. Griffin says his firm will now expand more aggressively in Miami. Shocking. Executives are increasingly worried that the mayor is anti-wealth, anti-business. That's his agenda, and it's turning the financial capital of the world into a hostile place to invest, hire, grow, live. It's a war on success. So he stood in front of Ken Griffin's apartment. He doxed his address. He called him out when Ken Griffin is contributing so much to the economy. When other CEOs see that, Apollo, for example, included, why would anybody want to stay here? It was it was the Vornado CEO, and he said that they were shocked that our young mayor would pull this stunt, and said that Zoran Mamdani should know better than to target Ken Griffin. Who's going to want to do business here?
Yeah, so Apollo paid $1.3 billion in taxes last year. Not all of that goes to New York City, of course, but it's a large number that you're losing on a headline level. What I was thinking about, though, is sort of the ripple effects of this. Who works for Apollo in Citadel? And we talk a lot about this K-shaped economy concept and who is really driving the economy. That works on a micro level, too. When you think about New York City, who takes Ubers, gets in taxis, goes out to dinner, and pays a lot of the local small businesses that are actually owned by lower income earners. It's the people that work at a Citadel and work at an Apollo. So if you drive those folks away, I wonder what the dynamics of the city turn into over time. And it's not just the overall tax revenue that you're moving away, but the city's sort of built off of the fact that you moved to New York because it's the only place where you can work in finance. You can work on Wall Street or around Wall Street these days. And that seems to be something that would also sort of shift with this as well.
And one of the points that Ken Griffin made was that it's those folks, the high earners, they're not even using the services that they're paying for. So they don't send their kids to public school. They don't call 911 and go to the hospital. They generally don't get into skirmishes that require police to help them and everything else that we can imagine. And so you push those people out, Brian. Imagine this scenario. And what? You're going to bring more people in that don't contribute as much in tax revenue, but are taking more, which is going to strain the system. So how does this math work?
Well, it doesn't work.
Right.
Of course, Marxist math doesn't work. Math doesn't exist in Marxism. It's very convenient for Marxists to not have to do math. Okay, so can I throw like Griffin has every right to leave. The Apollo guys every right to leave, and I'm with him, and I get why. Totally, I endorse that. But let me ask this question, because I'm thinking about New York City and what happens here, and I'm thinking about all these rich guys, wealthy guys, contributors who've been here for a long time. They've done business, okay, but they have let governance in this city crumble. They haven't done anything, and I'm not even saying it's their responsibility necessarily, but they have stood by while this place has become Mamdani'ville, and they can leave. It's easy for them to leave, but it leaves a whole bunch of other people in the lurch. So I'm not saying don't leave, okay? You can leave. You have the right to. This is federalism in action. But I am saying, like, you were here, you had the means, you had the voice to prevent this, and you didn't. And now you're out, and I feel like if you leave, I hope you keep some presence here to fight the battle that needs to be fought so that capitalism can win. If not for you because you're gone, then for the people stuck here who can't just pick up and leave. Thought.
Was it?
Tell me I'm wrong.
Joe Lonsdale, I'll have to find it, wrote a scathing post that highlights exactly what you said. 10, 20 years ago, there were people, elite, wealthy people, that were more interested in what private school my kid was going to go to than helping reform the public schools, that were more interested in their little club or their little thing, that they weren't engaged in grassroots politics to make this city great, because this city is what made them great. And instead of giving back, they were too interested.
4 more subscribers to 2,000. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Come back in and make sure
4 more.
that their next generation of children understood why this city is responsible for the older generation's success. And they missed that opportunity. I'll find the tweet. I also want to talk about New York, though, as well, because the governor just came out with her budget. Want to get this isn't even worth the pop quiz. It is an alarming $268 billion.
Okay, 3 more to go, you guys. 3 more to 2,000 subscribers. 3 more.
The population in New York is 20 million. The population in Florida estimated 23 million. Their budget, less than $120 billion. So you have a bigger population, and New York has a $270 billion budget, and Florida has.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Name is Deunta. Thank you.
3 million more people. That just speaks to, in my opinion, everything that's wrong with the state. It is big government. It's big money. It is no more autonomy over your individual liberties. We could go on. But it's not going to change. It's ingrained in people's blood. And Brian, I think you're right. I want them to stay and fight, but they don't have to, because that's capitalism. But I wish they would have changed this 20 years ago when they had the chance.
I'm going to push back a little on that, because Stephen Roth at Vornado, they have 20 million square feet of Manhattan office space. They are the borough's largest street retailer with 2.4 million square feet. They are not rolling up the sidewalk on their operations. Their operations remain extensive. They're just moving to headquarters. And you and I both know that HQ can be 5 people and a printer. You know what I mean? It may not be as important as you think. Look, what I thought was interesting about Roth is that he went on 6 minutes on a video talking about what Mamdani did and calling Mamdani out in no uncertain terms. And everybody on this panel knows what it's like to talk for 6 minutes unscripted. It's a lot. So I find that impressive. I think these guys have given a lot to the city. If you go in, and I think I've said this before on the show, add up what they paid in taxes, what they've done in charitable giving is through the roof. Nobody else does what the financial what the banks do, what companies like Apollo do in terms of giving to charity. It's pretty impressive.
I agree with you. Look, I'm not saying these guys necessarily owe the city anything, but I am saying, like, which battles did they pick over the last 20 years? Mm-hmm. Did they pick the hard battles with like a de Blasio that eventually gave, rise to a Mamdani? Charitable giving's great, but like, I just don't know if they picked the hard battles, because I think the social set thing matters. If you care about the social set, don't poke and prod too much, right? Because you might get ejected from polite society. I'm just saying it's a question. As everybody says, I'm out.
I think some of it was out of their control. I think the pandemic had a lot to do with turning the tide here. Even de Blasio wasn't as bad pre-pandemic as he was after. I think that, their hand is being forced now. And I hear you on the stay and fight, but as somebody who has stayed and fought now, I've said this before, I feel exhausted from fighting. And so, maybe it's not Coronado because they're so invested here. They're going to have to stay, maybe move a headquarters or whatever.
It's in their best interest.
But anybody who has the opportunity to leave will leave. And we're going to have to see what happens. And we're going to have to see how that budget adjusts as a result of it, because you can't keep spending money that you don't have. And a lot of folks are telling me that they're very worried about, municipal investments in New York and what could potentially happen. So,
I think how worried Stephen Roth is here is very important, because Vernado owns all of that.
Pandemic, there's a lot that we should be doing that hopefully we'll get our act together before the next one comes.
Is this what one of those they-thems looks like without their testosterone injections for 3 days? Here you've got a man, using that term lightly, quarantined on this cruise ship. And what's you to know? We're real people. We're real people. You keep saying we're real people in this video, and it makes me think that we've been psyoped over here. This is very much in the same vein as CNN fear prawns to try and whip a bunch of dumb morons up into a frenzy to go get experimented on by Bill Gates and Dr. Anthony Fauci. By the way, there is no statute of limitations on treason, boys. Just throwing that out there. Anyhow, cruise passenger sobs about being stuck on a cruise ship where 3 people have died of the hantavirus. And this is the most effeminate dude I've ever seen. I have the position that if you're a man, you're allowed to cry. If you've lost a parent, if you've lost a kid, or if you've lost your dog, you're allowed to cry. That's it. You don't record it, though. You don't record it. You don't record yourself crying. What a ridiculous premise. Which makes me think that this might be a situation where somebody was born a biological female, but then is injecting and ingesting big pharma cocktails to grow beards. This is how chicks operate. I'm so concerned. Okay. It's the hantavirus, so don't eat rat poop. Okay, this is wild.
Give me a second, guys. Hold on.
Don't eat the rat poop, bro. They've been locked down in quarantine, and so I'm not entirely sure what has set off this emotional diatribe over here. Is it that you're on a boat where 3 people are, again, there's 3 people dead, but you're on a boat the size of a small city. So, I mean, again, drink orange juice, drink water. Don't eat rat poop. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. All right. Now, that might be something that you're used to doing in your, I don't know, Arby's at rest stops in the middle of nowhere. Maybe allegedly, of course, in Minecraft, I have no idea. This might be something that you might be interested in doing at San Francisco Pride Parade or something. I don't know, but for this cruise, how it was a 7-day cruise. I don't know how long you want to. Don't eat rat poop. Don't eat rat poop. Yeah, you'll probably be fine. But they are locking people down. There are 3 dead people on this boat. They're trying to get everybody all revved up, by the way. They're like, oh my God, for cereals. Is this the next pandemic? You mean, I'm sorry. So you say pandemic? Let's get some more lecturing. This dude. We told you he was a weirdo. We told you. Well before Belinda left this dude, and well before you got insights into his Epstein adventures, we told you he was a weirdo. Especially when he was trying to lock everybody down.
And it won't be the last pandemic. The next one could be far more severe.
No.
I mean, this one, it killed millions. It was awful. We got the vaccine. Actually, President Trump's leadership was a factor in getting that out quickly. And so when I spoke to him, I said, okay, here's some other medical innovations.
You're not a doctor. Why would anybody listen to it? Here's some more medical interventions. I saw what happened when you gave a bunch of kids in Africa a vaccine. And then they all died. Allegedly, of course, in Minecraft. But, no, I'm good. I'm good, bro. But they trying. Justin, ultra rare, guys. Oh, my God. Super duper ultra. Mutation permutation combination of the hantavirus, super duper weird, the Andes hantavirus strain. It's capable of human-to-human transmission. It killed 3 people on a cruise ship. How old are those dudes on the cruise ship? How old are they? Well, they're dead now, but how old are the dead people? Are they 90? Are they 95 years old? Are you trying to whip up another pandemic?
Almost there, you guys. Almost there. 3 more. 3 more.
90-ish-year-old cruise people died? How has this been? Me, because he's crying like a goofball over here. 4 million views. 4 million views on this. We're real people, man. We're real people with flags. What? What? Is it the hantavirus? What's happening right now? It's very real. It's super for all of us. Come on, man. We're not just a story, all right? We're not headlines. We're people. For cereals, man, we're people and families for cereal with flag. I don't understand this at all. We're people, boy. Soylent Greens.
We're people. People with families.
Okay.
With lives. With people waiting for us at home.
This is my man, Salty Cracker, man. He been around for a minute. His name is Salty Cracker. Very funny, man. Check him out. Subscribe to his channel. Salty Cracker.
All right. Well, anyway, there you go. We're people. We're people, man. We're people. Okay. Yeah, kind of suss that out. Are you a commie? Because commies aren't people. But now you definitely acted like people over here. Come on, man. Don't forget about us. I'm sorry, what? That's the hardest part.
All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity.
To feel safe?
Damn.
You're in the middle of the ocean on a piece of fiberglass. What? No. Bitch, pray to Poseidon. See if that'll help you out over here. But boy, this smells like an up to me. This sounds real stupid. Real stupid. So here you go. Whatever the hell is happening over here, right? It's not happening far away, guys. There's real
Slick Rick, what up? Welcome to the chat.
Keep saying that.
And that this isn't something happening somewhere far away.
Dude, this is a CIA op. I'm telling you right now. This is all real dumb and stupid. But there you go. The world's most effeminate man crying about the hantavirus on a cruise ship, while the mainstream media press is now telling you that this is a super duper rare and dare.
Yeah, be careful, guys. Gotta stay prayed up. On the real.
We're cooked as a country when my first reaction to hearing the news about Trump's attempt was so happy they missed.
Consequences, Abe. That's what Cinco de Mayo is all about. What? That doesn't make any sense, bro. Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de found out, boys. Here we've got this chick. And she's got a sad tale of woe. And by woe, I mean consequences for her stupid actions, which are great. Noticing that a lot of right-leaning podcasters want us to meet in the middle with these idiots over here. No, I'm good.
If you're a Democrat, vote Democrat, or anything associated with the left, you are not a goddamn patriot. Stop lying to yourself. There was no way you were a patriot. You were a Democrat. Patriots, we love America. American first. Democrats want illegals first. Stop it.
We'll talk about that more tonight's live show, 4:30 Pacific. Come join us. Put a link in the description box below.
You are not a patriot, Zach.
So you can join us while we mock those idiots.
And if you are, you show trolling real good.
Who do they want us to align with? Oh, this lady who wants the president murdered. And if you think that these leftards just want the president to be murdered, you're not quite understanding how things work. They want everybody to be murdered who is in between them and their give-me-dats, because this chick wants them give-me-dats. I'm telling you right now. From the government, obviously, because she ain't going to work while she's unemployed. And I got a weird suspicion, by the way, that this chick can't do basic math, but she can computate complex trigonometry when it comes to angling the camera and angling her clothes to hide that she, I'm sure, is shaped like a big old fat bowling pin. Anyway, tell us what's going on, sweetheart.
About this because I genuinely want to move on with my life.
Let's move on, guys.
But a few weeks ago, I made
Thank you for your service, Zach. You served. Thank you for your service, man. So what happened? Me and some Zach. Tech, thank you for your service, Tech. Thank you for your service. What happened?
Oh no! I think you got yourself fired from your job. Yeah, I think you did that. The far right. Oh no, Abe. We're the far. I want the border enforced. I want illegals deported, and I want to be left the hell alone. Like that's fun. Oh, that's just what.
So Zach, why y'all hate Israel so bad? What's up with this Israel hate all of a sudden? Why y'all like Israel?
Oh my God! You're gonna get some far right. That's good. What was that video that you were talking about? Okay, look at the angle of it. Look at she's wrapped in a beige tarp. This chick, 400 pounds, right? Smell it.
We're cooked as a country when my first reaction to hearing the news about Trump's attempt was it was probably fake.
Oh, it's fake. It was fake. You should have ended the video there. You should have said, "I'm stupid. I'll just end the video right there." But no.
Like immediately, I was like, "Oh, that wasn't real. Probably fake." And the second was, "Aw, they missed."
Oh.
So happy they missed. Oh.
I'm an internet comedian. Look at that. A blop. I see you went to the school of Stephen Colbert's Lulz for Idiots. I just screamed, blah, 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 blah. I hate blah, 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 blah. And then everybody laughs. Oh, my vagina. I got a vagina. It's stinky vagina. Everybody laughs. I'm going to throw a little bit of Amy Schumer in there. But no, that's horrible. So she's now been fired from her job. And it's your fault. Because you showed people this. She made a video where she's, again, let's not be cool.
Right, Jason. You're definitely right on that, Jason. Man, amazing.
You're calling for your political opposition to be murdered. You're celebrating the
3 more subscribers, you guys. 3 more. 3 more subscribers to 2,000 subs.
Let's not gloss that
amazing.
Over. I noticed that you've put a crap ton of she's then going to put out. This goes on for like almost 3 minutes. She then starts complaining that somebody sent a letter to her house.
Try what again?
Right, and the showing up to people's houses is a good way to get shot in the face. I'm wondering if that letter was fake, though. I'm wondering if that letter is fake, only because look at all of the work she put into this video, right? She got her fucking makeup she did her eyes, right? She did her hair. She won't do this shit for a date, right? Right? She's meeting some lesbian at a horrible, smelly cat cafe and won't put this amount of work into her look. But to make a TikTok, which, I'm all upset. And she put all the makeup on, all the makeup. She went to the makeup store, unemployed, used an EBT card to get some makeup, and then did herself up to tell everybody about this. So the middle of this is they're threatening to kill me. Again, I don't condone that. And if you send a letter to somebody's house, you show up to somebody's house and you get shot and they'll knock my balls off, don't do that. But the far right guys, again, so she says, I can't believe that you guys showed a video that I made and it got me fired. No, you got you fired. You're a maniac. You got some more stupid stuff to say?
People are insane.
Yes.
Again, I am already suffering the consequences of what I said and did.
Are you?
Okay? I want to move forward. I want to move on.
Stop making
These
videos.
people are so vindictive.
Oh, yeah?
And they want to preach morality.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, here go AI. I Googled it up. It says supporting Israel through financial and military aid is considered beneficial to the United States. Wow. Wow. What else is saying? Make sure you guys subscribe. Subscribe.
While sending me letters like this.
I didn't send you shit. You don't get to speak about morality. You want Republicans dead. Oh my God, I can't believe people are upset. Can't believe people are upset. Oh, I just want them dead. Wow, that's a crazy position to have. They're leaving hateful messages on my social media.
Yes. And while leaving hateful messages on my social media, calling me every name in the book because of a stupid thing that I said about the President of the United States.
Again, it's more than the President of the United States. You are normalizing. You're acclimating people to the notion that it's fine to kill the president, somebody that 75 million people voted for. And it's not that you guys just hate them. You hate all of us. You want all of us dead. And you're surprised that we're not going to tolerate people wanting us dead, people committing crimes on the internet, inciting violence and death threats to people. You're upset that we're not going to be fine with that. Oh, yeah. We're not taking a lecture of morality from you. We're not going to take a lecture on mean things being said. Not from you. You're an idiot. You're like, oh man, he's not dead. Oh, shut up, stupid fat tard. But there you go. Some more lulls for you guys as consequences of, again, wishing death upon people is frowned upon by employers. Who would have guessed that? All right, guys, check out tonight's live show, 4:30, again, 4:30 Pacific. We've got people on the right side of podcasting tell us to unite with these people. Now, I'm good. I'm good. I don't know what kind of soy up just went out right now, but I'm good. And then made white because of salt as well.
We're in good shape. And now we're doing well. Now we have to get what we have to get. If we don't do that, we'll have to go a big step further. But with that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
The U.S. is awaiting Iran's response to its latest peace proposal, and President Trump is optimistic the two sides are close to a deal to end the conflict. Markets are cheering the progress with all major indices up this week, and you see oil trying to get back to $90 a barrel. Welcome back to the second hour of the Big Money Show. I'm Taylor Riggs, along with my captivating co-host, and with us for the hour, Fox News contributor Liz Peek. Great to have you as always.
Thanks for having me.
So, mediators are pushing to restart talks in Pakistan.
Three more.
Says Iran has already agreed to abandon its nuclear weapons program.
Three more.
America will extract uranium from the country. The U.S. is still starving the regime of oil export revenue through a blockade of Iranian ports. So Trump is warning Tehran, strike a deal with America or bombing will resume at, quote, a much higher intensity than before. Liz, I don't want to be too negative, but let me just pose this to you and then you tell me where you stand. Are we getting confused with they're obliterated, but we still have to do an economic blockade because they still have a threat? And there's a deal, but if they're obliterated, why don't we have a deal yet? We don't know who's negotiating. Is there sort of any whiplash for you in this, or is this still a positive for you?
Look, I think the biggest thing that's going on with Iran is the economic blockade. That is what's driving Iran to the negotiating table. That is what I am optimistic will result in a deal. I don't think that the bombing, the taking out of the Navy, all the assassinations of top leaders, etc., have gotten us to that point. I mean, let's face it, the top IRGC guy is still running the show, apparently. He is still completely adamant, has been until very recently, that they would not abandon their nuclear ambitions. The only thing that's really changed is that there are scarcity of fuel and food and bread and things that Iranians cannot do without. So I do think that the economic blockade is crippling this regime, and I think they know it, and they're going to have to make some progress on this peace deal. Right now, the most...
This will be the last video, you guys. It's been 4 hours and 29 minutes I've been streaming for you guys. I really appreciate it. This is the last video. I'm going to finish out. Got to cut my grass, tend to the wife. I really appreciate you guys. 3 more subscribers to 2,000 subs. Let's get it. Why not? 27 people in the chat. 3 more subscribers. Let's get it. The last video of the day.
Recent news is that they want to establish some sort of agency to oversee and tax passage through the strait. That doesn't sound like a
3 more
to me. That sounds like resistance. But look, why does Trump keep talking about more bombing, smashing everything up, etc., as you say? Because at the end of the day, we do have that. We do have that capability. They know it. We don't want to use it because then rebuilding Iran becomes a Herculean task that will engage the entire Middle East. And it's going to be a very, very difficult thing to do, just like it is in Gaza. I mean, it's a huge problem. So I am optimistic that this is going to end. Is it going to end today, tomorrow, next week? I don't know.
I'm not even sure, and this was sort of posed, Jackie, I think you last hour were, or maybe it was Brian, if it's the markets that are rallying on a peace deal, and I would say no. I don't think it's the market's looking at earnings. I don't think the market is thinking, or oil for that matter, we're going to have a deal in Pakistan next weekend, because we also don't trust these people, and I don't know what a deal looks like. How do you read that?
I agree with you. I think the market is rallying on fundamentals, but it needed that little push from this uncertainty to be taken off the table to really be able to go. And I think I've said this from the beginning, even at periods of this negotiation where I didn't really understand what was happening, and I would sit back and think about what I was seeing and say, I don't get it, but I know I don't have all the pieces. I don't have all the information they have, and you have to just trust the process. You have to have faith in the president and his negotiating team to be able to handle this, handle it the right way, handle it in the fastest manner possible. And I think this is a market that has that trust and confidence, because this is a president that has come into office, and everything that he said he was going to do so far, he has done it. So you trust and look at people based on the actions, not what they say they're going to do, but if they follow through with them. And I think that there is an element of this in what we're seeing, which I think is rare, because I've said this before as well, that markets typically don't take that push or turn higher or assume the uncertainty is gone until it is truly, truly gone. I can't remember a scenario like this since I've been covering Wall Street where markets have had such confidence in one person's ability to be able to negotiate an eventual outcome.
Brian, I do not like a tax or a toll on anything coming in or out of the strait because it sets up precedent that A, it's money for them, but also if this is truly international waters, one country shouldn't have to get to decide that they're charging a toll on every
rational, logical voter supports. Dump the filibuster, push the SAVE Act through, make citizens produce ID to vote. No more illegals voting, no more scams, no more people showing up. I'm Joey Bag of Donuts. Are you Joey Bag of Donuts? Actually, I'm Jane Bag of Donuts. I'm pretending to be Joey Bag of Donuts to vote. Nope. You got to produce ID. Pass a second pastor's SAVE Act. Proof of citizenship and ID to vote. Period. Identification. It's not hard. This is not controversial. The overwhelming majority of voters support voter ID. This is not Jim Crow 7.2, whatever bullshit you're throwing out there to gin up race hostilities. That is not what's happening. This is a mass consensus position every sane, rational, logical voter supports. Dump the filibuster, push the SAVE Act through, make citizens produce ID to vote. No more illegals voting, no more scams, no more people showing up. I'm Joey Bag of Donuts. Are you Joey Bag of Donuts? Actually, I'm Jane Bag of Donuts. I'm pretending to be Joey Bag of Donuts to vote. Nope. You got to produce ID. Pass. A second pastor's
global product.
Yeah, I agree. Is that more Ron or more us, though? I mean, that sounds like a Ron's idea.
Oh, for sure.
Right. That's not all right.
We haven't agreed to it. They're just proposing that, but it seems like an odd thing to throw in the middle of the negotiations.
I suppose they want to have their chips on the table too. It'd be a bad idea. By the way, I think it would actually be a backfire for them if they did one of these tolls through the strait. Every country would be like, let's find a way to get around the strait, which I think they're going to do anyway.
We
So I
will
think
not
that's a good thing.
maintain our sovereignty as a country if we cannot have free and fair elections. The Democrats are lying about people not being able to get voter IDs. They've insulted us rural people by saying we can't get voter ID. They are wanting to hang on to their power, and they have bad ideas. They know they need to cheat to get reelected. That's what this is all about.
And then how frustrating is it that we're just not, the Senate just doesn't seem to be playing ball the same way the House is?
Yeah, I don't understand the Senate because this is kind of about the life of our country. And does the Senate not care? There's members there that have grandchildren. Do you not care? But we're leaving our children and grandchildren. This is essential for our country to continue to be a free country.
Boom.
But that would be a bad idea. I've been as hawkish on Iran, I think, as anybody at this table. Okay, so.
Yep.
But I look at what they're trying to negotiate here, and I understand the president is trying to stay between two ditches. Okay, one ditch is you don't do enough to stop the Iran threat. Okay, you give up too soon. The other ditch is you go way too far, and you get embroiled in a thing that we don't want to see again in Iraq, Afghanistan kind of thing. So he's trying to stay between these two, which means you do just enough to get just what you need. And I think that's what the negotiation is about. He's trying to get what we need. The hard truth about all this, let's say we get a deal, okay, and it has inspections and it has verified handover of uranium and all these things. That's good. It all depends on enforcement. But at the end of the day, President Trump cannot control that forever. This whole thing is always going to be contingent on what the next guy and the next guy and the next guy does. It is like statecraft and foreign policy by definition is a never-ending story. It has to be. So I think President Trump is trying to get something that is good for a foreseeable period of time. But I think all of America has to understand, if you take the Iran threat seriously, and I do, I think the way the administration articulated conventional weapons, hiding nuclear weapons, is a big threat. If you take that seriously, every administration in our lifetime is going to have to deal with that. It's not just going to be Trump. So we should probably buckle in, because this is a project we'll have if we care about national security for a very long time.
Well, and that's why, as I was saying at the top of the show, I think this market will change its mind 5 different times on whether this is done or not done, or we're happy with it or we're not happy with it. Sell off, rally, sell off. We see that all the time. But at the end of the day, let me tell you what gave me confidence this week. Marco Rubio. Was that not a great performance by Rubio this week? And he continues. That really makes me feel good about what's happening. At the end of the day, I have more questions about this than I have answers. One of the questions is, are we going to hear from the Iranian people? I don't know. Will we hear from them? When might we hear from them? Could they have the deciding vote, in other words? That's all I have.
Well, they have, if there are snap elections demanded by this.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Is this what you need to get to go vote? I don't know everything. You guys asked me to Google it. I'm going to Google it and I'm going to show it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'm right. Other than that, it's okay. I don't care. I'm not going to be offended if I'm wrong.
This peace process, which I think is very positive, then Trump's promise that help is on the way, that would actually be delivered. I mean, to your point, Jackie, he does follow through. And I don't think they've forgotten that the Iranian people are the victims here, first and foremost.
But like you said in the chat, these are documents that we should already have already. So what I'm showing you is nothing.
And he kind of promised that early on. And he's hinted at.
Besides, you got until November to get your information up to date. So how is that an issue? Plenty of time.
At it as we move forward. I'm hearing you say that actually makes me feel really good because I haven't seen that idea of a snap election anywhere else. And so I'm like, I hope that's out there. I hope that's something they're thinking about.
Liz, what do you tell people who come to me and they say, I voted for America first. Mm-hmm. I didn't vote for another war. And I voted for gas under 3 or a 2 handle. I've sat here at this table and said, this is America first if my daughter can grow up with a nuclear-free Iran. But if it's like a 15-year deal and the next administration is kind of soft on Iran and then they get nuclear weapons, then all of this feels like it wasn't America first. So what do you tell those people?
Well, I think it's a good question. I think making America safe is America first. Yep. And I do think that's the ultimate goal here. The one thing that has been achieved, and I don't think anybody can really dispute this, is we now have allies across the Middle East that we didn't have before. Mm-hmm. I mean, it isn't just Israel. It isn't just Israel and UAE. It's all the Gulf states now understand, and they knew before, by the way, that Iran was an existential threat, not just to Israel, but also to them. Look what they've done, what Iran has done to the UAE and to the Saudis and some of these other countries. I mean, they've been merciless. So I think now going forward, we have a realignment of allies, and that is incredibly important, not just for energy, which Trump managed much better than Joe Biden did in terms of his relationship with the Saudis and the ability to help control oil flows out of the Middle East, but now on a whole host of issues. So I'd say that is something that's very good for America and is America
There have
first.
been all kinds of knock-on benefits that are positive. I read today that Europeans are setting aside some of the penalties in their green policies and laws. So they're setting those aside, saying it's not important. We've got to get the energy that we need right now and not worry about these issues.
Just like Kathy Hochul.
Norway.
What do you know?
Yeah. So we can talk a little bit about that. I'm going to use that to jump into Tesla because this is a fun one. Here's some interesting news. China-made EVs and Tesla out of their Shanghai factory are up 36% year over year. You guys, for a 6th straight month in a row, mostly the Model 3s and the Model Ys. But China also saw some recovery in Europe. Sweden, France, and Denmark, who were saying rising fuel prices are making them want to go back to EVs. I was taking a look. I think in the Netherlands, gas is like $10 a gallon over there. So yeah, when you don't participate in this and you allow yourself to be dependent on climate change or oil from the Gulf region, that's what happens. Anyways, for now, it looks like Tesla is back in vogue, and Brian is smirking.
Well, I just think if you lived in the Netherlands and your government, number one, impoverished you with their energy policy, and then number two, made you dependent on Chinese vehicles, which everybody who talks about those vehicles...
Well, they're Teslas, but they're made in Shanghai.
Oh, I thought you said Chinese brands were going in.
No, I'm sorry. China made Teslas.
Okay, well then only one part of my critique stands. How did they impoverish you and make you buy things?
But by the way, Chinese electric vehicles have flooded Europe. So I mean, you're not totally wrong, Brian. That is a big threat.
My second part is those things are spy machines. They are spy balloons on wheels. Everybody looks at this. So that's what you're getting. You don't have any money and you have spy machines that you ride around. That's your.
I like that.
Coming up, data centers are pushing up power bills across the country, but now Florida is taking action. We have the details for you next.
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country.
You got Fred Mertz. For all the I Love Lucy fans out there, this is Friedrich Mertz. I can't help but roll the R. I told you that story. I learned how to do it. Any chance I can. I know you probably don't really need to roll it that way, but Fred Mertz is in it.
2 more subscribers, you guys. 2 more. 16 people in the chat. 2 more subscribers to 2,000 subs. Thank you, guys. Let's get it. One more video. I said one more video. Let's go.
Bit of trouble. So today, or actually this was yesterday, it's just making the news cycle though. Today, Mertz decided while in Berlin and hosting the Portugal Prime Minister to come out pretty hard and say all these things like, okay, Iran, you have got to come. Okay, that's some language. No wonder I forgot it. Anyway, Mertz is there in Berlin and he was speaking or hosting, I should say, the Prime Minister of Portugal, and he made a bunch of statements in what I'm showing you right there, including saying, okay, Iran is going to have to come to the negotiating table and stop playing for time. Wow, okay. Then he said they're going to have to end their military nuclear program definitively and forever. Wow, okay. I'm telling you, it's like they're drinking the MAGA Kool-Aid all of a sudden. I don't know. Or maybe now that they're being told they're going to have to defend themselves on their own 2 feet. Maybe, just maybe, they've got some skin in the game and it's kind of a different thing. They also are saying in Germany, this is Mr. Mertz, no more attacks on Israel or regional partners. They're strongly condemning Iranian strikes on the UAE civilian infrastructure. Finally, and Germany says it's ready to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Wow! Amazing. What a difference a day makes, huh? Or a couple of days? I mean, this was the same guy who claimed that the U.S. had just been humiliated. Yeah, this is what he actually said. And of course, right after that, like within 48 hours, the president said, oh yeah? Well, you want to see humiliation? We can really show you humiliation. You're going to get stuck with a 25% auto tariff on all your German automakers. So guys, I hope you bought your Mercedes already because it's going up in price. And then you get this one, the New York Times saying, well, Germany totally miscalculated. Oh, and the FT said the exact same thing. I mean, when you get the FT and the New York Times, it gets you.
Oh, wow. Look, you guys. Look. We're almost there, you guys. Wow. We're almost there. You guys are a blessing. Thank you so much. Wow. Almost at 2,000. Amazing.
Germany's Merz torpedoed his plan to contain Donald Trump. It's because, you see, he went back to his hometown in Sauerland. Fred Merz from Sauerland.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Wow. Thank you guys so much. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep on going. Up. Look at him. It's all good. I thank you guys. I got a chance to see that. Thank you. Let's continue.
Decided to go home and tell the kids that Tehran was humiliating the US of A. And Trump's response was,
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
oh yeah, we took 5,000 troops, and guess what? We may just take a few more.
Why is the U.S. removing troops?
One more to go.
We're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Freddie heard him loud and clear. And just to jog your memory, this is what got Freddie in all the trouble in the first place when he decided to go home to Sauerland and say this.
Ich erkenne im Augenblick nicht, welche.
He said, at the moment, I can't tell what strategic exit the Americans are pursuing, especially since the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully. Funny, or perhaps very skillfully refusing to negotiate, he said. And then he dug in further. They're letting the Americans travel to Islamabad only to send them back home empty-handed. An entire nation, Mr. Merz said, is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership. Woo! Especially by these so-called Revolutionary Guards. Well, gee, gosh, wow. Tell us how you really feel. You know, you say we're being humiliated. I don't really think we're being humiliated, because did you see the stock market today? All right, this is kind of a rather major arbiter of things, and we've got the S&P above 7,300 now. Okay, this is an all-time record. I hate to remind you of this, guys, but we're looking at an all-time record. So I don't think we're actually being humiliated at all, but I will tell you this, and the president said this in a news conference today. He said he had risked the market going down, he thought maybe 25%, but it was a risk he was willing to take. You know why? He was willing to actually do what was right. I mean, you guys aren't willing to take any risk.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
They humiliated us. Well, we're up 1.25% on the Dow today, 1 and nearly 0.5% on the S&P 500. Nasdaq up over 2%, and we're moving closer to talk. So sometimes in life, forgive me, that was also supposed to be a reminder for you guys to go check 76 Research. That's my other company. I have the Trish Regan Show and this channel, and I also have my labor of love over there, which are my model portfolios that I work on diligently with my dear friend and colleague, Rob Horton, and they've all done amazingly well. So I want you to be able to partake in that action, 76research.com. But my point is being that the president himself was risking a whole lot. He's risking the midterms. He's got every Democrat and every media organization, apparently all of Europe, stacked against him. And yet he's doing this. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for the US of A and our future. It's the right thing to do for the world. And you know what? We have to control the future of energy. We just have to, guys. All right. What do you think Venezuela was about? You know, the left that wants to say, oh, you know, now you get Delcy Rodriguez in there. You know why we got Delcy Rodriguez in there? And I know Delcy. I've interviewed her several times. We've got Delcy in there. I know everybody on all sides of this because she gets the job done. And what is the job? The job is to keep the oil flowing. The Orinoco region, I've been to it. You got tons of oil in the ground. Proven oil reserves that actually are bigger than those in Saudi Arabia. And it's right here in our Western Hemisphere. Well, guess who wanted that? The Russians. Guess who wanted that? The Chinese. The Iranians were hanging out there too. Well, we're the only ones with the technology to get the stuff out of the ground. We needed to be there. And we weren't allowed to be there. All the Chavistas wanted us gone. Well, we tried doing a deal with Maduro. Apparently he was receptive at various times, but his wife, Celia, was in the way. I have that on very good sourcing. She's a lawyer by background. I know her lawyers, and they were frustrated with her as well. I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that, but I'm just telling you because I know the whole scoop. And we tried in the first Trump administration. We tried in the Biden administration, and then we tried again when Trump came back in, and these people just were not budging. I guess Celia was getting a few too many handbags from the Russians and the Chinese. And by handbags, I think I mean gold, okay? So we decided we had to end that for the benefit of our hemisphere. So don't kid yourself.
Man, you guys, thank you so much for this, man. Thank you.
We also took care of the Panama Canal.
Subscribe.
And now we're over there. We're going to get Cuba next. Mark my words, okay? Because this is a realignment of the globe, and he is taking these chances because it is the right thing to do. When I say AI is important, I'm not kidding. AI is the future. And you can sit there and bury your head in the sand and say, I hate it, I don't like it. Well, guess what? It's here to stay. And if you allow China to take over that and to dominate that, where are we? Nowhere. If Kamala Harris had won and she had shut down all the energy opportunity here in the US of A, and she allowed Iran to get the nuclear weapon, you know what would have happened? China would have been laughing all the way to the bank and would have controlled the world. And I mean the world, because they would have controlled AI, and whoever controls energy is going to control AI. You see how these things are locked hand in hand. So thank goodness that didn't happen. And you want to talk about taking risk? That is what Donald Trump did, and none of the Europeans were willing to do it. Not one single one. And now, when it's all said and done, Freddie Mertz decides to say, hey, you know, Iran, you got to negotiate. Macron says, I'm sending in the Charles de Gaulle ship. I mean, you've got to be kidding me, guys.
Yeah, Maria, I think what we saw, and certainly what the Iranians saw with Project...
Forgive me, I wanted to introduce that. That's Chris Wright, who's our energy secretary, and he's explaining why this is so monumental right now and why this is so important, how the Iranians finally woke up, and apparently the rest of the world. Because you know what? You had a leader. It's about time America had a leader. The world needed this at this moment in time. Let me go to Energy Secretary, right? Speaking with my former colleague, wonderful woman. You should watch her show. I really, you know, they're my former network, but you know, it's all water under the bridge. This woman's great. Maria Bartiromo, listen.
Yeah, Maria, I think what we saw, and certainly what the Iranians saw with Project Freedom, is one way or the other, the United States is going to have free flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. It can be in an agreement with Iran, or it can be without an agreement with Iran. And I think the fear that the United States' military is going to open the strait, whether Iran wants it or not, made them realize, if that's true, we've got nothing. We have no remaining leverage. Maybe we should get more reasonable and get back to the table with the United States and see what we can get out of this. We're going to have to give up our nuclear program. We're going to have to stop terrorizing the Middle East. Hey, maybe the 90 million people in Iran can find a way to a better life. But the only leverage they have has been impeding flow of traffic through the Straits of Hormuz. And Mike Wirth is right. They've been successful at that so far. But we can change that if we need to do it unilaterally.
Yeah. So, I mean, we sort of prevented them from having any opportunity by putting that blockade in. Now you say, well, why didn't we just start with the blockade? Because we had to actually get rid of all the bad stuff, right? You had to get rid of all the uranium and all the nuclear stuff. You had to actually take out their military, their navy, their army. Again, none of this is being done without a grand plan. And I know that because I look at what went down in Venezuela, I look at what went down in Panama, and then followed by a very systematic takeout of the leadership round 1 and round 2, and we don't know where the Ayatollah number 3 really is. We don't. I mean, he seems to be rather incapacitated. So you've got all those religious mullahs getting taken out. Then you've got the army completely disintegrated. The Navy, like, nowhere to be found. They get some little tiny fishing boats, and we're taking those out too. So why didn't we do the blockade first? Because it made, you know, hey, if they had kept it open, we would have happily let them keep it open. But because they decided to go there, because they decided to do this, because they decided to wreak havoc on the rest of the Persian Gulf, they certainly have no friends there, and they certainly are paying the consequences with us. And so finally, Europe is kind of recognizing this. Mr. Mertz, you heard him yesterday and over the weekend, kind of trying to apologize as well on German PBS. Yeah, it's like the equivalent of PBS. Here we go.
Except that the American president holds a different view on these issues than we do. But that does not alter the fact that I remain convinced that the Americans are important partners for us, the most important ones in the North Atlantic Alliance, and that we have a shared interest in Europe and America working together to end this conflict, and then, for example, to end the conflict, the war in Ukraine, to provide joint security guarantees for Ukraine. We have already achieved a great deal together in this regard. We have a different view of this war, that is no secret. I am not alone in this. We have a common aim, and that aim must be Iran must not be allowed to acquire the atomic bomb. And that is what we are working together to achieve.
Okay, Freddie, again, better late than never. Better late than never. ARD is the name of the network there. He said, I have to accept that the American president holds a different view of these issues than we, but that does not change the fact that I remain convinced that the Americans are important partners for us, the most important partner for us in the North Atlantic Alliance. So he's like, please don't leave us, please. But I think we're going. I really do. I think that this is the moment of truth. The president has said it over and over and over again. He's given them every opportunity to show up and deliver. And when he needed them, they weren't there. They just weren't. And now when it's all looking fine and dandy, you got the French finally sending their Charles de Gaulle carrier. You got the Germans suddenly throwing their weight around. I mean, I would say at least they're not making stupid demands like Macron saying, yeah, everybody's going to get rid of their blockade. Yeah, Macron, you should stick to your French profiteroles and lovely wife. Okay? Like, just stay out of it. Really. Or maybe just keep singing. He's so proud of his singing that he posted on Twitter. Yeah, that was another one. That wasn't in the montage that he made up like a teenage girl, but he did sing. He said he was singing La Bohème. Well, I know La Bohème by Puccini, of course, and this was not La Bohème. So it was some kind of other pop tune or jazz tune, and he was having just a blast. Okay, Macron, stick to the singing. Hang out with your wife in her golden years and leave the negotiations to us because we're winning. You look what just happened with the EU. Take a look there. German car companies getting hit with that 25% tariff I've been telling you all about. It looks like it's going to shave maybe 0.3% off of economic growth over the next 12 years, leading German think tanks, economic think tanks, to say it is more plausible that they could be looking at an economic downturn. It's all happening as the alt-right movement in Germany starts to gain more and more momentum. That's in part because of all the migrants that they've brought in. People are like, I can't take it anymore. I don't think this place looks like Germany anymore. I got to get myself over to Graz, Austria. It's where I studied when I was younger, and that was when I actually spoke German. And I studied music over there, singing, and I remember everybody wearing those dirtles, they call them, those little, think about the German beer girl. That's what everybody wore. I was like, this is cool. I actually bought myself 2 of them because if nothing else, it'll be a cool Halloween costume. Anyway, people would get on the bus dressed in these. It was very traditional outfit, and they all wore them, especially the older generation. And I can't even imagine what Graz must look like right now, because that's over in Austria where they've had similar issues, right? Lots and lots of changes. You look at Germany right now, and it is very different. Very different, and it's because they brought everybody in, and they continue to bring everybody in this idea that somehow, I don't know, maybe they're still guilty about World War II. They should be, of course, but that's not the answer. Say, I'm going to bring in every Tom, Dick, or Harry, or Mohammed, and Ahmed, and Muhammad. Forgive me, I don't know enough Middle Eastern names to continue on with that one, but you get it. Tom, Dick, and Harry. They're bringing them all in. And it's not working. So yes, this guy's got political trouble. And now he's looking at a potential recession because he really ticked off one Donald Trump. I'll tell you guys, it's not that hard. You got to just do the right thing.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing.
Joining me now to discuss more.
Make sure you guys subscribe. Okay, this is from the White House. If you're an American, it should not be an issue. That's the whole point of the SAVE Act. It's for the illegals. How is it an issue? If you're an American, it's not a problem. That's the whole point of the SAVE Act. Stop the illegals from voting. Stop dead people from voting. That's the whole point as well, you guys. Your ID has your signature on there, and also you have your signature on there. You're coming in person. It's not a problem. And then you can't vote if you're dead. For some odd reason, dead people keep voting on these ballots or appearing on these ballots. So yeah, it's not an issue. The issue is dead people voting. Stop that from happening. You know? It doesn't matter what I show you, Zach. I see you're going to just be whatever. I just showed you from the White House what they talking about. If you're an American, you're okay. How's that an issue? It's for the illegals. The criminals, they came here. Sparty said there was no illegals voting. Are you serious? You got Virginia, Georgia, a few other states that was caught with the ballots. They having court cases now about the ballots. I'm not gonna go through all that, man. The proof is already there. You can Google it. The illegals are not voting. Really? No wire press. Oh, wow. So what you think is going on with Fulton County with Fannie Willis? Election fraud in America, Democrats. It's all good. No, it's not that, Zach. If I didn't get off, I've been on here about 5 hours. I really appreciate you guys. On the real, I really appreciate it. 2,000 subscribers. I really appreciate it. I'll be back soon, you guys. Thank you. Subscribe, share, comment. Love each other.